Chapter 1. Darkness set early in the 6th borough these days. I shrugged a jacket higher against my neck and hunkered down against it. With the early evening came a drop in temperature that bordered on frigid, that shot me with it over the roast. The rest of the holidays were great. The food, the ambiance, the carols, the family time. It was a little more sentimental than I tended to prefer, but I'd grown up under the vicious watch of Dani DeMarco, a woman who cherished Christmas quite possibly more than anything else in the world. Stockings, crackling fires, and stacks of cookies taller than my brother's were not optional. Neither was Christmas cheer, or at least the pretending of it. And somewhere over the years, it had grown on me. I might be all Scrooge and Grinchy on the outside, but deep down I savored the familiar smells of eggnog and roasting chestnuts, the very ugly but surprisingly cozy sweaters my mother forced over our heads, and the FaceTime with family that was very rarely interrupted by work calls. It was just the stupid presents that stumped me. As I shuffled through the crisp grass, stiff from a layer of late frost sparkling over each blade, and straightening them to crunchy little sticks, I wondered if Willa might have some insights into what a splendidly rich, centuries-old vampire might want for Christmas. All the usual culprits were out. Socks, underwear, clothes. None of that interested Matthew. Getting him a thoughtful antique or a piece of artwork was just silly, seeing as he'd likely been alive when the Sistine Chapel had been painted. Fancy food and drink were out, unless I offered him a bite of my neck. A wry smile crept over my face at the thought as I picked up the pace, glancing over my shoulder into the blackness behind me. I'd made the walk between the morgue and the pizzeria at all hours of the night and day before, but this time felt different somehow. I chanced another glance over my other shoulder, wondering if I was being paranoid or if there was something off about this trip. I was generally quite good at picking up when I had a tail. Not as good as Matthew or Gray, but not too shabby for a witch. I hadn't picked up on anyone following me yet. Not a crack of a branch, a rustle of leaves, a stray footprint that didn't belong. Not a breath out of place. I held my own, listening hard. Times like this made me jealous of the supernatural's ability to hear heartbeats from a ways off. I'd pay good money for that kind of sensory power. But I'd never trade away my ability to see residuals. I wasn't sure I'd know how to exist without being a reserve. Though it might be interesting for one day, just to see what it would be like. There it is, a definite footstep. I continued toward the light in the distance, the sparkling windows of the pizzeria. I was still some distance from home. With the night falling fast, most people were off the streets earlier, tucked inside cozy homes while fires glowed warm on the inside, and smells of delicious dinners floated out onto the street, making my stomach growl at the thought of food. Forcing my attention back to my pursuer, I came to a stop and raised the comm to my wrist. I debated calling Matthew, but I didn't want to spook him. He was still away in New York, so it wasn't as if he could come running. Instead, I opted to ring Willa while I resumed walking. No footsteps as far as I could tell. "Hey there," I said. "How's my favorite pizza maker?"
"I'm great," Willa chirped. "But I thought I was your favorite friend. I'm just wondering, why you have to qualify it by saying pizza maker. I mean, it's not like you know all that many pizza makers. You have a lot more friends than you do pizza makers, so I'm just thinking, I know, Mum. Will you pipe down and let me work? This hunting thing is really getting on my nerves. I'm a grown woman."
I'd made good progress down the path while Willa had gone on into the comm, hosting most of the conversation by herself without expecting much of a contribution from me. "Okay, my favorite friend," I amended. "Say, is Jack at DeMarco's Pizza?"
"Yeah, he's just with a few customers straightening out an order. But it's all taken care of. No need to worry, boss."
"I'm not worried, Willa. And you can just call me Dani for the millionth time."
"I like having a good employee-boss relationship with you," she said happily. "I'll call you Dani off the clock. Anyway, did you want Jack, or is there something I can help you with?"
"Actually, it can wait," I said. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. I'll see you soon, okay? Wait up for me."
"Wait up? I mean, it's 2 minutes, Dani," Willa said. "I don't even get off the clock for a few more hours, but sure, I'll wait up for you anytime, because you're my favorite boss."
"Thanks, Willa. See you shortly. Just about a minute now." I disconnected, hoping that whoever had followed me had understood the point of the call. I was expected somewhere in under 2 minutes, and if I didn't arrive, there would be questions asked. That didn't give my shadow a whole lot of time to carry out whatever nefarious plan was on the horizon. And if there was a plan, they'd have to act quickly. Indeed, the footsteps in the darkness resumed. I glanced over my right shoulder toward a line of trees and hedges that flanked the edge of a residential neighborhood. There were enough shadows for someone to duck behind, slip from one to the next as I walked. There were spells to turn oneself invisible, and other spells that I didn't know existed, spells purchased and sold in the void that had the potential to stop my heart at any given moment. This time it was a breath, a short, sharp inhalation. The preparation. I recognized the breath as preparation for an attack. There was only one way to prevent the worst from happening, and that was to act first. I whipped out my stunner and dropped to my belly, aiming for the shadows just as a figure hurtled itself from behind a hedge near the side of the road. They'd been closer than I'd expected. If I'd waited even a breath longer, I wouldn't have stood a chance. I squeezed the trigger, aiming for the black mass as it hit the ground. I couldn't tell gender, but the sheer size of the figure prompted me to think it was male. He landed without so much as an identifying grunt, light on his feet, cat-like with his reflexes as he easily dodged the electrifying jolt of my stunner. He rolled to the side while I let it recharge, racking my brain for a spell that wouldn't take more than a few words to engage. I settled on a fireball spell that had nearly taken Gray's head off in the woods when I chased him down a few weeks back. "Blood and bone and firestone, loose this flame, let it be thrown." I didn't have time to wait for the flaming sphere to grow large and strong. I hurtled it when the warmth curled over my fingers and it reached tennis ball size. It clipped the edge of the figure's all-black attire, leaving a trail of burning embers down the side of his clothes, which he brushed off without a word. Strangely enough, my attacker hadn't rebounded with magic of his own. No defenses, no reversals, no ricochets. A good witch or sorcerer could have sent the fireball barreling back at me without much effort. It might have worked, too, since I was splayed on the ground in a compromised position. Instead, the figure rose to his feet slowly, showing off an impressive form. Tall and broad-shouldered. Dark hair, face hidden in the shadow of a black cap that covered any identifying features. He rivaled Gray in stature, and in a way he was familiar. It had me wondering if the wolf had returned. Then he laughed. At the same time, I pulled the trigger on my stunner. "Shit!" I shouted as I connected with the man's shoulder. I released the trigger as he spiraled toward me, taking me down in a heap and pinning me against the ground. I dropped the gun and let myself be surrounded by the foreign, yet somehow familiar scent of my pursuer. "Damn it, Dani," he muttered. "That stings like a son of a—" "Oh, now this is my fault?" I shoved the man's shoulder, taking care to hit the exact spot I'd given him a light tap with my stunner. "What do you think you're doing following me around and jumping out from dark corners? You're lucky I didn't have the stunner set to lethal." "You wouldn't have the setting on lethal as your default," he said in a low, gravelly tone. "It's against the rules for a detective to carry their stunners set to anything but shock capacity. And we all know you don't break the rules." I gave a snort. "Are you planning on getting off me anytime soon?" "You really got me with that stunner." He rubbed his arm, winced. "It's dead to the touch." "Feeling will return in a few minutes. Don't be a wuss." I gave him a pinch to the shoulder. "You're giving the DeMarcos a bad name." "Always have." My oldest brother, Rob DeMarco, managed to pull himself up and position himself next to me on the ground. There was something that irked me about the picture. 2 grown adults wrestling around on the ground like kids afraid of getting their clothes dirty before Mama DeMarco called us inside for dinner. It struck a chord with me, tickled my funny bone, and before I knew it, my brother and I burst into peals of laughter for no reason at all. "What are you doing back in town?" I asked, wiping my eyes once I let the adrenaline of being chased through a dark street fade. "And why'd you scare the crap out of me? I didn't do anything to you." Rob smiled, pulled the hat off his head so I could see his face for the first time. My brothers were a generally handsome bunch, objectively speaking, and evidenced by the fact that Nash and Jack were never short on dates, or women fawning over their every move. Yet we all agreed Rob had gotten the best genes in the looks department, myself included. He had these piercing blue eyes that were offset by wild dark hair, a playful combination that was lovable on first impression. There was the cheeky smile that made everyone he talked to feel as if he were letting them in on a little secret, a private moment, just the two of them. And then there was the whole badass outlaw thing he had going on that had women asking for Rob's number a decade after he'd left town. Rob was no less handsome now than he'd been the day he'd left the borough. If anything, there was a new mysterious allure that clung to him and matched the new jagged scar that glinted a ghostly white against the moonlight. His eyes were harder, but when he looked at me, that same boyish sense of adventure that had made him both incredibly lovable and incredibly frustrating still existed. "I had to make sure my little sis was taking care of herself," he said, cocking his head to the side and watching me for a reaction. "I don't like the idea of you wandering down dark roads by yourself at night." "If you can't tell, I can take care of myself." "I can see that," Rob said. "Though in my defense, I didn't fight back. If I'd brought a little spell with me..." "Where? From the void?" I asked, a trace of bitterness creeping into my voice. "Is that really what you think of me? The first time you see me in a handful of years and you think I'm gonna hit you with a spell from the void?" "I'm still in shock, Rob," I said. "You up and left, and we haven't heard head nor tail from you since the day you cruised out of town on your stolen broomstick and..." "Borrowed?" Rob corrected. "It was borrowed. I borrowed it from Jimmy Crucio, and his dad let me... Never mind. You can obviously take care of yourself. I just thought I'd check up on you. And really, the morgue? This time of night? I think the dead bodies will still be dead in the morning." "I have a job," I said dryly. "You know, one of those things that pays the bills, taxes, all of those legal duties." Rob scratched his head, gave a shake before deadpanning back. "Nope, not familiar with the term." A small smile crept onto my lips. It was impossible not to like Rob, no matter his somewhat ethically gray areas of operation. He was infuriating and honest and smart, and most importantly, my biggest brother. "You're hilarious. Does Mom know you're back?" He sucked in a breath. "I surprised you first, Lucky Duck." "Lucky Duck," I echoed. "Or is there a catch?" Rob let my retort roll off his shoulders. "Can I walk you to your place?" "You still haven't told me why you're here." "Let's call it..." Rob stood, pausing for dramatic effect. He grasped my hands, lifted me to my feet. "Christmas cheer." That earned him a snort so hard it turned into a coughing fit. Rob had to thump me on the back before I regained my ability to breathe normally. "Your Christmas cheer came out of retirement after a decade?" I asked. "Pretty dusty load of cheer if you ask me." "I'm older, maybe not wiser, but definitely older," Rob said with a grin, slinging his arm around my shoulder. "I missed family." "Mm-hmm. I see I'm not going to be able to convince you, so I don't plan on trying. You've always been stubborn." "And you've always been a troublemaker." "Yeah, well," he said, "I guess it's in my blood. The rest of y'all got the moral genes, so you didn't leave much for me." "You're Ma's firstborn. You took up all the genes, the good-looking ones." Rob just ruffled my hair. He hated to be called out for his looks, or for being smart, or for really anything. He might be a troublemaker, but he was a modest one. Except for the stunt. That wasn't modest, but he hadn't intended it to be. The stunt had left an impression on the borough that nobody had forgotten. My comm buzzed. Crap, I forgot about Willa. That was a good one, Rob said. I liked it. So next time you make an emergency call, pick a friend who's not going to talk to you for 45 minutes before asking what you need. Someone else might not have waited as patiently as me. By the way, is her mother a ghost? I just shoved a hand toward Rob's face in a symbol that told him to be quiet while I answered Willa and assured her that I was fine, that I'd met up with a friend, and to give me another 10 minutes before she panicked if I didn't arrive home. Your friend? Rob asked when I hung up. I'm flattered you consider me a friend, but... Jack works at the pizzeria, I said bluntly. I wasn't sure you'd want him to know you were in town. Rob's face went slack, his eyes dimming. You really don't believe I'm just here to see family, do you? I tried to nod, but I just couldn't do it. I rolled my lips inward in thought, but I just couldn't manage to fake agreement. Sorry, I said finally. I don't buy it. Fool me once and all that. I've never tried to fool you, Dani. If I'm anything, it's honest. Except for, some of the work you do. That's different. I've never lied to you. Fine, I said. Did you want me to tell Willa, who would immediately run to tell Jack that my oldest brother is back in town? Rob blinked. I see your point. Dani, there is something. I waited, feeling any sense of hope I'd had slip away that Rob had really just come back to rejoin our family. There always is. I was wrong, Rob said quietly. You can take care of yourself. I've been away a long time, and I see that now. He turned those piercing eyes on me, the light reflected in them so I could see the image of myself. I couldn't tell if the confusion and conflict was my own or if it belonged to my brother, or a twisted mix of both. Yeah, I said, also speaking softly. I can. I'm grown up, Rob. I'm not your little sister anymore. Wrong again, Rob said, pulling me into a hug. It was familiar somehow, and more surprisingly, welcome. You'll always be my little sister. We held the hug for a long time, longer than I ever remembered hugging one of my siblings. We hugged for so long that I suddenly began to panic. Was there really no other reason Rob was here except to see family? And if so, why now? Was he sick? In trouble? I tensed at the same time my comm buzzed again. She must be a really good friend, Rob said, backing away. Can't have been more than 5 minutes. It's not her, I said, cringing at the name. It's work. I've got to take this. Rob nodded and watched me curiously as I answered. DeMarco, I said, and then listened carefully. Sure thing, I'll be right over. Rob grimaced when I disconnected. It's late. Are you sure I can't walk you to the office? Not the office, I said. Crime scene. Murderers don't wait until morning. Apparently not. Rob shifted his weight from one foot to the other. Well, I guess I should let you go. Better not forget to tell your friend you're running late, or there might be another call to dispatch from your very own pizzeria. I laughed. Sure, he was right about Willa. It's good to see you, Rob. You too, sis. Rob took a step away. And Dani, for what it's worth, I'm going to prove you wrong. About what? Rob issued one of his infamous winks, the ones that left women everywhere, myself included, wondering what in the world Rob DeMarco was thinking. Then, without warning, he turned and strode off, disappearing into the blackness of night. I heaved my own sigh, raised my comm to call Willa, and headed toward death. Chapter 2. Odd place for a murder, don't you think? I waved to Sienna as she arrived at the trolley station the same time as me. She didn't respond. Instead, she snapped her fingers so a pair of fluffy pink headphones, larger than most earmuffs, appeared over her head. A second later, the beat coursed through in a muted thump, a clear sign the petite necromancer wasn't in a chatty mood. Then again, I suppose no murder is in a good place, I muttered, grabbing hold of a stability pole while Sienna shoved her hands in her pockets and balanced herself through sheer stubbornness. You don't think? She said dryly. And here I thought we had normal murders. I don't know how you can hear anything through there. It's bad for your eardrums. I work with dead people. I prefer not talking. I see your point. With a smirk, I gave a shake of my head. I see how the corpses might appreciate your sparkling personality more than the living, breathing folks. We rode in silence toward Sorcerer's Square and exited the stop near the center of the zone. Sorcerer's Square was defined by the tall tower extending high above most of Wicked. It housed many of the borough's sorcerers, the new, the old, and the in training. This evening, we'd be focused on the ones in training. Sienna and I leaped from the trolley and stepped in sync toward the only campus in the borough to offer orientation. It made sense, really, that the campus of magic would be located in Sorcerer's Square. While sorcerers, like the rest of the magical species, had good and bad guys within it, overall they were known for their love of pure magic. Even the bad eggs in the sorcerer's tribe tended to respect magic, covet it, value it above all. Overall, Sorcerer's Square was one of the safest places in the borough, by sheer fact that most sorcerers couldn't be bothered by anyone else. Their focus was solely on magic, learning it, loving it, practicing it. We arrived on the campus of magic after a 5-minute walk. We checked in at the front desk, where a uniformed gnome who'd somehow roped himself a job as campus security stood next to a flustered pixie. Hello, the pixie said. Are you here for... Detective DeMarco, I said, and this is the chief medical examiner. Sienna, the necromancer offered. We're here for the crime scene. Crime scene, the pixie muttered, flipping through the guest log as if she'd find the information there. Crime scene, right. The gnome straightened his shoulders and peered up at us through beady eyes. Badges? They'll check us in at the scene, I said. Where is it? I got a call from the chief, and we don't appreciate having to waste any more time in finding it. The gnome was forced to look over my badge to save face, but he did it quickly enough and followed it up with a grunt and a point over his shoulder. It happened in student housing. Follow the hallway to the chapel, take a right, and pass through it, then you'll pop out in another hallway. Follow the noise. Sienna and I followed the instructions and headed for the first mentioned hallway. While we walked, I refamiliarized myself with the campus. Having grown up in a magical family in the 6th borough, I'd never spent much time here. I'd taken a few continuing ed classes and 1 or 2 mandatory trainings before joining the police academy, but I'd never been a full-time student or lived in on-campus housing. Student housing was mostly reserved for those new to their powers. The campus of magic specialized in providing orientation, a program for all those who came across magic later in life, which could mean one of several things. It could mean someone had grown up on the mainland like Lily Locke, completely oblivious to the entire concept of magic until her mid-20s. Or it could mean a human had married a witch or wizard and then decided to take the next step in their magical education with a set of newly inherited powers. Or it could simply be someone wanting a thorough education about the magical world and its nuances. I snatched a class roster from a stack near the admissions entrance lobby. Tucking it under my arm, I rejoined Sienna as we made our way through the old building toward the chapel. The campus was known to be a place of beauty in the 6th borough. Sprawling green grasses rolled over the hills around the outer edge of campus, tucking in beside a small pond called Dewdrop Lake. A tiny island at its center could often be found crowded with ducks and frogs and small-statured fairies flitting between tiny houses set out by the school. The buildings themselves were an old collection of houses that had been adapted and haphazardly modernized to accommodate current academic needs. A faint mustiness clung to most of the buildings, covered only by the scent of pine needles and apple cider that signaled the holidays were in full swing. A Christmas tree lit up the far end of the hallway. Next to it was a table with decorated cookies stacked high, and 3 canisters of hot beverages lined up and ready to dispense. Sienna gave me the side-eye as I grabbed a cookie, then a second, along with a mug of cider. I shrugged, jumped into Santa's head. I didn't get dinner. We passed through the chapel, a space that was both beautiful and somber in its appearance. Deep mahogany made up the pews, the thick posts holding up a lofty ceiling. Stained glass windows peppered the walls, causing colorful flecks of light to bounce in beautiful, eerie patterns off every surface as moonlight sliced through. Even Sienna turned down the thump of her music as we passed through. It felt like everyone, was listening to our muted footsteps. We breathed easier once we reached a back passageway that dropped us straight into student housing. Sure enough, the chatter of low-toned voices led us directly to the crime scene tape that surrounded one particular room. Sienna and I exchanged a look before filtering down a narrow hall sparsely decorated with posters promoting team spirit and local campus events. I eyed a sign for Thursday night trivia and a holiday bash for next Friday. 2 events our victim would not be attending. "Will Matthew be here?" Sienna asked. "Has someone alerted him to the incident?" "That's the $64 million question these days," I said. "I'm not sure. Haven't spoken to him yet today." Sienna let the subject drop, and we checked in with the officer on the scene. A second uniform gave us a quick rundown of the situation, while we extended our hands and received the fingerprint eraser treatment and other charms meant to help protect and preserve any DNA or residuals evidence on the scene. "We received an emergency call from the victim's roommate," Officer Renola said, glancing over a pair of thick glasses and tucking her ponytail over her shoulder. "Not much info other than that. Campus security got here first, secured the scene. Vic's name is Mason White. We were a few minutes behind and haven't been here long." "Thanks," I said as Sienna hopped over to the body and knelt, beginning her preliminary assessment. "Where's the roommate now?" Renola thumbed over her shoulder. "Out in the hall. We got her a cup of tea and a cookie." "Her? Were they—" Renola shook her head. "Not romantically involved. The housing on this floor is co-ed. They each had their separate rooms with a common area. He was found on the couch in the common area. Spooked her when she got home from a night class." "I'm going to chat with the roommate," I said. "She's with an officer?" Renola nodded and pointed the young woman out to me. I followed the directions to the redhead sitting in a chair, a blanket draped half-heartedly over her shoulders. Her hands shook as she tried and failed to sip her apple cider without spilling. I ditched my drink before the fingerprint eraser had gone on, but I regretted it after smelling the spices and watching the steam curl up from the cup. The hall was chilly. The wind whistled outside. It was possible we'd get snow before Christmas yet. "Hi there, I'm Detective DeMarco," I said, waving off the campus security officer. "I understand you found your roommate when you came home from class." She nodded, her freckles shining bright against pale skin. Her eyes were a blue reminiscent of a cloudless summer afternoon, her hair the color of autumn leaves. The woman couldn't have been more than 25, thin and fragile-looking, as she hunched forward and tugged the blanket higher. "Can you give me your name, your relationship with Mason, and anything else you can remember about the night?" "My relationship with Mason?" The woman looked panicked. "I didn't have a relationship with him. We were randomly assigned roommates. I mean, I didn't mind living with a male. It's only a month-long program, and we had our own separate rooms with locking doors. My mother warned me, said it was dangerous, but that's just because she's from Iowa. She doesn't understand any of this." "Let's slow down," I said. "I didn't mean to imply a romantic relationship. Let's start with your name." "Olive Brick," she said. "My name is Olive." "Nice to meet you, Olive," I said. "How long have you been living with Mason?" "Well, we both signed up for the month-long orientation program. They have different lengths, but I thought... Never mind. We were both late registries, so by the time we got in, we had slim pickings for lodgings. We only met one time before we moved in. during a campus visit. He seemed nice enough. What brings you to orientation?
My mother was a witch, but she hid that tiny fact from me until my 21st birthday,
Olive said a bit bitterly, though with some fondness as she spoke of her mother.
I understand why she did it. It was hard enough for her as a single mother of 3 kids. Introducing magic would have made a tough situation even tougher.
But you figured it out.
You can only start so many spontaneous fires before people get suspicious,
Olive said with a thin smile.
Eventually, my mom came clean. I did the rest. I researched, discovered the entire magical world.
Olive drifted off, staring into the distance, sparkles in her eyes.
I mean, the Isle, the 6th borough, Magic Inc., and the rest of the magical communities around the world. I had to explore them for myself, to learn where I'd come from.
So, you came to orientation?
I'm moving here,
Olive said, the glee evident in her voice. Until she paused, glanced over her shoulder. Her glow dimmed.
At least I thought I tried to get a residency and a job in Wicked, but I didn't realize it would be so dangerous.
It's not, really, I said. I mean, it's no more dangerous than anywhere else. Murders, accidental deaths, that happens in any culture, magical or not.
I suppose.
Olive frowned.
I just didn't see much of it in Iowa.
Did you see much of anything in Iowa? I joked, and I was rewarded by a dull chuckle from Olive. The 6th borough is a city just like any other metropolitan area. Now back to Mason. Do you know what brought him to orientation? She frowned.
He was secretive. Honestly, we barely spoke. I mean, we were pleasant with one another. Really, he was sort of the ideal roommate. I barely knew he was there. He was gone a lot. I assumed out at the library or with friends or whatever.
Did he ever bring anyone back to the apartment?
Now that you mention it, no,
Olive said.
I mean, if he did, it was on the sly. I never saw a girlfriend or anything. No guys' nights, nothing. Whatever he did for his personal life, it was outside of our room. I think he pretty much just slept and ate in our apartment.
If you had to guess, what brought him to orientation?
Not marriage, that much I'm almost sure of, Olive said. He never spoke of a wife, never had a visitor, nothing. I suppose it's still possible, but it just doesn't feel right.
Maybe he came into his powers later in life?
Maybe,
she said again, not sounding convinced.
I just don't really buy it. I mean, you see so many of these newcomers and we're all just drooling over everything. Magic carpets, broomsticks, spells, self-decorating Christmas trees. And he seemed used to it all. I suppose he might have just been hard to impress, but really, can you hide that much awe?
I tried to imagine what it'd be like to discover a magical world existed, after having been taught for years that powers were nothing but imaginative fodder for fictional stories, only to find out one day that it was all true. While I couldn't fully comprehend the shock of it, I understood Olive's point. I see. I made a note to get Lily Locke on the comm and ask her about what it had been like to discover she was the mixologist after 2+ decades of living life as a mortal human. Maybe she'd have some insights.
I suppose it was possible he was shocked and was putting on a tough guy act, Olive said. You know, not letting any of this cool stuff faze him, but it just...
You don't believe it. When she shook her head, I took a breath and continued. We're running out of reasons he might have been in orientation.
I know, Olive said. I think he was planning to move here after the program, so maybe he was just going through as a formality to get used to the 6th borough?
I jotted a note down to check with admissions and see if they recorded the reasons their students applied to attend the campus of magic. For the time being, I put it on the back burner and switched tracks. Anything else you can tell me about Mason? Was he involved in clubs, activities, anything else? Olive grimaced, took a sip of her drink, and breathed out a sigh, smacking her lips against the warmth.
I really wish I could say. I don't think so, but I've no clue. I have no idea where he went or what he was doing when he wasn't in our room. For all I know, he was going out for picnics every day and not attending classes. I just don't know.
Detective? Renola called out from her post by the door. There's something you should see. This was really helpful, I said to Olive. I'm so sorry you had to find your roommate like that. I might have some more questions to ask you later.
Sure, anything.
There is one more thing, I said, hating the question I needed to ask. Where were you this evening?
Wait, you think?
I don't think anything, I said hurriedly. But we need to be thorough. I just look at the facts. We rule people out to narrow down our list.
List of suspects, Olive muttered under her breath. I can't believe it. My mother was right. This is what I get for living with a man before marriage.
I don't think.
This evening I had advanced relationships for the burgeoning witch, Olive said.
At my blank expression, she continued.
It's about how to navigate friendships, relationships, and family members now that we're magical. It's more of a support group than a class, really. But there were 5 other people who can verify I was at the study center until about 10:30 p.m. That's when I left and came home. I must have made the emergency comm before 10:45. I don't remember exactly, but it doesn't take more than 15 minutes to come home, and I didn't stop anywhere.
Thank you, I said. And this didn't happen to you because you were living with a man before marriage. It's unfortunate timing.
If I wasn't living with Mason, I wouldn't be sitting here now.
Maybe not, I considered. It's too soon to know anything. I made my way back to the crime scene and confirmed with Renola that the emergency comm had come from Olive at 10:44 p.m., which lined up with her story. Can you track down her alibi while I talk to Sienna? I asked Renola, just to be sure. I don't think she's capable of lying, let alone murder, but... Yes, of course, Renola said. I'll get back to you shortly. I made my way inside the apartment, stopping for an initial scan of the scene. A glance at the door told me nobody had forced their way inside, at least not with any magical methods. There were no residuals anywhere on the lock. I continued into the apartment, hiding a smile at some of the residuals scattered around the kitchen. There was a burnt orange sparkle above the sink that was beginning to fade, a few hours old if I had to guess, a dishwashing spell that had gone somewhat awry. If performed correctly, the residuals should be a pale, pleasant orange, not the sort of charred color that drifted through my peripheral. I had to wonder if the faint smell of smoke was a result of the botched charm. There were a few more similarly bungled spells around the house. It seemed Olive had been practicing a few things earlier this afternoon in the privacy of her apartment. The rainbow of unfortunate residuals led me to a bedroom that had a distinctly feminine flair. So far, I hadn't seen any residuals that told me Mason White had practiced magic in this apartment at all. I stepped into Olive's room and found a young witch's dream space. It seemed that by arriving late to magic, Olive had missed out on all the things normal teen witches went through, and was in a desperate race to make up for lost time. Posters of bands I hadn't listened to since I was sharing a bunk bed with my twin brother lined her wall. The Witchy Way, the Backstreet Bewitching, the Black Cats, and a new band made up of elves, the Ogre Eaters. Holiday music played quietly in the background, and I realized Olive must have left her Christmas Cauldrons album on when she'd gone to her class. I stepped out of the pink and yellow room, overwhelmed by the bursts of frilly pens and colorful paper, the lightly scented perfume on everything, the blasts of residuals almost overwhelming in their hopefulness, most of them having failed to complete their task. Olive was a burgeoning witch, that much was for sure. Emphasis on the burgeoning. I returned to Sienna's side. If anything, I'm more convinced than ever that it wasn't Olive. Her room is a teenage witch's dream. Sienna glanced up at me from the body. I scanned Mason White for the first time and found an average-looking man somewhere in his early 30s. He had brown hair, no distinguishing features, scars or otherwise, on his face to make him truly memorable. No visible tattoos, nothing that made him particularly stand out. Which would make questioning those he knew all the more difficult. People rarely remembered the average Joe, and that fact had me wondering if our Mr. White was trying to be unmemorable. For certain professions, the ability to blend in while hiding in plain sight was a major advantage. Could this be more than the average murder? Was Mason White who he said he was? And what in the world had brought him to orientation? I hear you have something for me, I said to Sienna, scanning over Mason's body. I'd worked past the street sweep, my normal residuals check, and moved on to residuals I would have expected to come from Mason. I do, Sienna said. Literally, for you. That's weird, I muttered, not truly hearing Sienna's response. His hands are almost clean. Aside from the sweep. No residuals at all? I shook my head. I can't find a drop on him. Spells from others, sure. Hint of invisibility incantation, but it's so old it might have come from the marketplace last week. That is odd, Sienna said, especially at a school where people are supposed to be learning and practicing magic. Olive's doing enough practicing for the both of them, I said with a wry smile. Do you smell the smoke? It's from all her botched spells. Oh my, Sienna said. I sincerely feel that it's a possibility our victim has never performed a spell on his own. He's a week into orientation. That's not possible. The curriculum demands it. It's a very intensive program meant to be immersive of living in the paranormal world. Then he must have been a good faker because he's not doing his exercises. I doubt he'd know a spell if it hit him in the face. Actually, I hesitated, raised a finger as I looked to Sienna. That's not really funny, because I think a spell did hit him in the face, and it killed him. Sienna glanced up. Heartstopper hex. That's what I'm getting, I said. The residuals are fresh, less than 2 hours old for sure. Can't tell if it was performed by a male or female. They might have used a sort of masking spell, but you can't mask this much of a killing curse. Sienna nodded. I won't have an official cause of death until he's on my table, but I'm ruling this a suspicious death. No kidding, I said. Anyway, sorry, I interrupted you. What did you have for me? Something with your name on it. It was only when Sienna reached out and pressed that very something into my palm that I realized she had spoken literally. I glanced at it, shocked to find my own name printed on the piece of paper. What the hell is this? You tell me, Sienna said. I found it in his pocket. The dead guy had my name in his pocket? I groaned. For crying out loud. Don't tell. Me? A dark voice, a river of melted chocolate, rolled familiarly over my shoulders. Good evening, Detective. I spun around, my gut clenching, and came face to face with the man I loved more than anything in the world, Captain Matthew King. Now, Matthew said, bringing his tall, broad figure closer to me, so close I could smell his expensive aftershave. What didn't you want to tell me? Chapter 3. After I caught Matthew up on the details of our victim, from his roommate's story to the mysterious note in his pocket, Matthew examined Mason White for himself while I took a moment to look more closely at the name printed on the slip of paper. My name. No idea why'd that be there? It was Sienna, watching my face. Maybe he was in trouble, needed help, got your name. Yes, but who did he talk to that gave him my name? I studied the paper again. The handwriting wasn't particularly distinctive. It might have been Mason's. We'd have to check it against his schoolwork, if in fact he'd actually done any of it. If we can find who gave him my name, we might be able to figure out what sorts of things he's into, what he needed to talk to me about. What got him killed, Sienna finished. Exactly, I said. But if my gut tells me one thing, it's that it won't be as easy as we think to find the answers to those questions. Speaking of questions, Renola said, returning from her task to find an alibi for Olive. Do you have a time of death? Approximately 2 hours ago, Sienna said. Not less than 1 hour ago. He was here for a bit before his roommate came home. Then Olive is clear, Renola said. I talked to 3 separate sources who all say they were with her in that, burgeoning witches class, right up until 10:30. Her library scan card matches. Timestamp 10:32 as she left the building. Yeah, makes sense, I said. What about our victim? Did you run his name? I did. It appears to be legit. However, he didn't turn up much of a record. Renola handed over a sheaf of paper, her eyebrows raised. I found all the big ones, birth certificate, yada yada, but when he turned 15, his record stopped. The next file I could find was his application to orientation. After that, there's the typical acceptance letter to the campus of magic, etc. But otherwise, squeaky clean. Too clean, I muttered. I thought so too, Renola said, her eyes twinkling. So I ran his name through Magic Inc.'s mainland database. Nice work, I said, impressed, making a note to check into Renola's service record. See if she had a history of being a good cop. Might be worth roping her in on a few cases, especially since Matthew was out of town more often than not lately. I could use the extra help, especially since my part-time hours had been sort of flowing into this full-time plus gig. Renola shook off the compliment and dropped the papers into my hand. You're looking at an accountant from Texas. My jaw dropped. What? Mason was born and raised on the Isle, Renola said. Hence the reason he had magical records at all. Lived there. Parents are a witch and a sorcerer in good community standing. One sister. Mason had an average childhood if I'm reading everything correctly, or so it appears on the outside. Until he turned 15, I said, and hopped on a plane to Texas. Finished high school, got a college degree, and slipped into the most average job a guy could hope to find. Maybe he wasn't a fan of the magical way of life? Renola suggested, though she sounded skeptical. I'm not sure how anyone doesn't want to live on the Isle. It's safe, beautiful, and a freaking vacation destination. Stranger things have happened, I said. So let's play this out. Our guy decides, for whatever reason, that he doesn't want to be part of the magical community. He does his best to blend in with the human world, and by all accounts, does a good job of it. He never married, no kids, Renola said. Not sure about a girlfriend, but he wasn't getting in trouble, and he wasn't filing a ton of paperwork. He kept a low profile. What made him change his mind? I pressed. Why now? Why at... I paused, checked the documentation. 34 years old, would a man settled on the mainland decide to up and return to the magical community? Because he realized that living without magic sucks? Sienna suggested. What, it took him 19 years to figure that out? I asked. I don't buy it. Something had to trigger his return. I'd swear by it. Renola shrugged. And if he did return, then why go through orientation? I pressed. He has a magical background, grew up in a paranormal family. It's not like he needed it. And that would explain why Olive was so weirded out by his lack of awe, or whatever she called it. He'd seen this whole magical shtick before. Wasn't impressed. Then why isn't he practicing? Sienna asked. You say it looks like he's never done magic before. Could he have done it when he was a child and it faded? Absolutely. 15 plus years is plenty of time to fade residuals. Make him a new man, I said dryly. But it still doesn't add up. If he's going through the effort of orientation, why not actually practice, get his money's worth? Otherwise, he could have just gotten an apartment. It's odd, Matthew said. His scent is quite strange. Well, I deadpanned Matthew. He is dead. That doesn't tend to help with stench. No, not that, he said. It's familiar but different. If I didn't know better, I'd have said he was a human based on scent alone. I wonder if you could smell residuals, I said. If I saw him on the street, I'd give him the same assessment. But there's more, Matthew said. Something I can't put my finger on. I could tell it was driving Matthew insane not to know. He was precise, accurate. Gray areas weren't his expertise. He liked facts, rules, and order. A likely reason he clashed with my very mysterious friend, the Elder Wolf Gray, who matched his name and walked all sorts of morally ambiguous fine lines. Familiar how? I asked. Like you've smelled him before, or... No, never seen him, Matthew said dismissively. His eyes flashed. I'll come back to it. I'm not sure. Prognosis? We're all stumped, Sienna said, rising to her feet. I'm going to finish up here, get the crime scene techs to bag everything. I'll do the thorough autopsy in the morning. Let's call it a night, Matthew confirmed, seeming eager to wrap things up for the moment. Get some rest. We'll meet at the station at 9. Sienna, you'll calm when you're done? No, Captain, she said dryly. I prefer to keep my results secret. I smirked, but she had a point. Matthew was acting strangely. I wondered if his anxiousness to wrap up the crime scene was part of it. Detective, Matthew said, may I speak with you outside? You good here? I asked Sienna. When she nodded, I thanked Renola, then followed Matthew outside. Olive sat across the room, quivering from fright as she gazed up at Matthew. I made my way to Olive. His bark's worse than his bite, I said, then realized my unfortunate choice of words as I knelt before her. Forget I said that. Captain King is the best in the business. He and I will find out what happened to your roommate and who did this to him.
Am I... She hesitated. Do you still think I...
No, I said. You're cleared. We might have more questions for you about Mason, but that's all. Do you have a friend you can stay with for tonight? She gave a jerky nod.
My friend Marty offered me her couch. Can I go?
Of course. I gestured for Enola to come over. I'm going to have one of our finest officers walk you to your friends. You think of anything else, let us know. Once Olive was taken care of, I rejoined Matthew down the hall. Together, we walked through the chapel. Matthew stood stiffer than usual, foregoing his usual attempts to appear less vampiric and more human. He didn't breathe, didn't blink. What's wrong? I asked. You calmed Willa? The speed at which he blurted out the accusation told me he'd been thinking about it for some time. You were attacked and you called Willa before me? Come on, I groaned. I wasn't attacked. It was my brother following me. A fact he kindly let me know. What? I whirled to face Matthew. Rob contacted you? How do you even know him? Rob and I have crossed paths before, Matthew said simply. We don't make a habit of keeping in touch, unless he believes his sister is in danger. What an idiot. I'm going to kill him. He was just looking out for you. What doesn't he understand? What don't you understand? My voice cracked through the chapel. I lowered it until we reached the main admissions hallway. I can take care of myself. I'm not only a grown woman, but a well-trained cop. He wouldn't have called Nash's girlfriend to complain if he had been walking home alone. That's different. Why? Because he's a man? Matthew bit his tongue, looking like he didn't know whether to step forward or backward. Either way, his chances of landing in hot water were high. I'm sorry, it makes me annoyed at my brother? Angry when I'm not near enough to help you. Well, no offense, but you accepted the job in New York. You had an option. Did I? He turned his beautiful eyes on mine, his face chiseled from stone, his expression one of deadly seriousness. I'm not sure that's what I would call it. The answer you gave was yes, I said. The other option was no. Would you rather I... It doesn't matter what I thought, I said. You took the job before asking me. And frankly, even if you had asked me, I wouldn't have made the decision for you. The choice was yours alone. I have a duty to the citizens of Wicked and beyond. I can see that. Danielle. Look, I wasn't going to pick a fight tonight, I said, lowering my voice as we passed the nervous Pixie and the stuffy-looking gnome security guard at reception. I was just happy to see you when you showed up. You're the one getting all fluffy about this stuff. Fluffy? King glanced at me. I'm fluffy? I was going to say pissy, but it's the holiday season and my mom told me to try and be more cheerful. Am I a freaking load of cheer or what? Cheerful, Matthews said. Ah, yes, you're full of it. I rolled my eyes, but a smile grew on my face. Are you ready to stop being fluffy? We stepped into the darkness together, and in that instant, Matthew changed. He went from stiff captain to the Matthew King I'd grown to know and love. Once the moonlight hit his face, he came alive. His pale skin glinted, his eyes brightened. His black hair glittered under the glow, and his very figure seemed to lengthen, broaden against the darkness. If anything, Matthew King became the deadliest creature in the world at night, and he was mine. I slipped my hand in his, and he took it. His skin was cool against mine. Our pace picked up in urgency as he pulled me toward the pond on campus, where even the wildlife had retired for the night. With a flick of his wrist, Matthew cleared the rest of the area of fairies, driving them into their homes as he led me across a bridge to a small island in the middle of Dewdrop Lake. Only then, once we were alone and enclosed in a private clearing, did he loosen the rest of the way. He pulled me into his arms, his chest strong as stone, his arms sturdy as steel. But his lips, when they touched mine, were soft as clouds. Our tongues met in a clash of pent-up desire and desperate want. His hands pulled through my hair, dragged off my leather jacket. My fingers fumbled with his shirt as we struggled to get closer, to disappear into one another. Then my legs were wrapping around his waist, my arms clutching at his neck, as we moved in a tangle of limbs, stumbling backward as we twisted and moved together. My back hit the trunk of a tree, shielded by Matthew's hand as he balanced me there. "I guess you missed me, huh?" I asked. "It's been a while." Matthew groaned. "You can't even imagine." His hands reached for my pants. I held back, gave him a coy smile. "Don't you have to take a girl out to dinner before you do this?" Matthew grinned back, his fangs descending, gnashing in a thoroughly appealing way as I remembered the feel of them on my neck. "How could you be thinking about food at a time like this?" "I'm just saying." Matthew closed off my complaints with another kiss. And this time I didn't think about food, or the case, or anything at all, except that when I was with Matthew King, all was right in the world. Chapter 4. I woke in Matthew's bed, sighing in a mixture of bliss and soreness. "I'm not 22 anymore," I said. "I can't do those acrobatics anymore. Do I have a scratch on my back?" "That would be the tree trunk," Matthew said, rolling me over to examine my bare skin. "Sorry about that. I'll get you some aloe ale. I guess I was a little out of control." "No need to apologize. Really, the pleasure was all mine." "I hope so." Matthew grinned, pressed a kiss to the sensitive part of my neck. "Though I have no complaints. You know, the ale will work better if we shower first." I groaned. "Really? Again? It's been a while." "Yeah, but it was a long night," I said, "and we have a case today." "Autopsy won't be done for a bit. Meeting's not until 9. You did that on purpose." Matthew picked up my naked body, cradled me closely against him in a way that had me heating up from the inside out. "Indeed, and I'd hate to waste my hard work in preparation. Shall we?" "We shall," I said, a laugh bubbling up inside. "You sneaky bastard." And we did. An hour later, freshly showered, dabbed up with aloe ale, and practically floating from all the endorphins I'd racked up, Matthew and I made our way up the precinct steps, where the cement was still cracked from Matthew's previous stomping. Matthew and I went separate ways as we entered the building. I went to find the sludge machine that dispensed our coffee, while Matthew headed upstairs at the chief's insistence. I slipped into the kitchen and pulled out a mug that said "World's Best Granddad" on it. I headed over to the coffee pot and waited behind a mousy-haired female in a patrol uniform who I'd never seen before. After a few minutes, I peeked my head around, wondering what was taking so long. "Sorry, damn it, this stupid machine." The woman, or girl rather, jammed the filter into the pot. "This thing isn't working right, and I can't find any filters." "It breaks all the time," I said. "And if we run out of filters, we just use toilet paper." The officer turned, her cheeks blushing pink as she stared at me. "Are you joking?" Sir, Detective DeMarco, sorry. I didn't realize it was you in here. Sorry about the language. It's not your fault, it's the coffee pot's fault, I said, stepping around to take a better look. What's your name?
Lexus.
She blinked, shook her head nervously.
I mean, Officer Lexus. I mean, Marguerite Lexus Primrose.
That's a mouthful.
My friends call me Lexus, she said apologetically. I hate my first name, and my last name sounds, I don't know, fluffy.
Lexus, huh?
My parents are obsessed with human machinery.
Lexus squinted.
Especially cars. They, study it. I guess they were into Lexuses, Lexi, when I was born. My mom vetoed it being my first name, but my dad snuck it into the middle. I'm not actually sure what would be worse.
Sorry to hear that.
Me too, she said with a snort. Oh, look at that. You got the coffee to work. What did I do wrong?
I'm not sure, I said, jiggling the pot so the liquid ended up inside. I just pressed start.
I tried that, but there's this sort of sludgy mess that comes out, and...
Officer Primrose stopped when I turned to look at her, her cheeks pinkening further.
Oh, that's how it's supposed to be.
You don't come in here much, do you? I yanked the pot out and began pouring myself a cup of the bitter-smelling liquid. The coffee's been like this for decades.
No, she said. I usually bring my coffee from home, but I was a little rushed this morning and forget it. I'm an idiot.
Nah, I said, unable to keep from thinking the girl had come from money. Her parents had named her Marguerite Lexus for crying out loud. She thought the coffee pot was broken because it wasn't primo caffeine. I gave her 2 weeks before she dropped out of the job. Don't beat yourself up about it. We've just let our palates adjust, or burned off our taste buds so we can't tell the difference. I watched as Officer Primrose valiantly reached for a cup that said boss across the front. Gently, I reached out and took it from her. She glanced up, concern on her face. That's the chief's, I said. Don't want to use his mug.
Oh,
she slapped her forehead.
I can't believe I've lasted a week in the department. I'm the worst.
You are not the worst, I said. You're learning the ropes. Where are you headed this morning? Primrose gratefully accepted a mug with a unicorn on the front that said something about magic, then poured herself her own cup.
I've got a meeting. Look, thanks, Detective. I've studied your work, and suffice to say, wow. The amount of cases you've closed, along with Captain King.
She paused to shake her head in what appeared to be genuine awe.
It's an honor to meet you.
They're teaching that stuff in school these days? I wrinkled my nose. When did I get old enough to become a historical figure?
I didn't mean that. I'm fascinated by your reserve skills, and
I'm going to shut up. I'm running late for a meeting, so... I hesitated, gave her a quick nod. Good luck with everything, Primrose. The girl spluttered some semblance of thanks. I was already on my way down the hall before I heard footsteps behind me. Glancing over my shoulder, I found Officer Primrose scurrying a few steps behind. Her eyebrows squinted in concentration as she scanned the passing room numbers. You lost? I asked when I'd made a few turns and it was clear she was following me. I can give you directions.
Is it that obvious?
She squinted down where she'd jotted notes on the inside of her hand.
I'm looking for Captain King's meeting in the...
Really? I paused. That's a detective meeting. She flashed her hand around to show me the writing.
It's part of a training program for some of us. We're sitting in on a briefing.
I waved for her to follow me. Sit near the back if you don't want to look like a suck-up.
I don't want to look like a suck-up, she repeated, but I'm afraid I might be one. If I'm really a suck-up, should I sit?
I pushed the door open and held an arm out. Sit wherever you like. I took my customary spot near the very back. The room had mostly filled up already, the tables and chairs taken by familiar faces, most of them in plain clothes, a few of the officers helping on our cases wearing their uniforms. Cups of coffee sat before most of the filled seats, steam curling up, the smell of caffeine both tantalizing and somewhat sickening. Officer Primrose kept right on following me to the back of the room, where I plopped down in a seat just as Matthew began speaking. Thankfully, he cut off whatever Marguerite Lexis Primrose had been about to say to me. She was nice and all, but I'd fulfilled my daily quota of small talk with her in a matter of 5 minutes. I was plumb out of words for the next few hours, unless they were related to Mason White's murder. "You may notice a few new faces here today," Captain King said to the room, which, now that he mentioned it, did appear to be more crowded than usual. "They're some of our finest new recruits. These officers all received exemplary scores on their classwork and have expressed interest in pursuing career paths as detectives." I side-eyed Marguerite Lexis Primrose and found her practically bouncing in her seat with excitement. It was a wonder she didn't explode to her feet with waves and bright eyes, introducing herself to anyone who'd listen. "It'll be a 2-week assignment," Matthew continued. "We'll be matching up one detective with one officer. The officer will assist on all active cases. Duties will include, but are not limited to, accompanying the primary to crime scenes, interviews, and, of course, paperwork." A few nervous laughs came from the crowd, most of it from the newbies. The old dogs, myself included, were internally groaning. Just what I needed, I thought with another glance at the starry-eyed officer next to me. When I turned back to the front of the room, I caught the gaze of Marcus Prey, a detective I'd clashed with in the past, and we both rolled our eyes. I knew exactly what he was thinking because I was thinking it too. My name better not be called. "Lewis, you'll be paired with Officer Stem," Matthew called. "Stem, where are you? Wave a hand so Lewis can see." A small kid with bright orange hair waved a hand so enthusiastically that I hit a snicker as Lewis shrunk in his seat, his eyes conveying the same dissatisfaction I'd feel if it were my name the captain had read aloud. I tuned out as Matthew continued roll call. There was no way I'd be paired with someone. I was a reserve, not even a regular detective. Plus, I was working what would soon become a high-profile case, and Matthew had to know that I didn't have time to train and work it, and still wrap it up in a timely manner. There was no way. "DeMarco," Matthew barked, then clarified when my gaze met Nash's. "Detective DeMarco, you'll be paired with Officer Primrose." I closed my eyes as a squeal next to me sounded shrill against my ears. There was a muted clapping of hands, but by the time I opened my eyes, Lexis had stopped the clapping to do a wave to the room, as if I didn't know who she was. "Got it," I mumbled, distinctly ignoring Marcus Prey's smirk. He'd gotten by without an officer, which in retrospect was probably a smart choice on Matthew's part. Prey flirted with everything in a skirt, and while I had gained some respect for him, Officer Primrose was in no shape to have her first mentor be Marcus Prey. The rest of the meeting devolved into updates and assignments. Officers and detectives left the room as tasks were handed down until it was just Lexis and me left sitting in the back. Matthew stepped down from behind the podium and sauntered through the empty room. He gave us a thin smile. "I trust you're both agreeable with the assignment?"
"Are you joking me?" Primrose gasped. "I mean, yes! God, yes! Of course! I'm so pleased. I'm in shock. Really, speechless."
Matthew turned his gaze on me, his eyebrows raised slightly in surprise. If I wasn't mistaken, there was a hint of apology in his eyes. "The best with the best," he said nobly. "It seems Officer Primrose is well acquainted with your body of work, Detective DeMarco."
"Yes, sir," Primrose said. "She was included in my thesis."
"DeMarco, you'll be happy to hear that Officer Primrose is our most promising recruit for the detective track," Matthew said. "She's broken all sorts of records on her school exams, the highest in the class. I'm looking forward to seeing what this partnership can do." Officer," I turned to Primrose. "Can I have a moment alone with Matthew? If you'll just wait here for a second." I stood, trying to ignore the look of disappointment in her eyes, as I laid a finger firmly on Matthew's elbow and directed him out of the room. Once we were in a deserted break room just off the hallway, I spun to face him.
"What the hell is this about?"
Matthew raised a hand. "What happened to your Christmas cheer?" She took it all," I thumbed over my shoulder. Did you hear her squeal? I've never known a detective who squealed. She'll last a week, tops. Give her a chance, DeMarco. Detectives come in all shapes and sizes. Not in that size, I said. I don't even know what size that is. Extra super excitable? She's brilliant. At least her classwork rose to the top over and over again. We need to give her a chance. We can't afford to let a perfectly capable and maybe even exceptional detective fall by the wayside. That's noble and all, but if you'll excuse my French. I paused for effect, added my hands to my hips for double effect. I've got shit to do. Good, he said simply. Then it's all the better I've got you an assistant. Use her, DeMarco. Teach her, and then get her to help you out. This case is going to be high profile, I said. The chief wouldn't have called me in otherwise. A murder of a student on campus? Orientation is supposed to be a safe place for people to learn about magic. Exactly. You'll need all the help you can get. Matthew clearly wasn't budging, so I blew out a breath and let my hands slip from my hips. What about you? I had a partner until you took this stupid assignment in New York. It took you away from me, so yes, I repeated, it's stupid. You and I work well together. We close cases as evidenced by Primrose's thesis. There are things I need to attend to in New York, Matthew said. You know as well as I do that there are happenings above and beyond our control in the world at the moment. Are you dealing with the Hex Files? Matthew's silence startled me. Well, I prompted, are you? I don't know, he said quietly. We're dealing with some concerning signals. I have to stick it out, Danielle. I wish I could tell you more. You know, back when you worked your real job, you would have told me, I said. I thought we shared everything. We do, but this is different. I'm not at liberty to say. Of course you're not, I said, but my tone was defeated. Whatever. Are you staying to finish the case? I can't. I have to get back. I was planning on leaving directly after our meeting. I'm sorry I interfered with your travel plans. I didn't mean it like that, Dani. You know that as well as I do. Well, I'd hate to keep you away from whatever secret mission you're doing, I said. If you're interested, my mom is having her yearly holiday happy hour today. We're all decorating the tree and drinking spiked eggnog and... whatever. It sounds stupid, but it's fun. If you want to come, that would be nice. Matthew winced. I wish I could, but... You're busy. I looked away, didn't meet his eyes. Okay, well, see you sometime. Dani, listen. Matthew reached for my chin, clasped it in his fingers, and pulled it upward until I faced him. I'll try to make it, okay? But no promises. I relented at the torn look in his eye. It's not really a big deal at all, I muttered. Don't worry about it. I'm sure whatever you're doing is more important. I didn't say that, Matthew said. Nothing's more important than you, but I have a duty to protect the 6th borough, and if these signals we're seeing are true... Just promise me one thing, I said. Will you tell me once you know for sure if the Hex Files are involved? It's been a while since we took down the ghoul, and we know he still has a master out there. What's he been doing all this time? Matthew raised one shoulder. Damned if I know, but I haven't forgotten, and yes, I'll let you know if any of this turns out to conclusively tie into the files. What are we doing? I pressed. I hate this, just sitting here, waiting for his next move. That's not entirely true, Matthew said. We can't let him destroy our lives. Murders need to be solved. Work needs to be done. Christmases need to be had. He paused for a smile. We're working, I promise. And in the meantime, trust the files. They'll draw you all together when the time is right. I tried to nod, but the action was too much. Matthew sensed my distress and pulled me closer, planting a gentle kiss on my lips that stirred up all sorts of feelings. Not all of them love and longing. Some of them were more complex: frustration, disappointment, pain. The distance between us was becoming more and more difficult to bear. My love for him was stronger than ever, but how could we continue to grow as a couple if we hardly talked? And if when we did, it was all about work. Before I had time to ponder any of the mess of questions, Matthew and I left the break room. We parted, saying one more round of goodbyes that was interrupted when my brother strolled over. Nash nodded to King, then turned to me when Matthew took off down the hallway. "Back to New York?" Nash asked gently. His eyes were on me. I hadn't realized I'd been watching Matthew as he walked away from us. "Yeah, but whatever. What did you want?" Nash blinked. He wasn't fazed by the sharpness of my tone. We were family. "I was thinking about the case." "Which case?" "Yours," he said. "Mason White's murder. Obviously, it's a big deal. Someone getting onto campus and killing a student right in the dorms. There's going to be some alarm around town. The mayoral candidates have already called the chief." "Why wasn't I told about that?" "Because I'm telling you now. Newton asked me to pass it along," Nash said. "They talked this morning. Both mayoral candidates are adamant that this wraps up quickly. The campaign is coming soon, and they don't want it tainted by murder." "Well, I'm sorry," I said dryly. "I'm not sure I can help with that. Tell people to stop murdering one another then. Start your own campaign." "I'm serious," Nash said. "It's going to hit the news cycle big time. I got to thinking, maybe there's a way we can wrap this up quickly." I squinted. "You got to thinking, huh? That's a dangerous thing." Nash narrowed his eyes at me. "Come on, Dani, you know what I'm trying to say. If there's a way we could get Willa down to the morgue, have her take a look at Mason's body with her new powers." "Absolutely not," I said, surprised by the seething anger in my tone. Everything was adding to it this morning. A new recruit tied to my hip who smelled like bubblegum lip gloss, Matthew's extended absence, and now my brother. I will not let you capitalize on Willa's tragedy to look good for the mayor. "But another word and I'll shove your family jewels somewhere they were never meant to go." Apparently, I must have sounded quite intimidating because Nash paled. "Come on, Dani." "It's Detective DeMarco," I corrected. "I mean, you are talking to me about work, right?" I was confused, though, because you called me Dani, and you're trying to drag a personal friend into a mess that's not hers to worry about. I confided in you about her new powers. The key word being confided, in confidence. Not to brandish about before the world to get ahead of a freaking news cycle. "It's not only about that," Nash said, bristling. "She acquired those powers for a reason. Does it hurt her to use them?" "Maybe it does," I snapped. "Her mother just died. She's barely used to being haunted by her own mum. She doesn't need to be around any more death and destruction. She's already been subjected to more than her fair share of it. The last of her family was taken away by this mess, so no, I will not bring her into this. And if you so much as breathe a word of it to Willa, Mama DeMarco is not going to be getting any grandkids from you." Nash expelled a breath, turned on his heel, and stomped off down the hallway. The sound of a door closing in the opposite direction drew my attention. To my dismay, I found Officer Primrose staring at me with wide eyes, her skin a ghastly pale, her cheeks an obnoxious pink. "How much of that did you hear?" I groaned and ran a hand over my face. She said. "The bit about not having grandchildren? I take it that's Lieutenant DeMarco?" "Yeah, that would be him," I said. "Can you forget this ever happened?" "Well, I can't forget it. Not yet, at least," she said. "I mean, I can try, but it's like my brain holds on to things that I don't want it to hold on to, and even if I really do try to forget..." She stopped abruptly. "That's not what you meant, is it?" "No." "I won't say a word," she said. "I promise." "Better." "Now what?" "What do you mean?" "Don't we have a case to work?" I was jarred by her early use of the word we. I was more of an I sort of employee around the precinct. As evidenced by my last two conversations, I wasn't always the best at partnering with other people. "I have a case to work," I said. "You'll just be following me along. Got it? I understand you're a genius at classwork, but it's different in the real world. Working with people isn't like studying a textbook." "I know," she said. "I mean, yes, ma'am." Call me detective, or DeMarco, or something. I hate ma'am.
Yes.
She caught herself before she repeated ma'am.
Yes, sir.
It's better than ma'am, I figured, and I'd scared the poor thing enough.
With all due respect, Detective, Primrose said, I'd like to assist as much as possible on the case. Getting coffee or whatnot, running down leads you expect to go nowhere. It doesn't matter, but I want to help.
Great, I said. You can do one thing right now to help me out.
What's that?
No more talking until we reach the crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Primrose?
Yes?
That's talking. Chapter 5. True to her word, almost comically so, Officer Primrose refrained from speaking until we reached the campus of magic. Once there, however, all bets were off.
Where to now?
She asked as we climbed up the stairway to admissions.
Do you want to split up? Might be faster.
I looked at her. We're not at the crime scene, I reminded her. We're on campus. The crime scene is his room.
Right,
Primrose said, looking confused. So no talking, I said. Remember? You're new around here. Primrose piped down as we made our way to the front desk. A few flashes of my badge, and the nervous pixie from the night before was handing us a stack of papers that outlined Mason White's class schedule, the names of his professors, and any extracurricular activities he was involved in, which wasn't much. Any chance you know the names of any of Mason's friends? I asked. I know it's a long shot, but maybe he's come through here a few times with someone you recognize.
I'm sorry, but no, I don't actually remember seeing Mason, the pixie said. We get a lot of students coming through these halls.
I asked directions to the first class on Mason's schedule. The pixie pointed us toward a classroom that housed magical maladies, a course on magical illnesses and afflictions.
Sir.
Primrose interrupted the silence.
May I suggest something?
I heaved a sigh. What is it?
Maybe you can check Mason's calling card?
His what?
Calling card, she said. It's like a comm, but it's only available to students on campus. I just thought, you asked the front desk woman about Mason's friends. It might not show up on a scan of his comm, but his calling card could give away friends, study groups, etc.
How do you know about calling cards? I asked, making a mental note to have the team check Mason's apartment for a calling card if they hadn't found one yet.
No offense, Detective,
Primrose said, pausing for that to sink in before continuing.
I am a little closer to my college years than you are. They issued calling cards my senior year. It's considered a more secure way to chat between students. A social network, if you will.
You're aware you've called me old twice today?
I'm so sorry, Detective, but...
I waved a hand to interrupt Primrose and offered her a small smile. I'm kidding. Nice work. We'll have them check for any records of a calling card. Primrose beamed under the compliment. She was still beaming when we arrived at Mason's first classroom. I'd have to pay her more compliments, I realized. They made her speechless. Professor Petrie, I said, introducing myself with a handshake and a quick flick of the badge. I'd like to ask you a couple quick questions about a student of yours. The professor straightened, waved a hand. The eraser that had been washing the board dropped to the ledge. He was an older gentleman on the verge of retirement and dressed like it. His glasses were hopelessly round, his suit charmingly faded and worn. He blinked somewhat incessantly and seemed to have trouble focusing his gaze between me and Primrose. Of course, he said in a crackling voice that sounded like dust. Which student? Mason White, I said. He had magical maladies with you first period? There was a long, awkward silence as the professor obviously racked his brain for any sign of the student. He said eventually. Sure, Mr. Mason... Mason White, I corrected. I held up a photograph. This man. He's here on a month-long orientation immersion. Right, Petrie said. Of course, What did you want to know about him? You have no clue who he is, do you? Officer Primrose blurted out. looking surprised as the words left her lips.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I hid a smile as I turned to the professor. We understand you're incredibly busy and see hundreds of students per day. It's completely fine if you don't recall this particular student.
I'm sorry, Petrie said. I haven't done midterm grades yet. I don't require oral or practical tests. The class is called Magical Maladies, so that wouldn't be good. Though the second level does have a practical portion where...
That's okay, I said. We're just really interested in White. Is there any chance you could tell me where I might find Miss Yam's classroom? With directions to accounting for paranormals in hand, I strode toward our next destination without much hope. If Mason White had been trying to blend in, he'd sure done a good job of it. I found myself wondering if he'd even attended any of his classes.
A left here,
a voice said. It took a second to register that it belonged to Primrose until she repeated herself.
Left there.
You know how to get there? I asked. Why didn't you say something?
Sir, you haven't been fond of me speaking, Primrose said. If you'd like me to help, all you have to do is ask.
Okay, I said, breathing out a huge sigh. It would be helpful in the future if, for example, you know your way around campus, you let me know before I take every wrong turn I can find.
Of course, sir.
Detective DeMarco, I suggested. There's nothing wrong with either of those.
Yes, sir.
I gave up on the lost cause as we came within sight of Miss Yam's classroom. Her glasses were even bigger and rounder than Mr. Petrie's. She was younger than Petrie, but distinctly more scattered. I was surprised she had made it to the correct classroom, and I was entirely unsurprised that she had absolutely zero clue as to the fact that Mason White existed, let alone had been taking her course. The rest of Mason's schedule played out much in the same way. He took a total of 8 classes. It wasn't until the 7th class, Magical Etiquette and Paranormal Prowess, that we got any sort of hit. Professor Bleecker was a severe-looking woman with a no-nonsense bun tied into her blonde hair and steep high heels that put her a few inches taller than me. Her classroom was organized to within an inch of its life, without so much as a piece of chalk out of place. As we knocked and let ourselves into the room, she snapped her fingers, and even the duster and broom straightened to attention.
What can I do for you, Detective?
Bleecker asked, her gaze fixed on me after the introduction.
I have a class beginning in 20 minutes.
This won't take long, I said. Mason White, he's a student of yours.
Yes, I know who he is, she said. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 3rd period.
Yes, I echoed, sounding surprised. You've seen him in class before?
Of course.
She sniffed, seeming miffed at the assumption she wouldn't know each and every one of her students.
I know everyone who sits in these seats, and even most of the students who don't. What would you like to know about him?
We're investigating his death, I said. We're asking around, trying to get a feel for who might have had something against White.
You suspect he was murdered?
I gave a nod that didn't quite confirm or deny, but it was enough for the sharp-as-a-tack professor.
I don't know that he had any friends, Bleecker said. At least I never saw him conversing with any other students or walking to class with companions.
What about during class? How did he seem?
Private, reserved, she said. Which I wouldn't have minded, but he did make some interesting choices.
Such as? I could practically feel Primrose perking up beside me. Bleecker gave a tiny frown that somehow didn't make any wrinkles on her face.
He opted out of any hands-on work.
What sort of hands-on work?
If you read the description of the course, you'll see that I teach in a very hands-on way, she said,
opening a drawer and pulling out a class syllabus. She handed it over to me. Sure enough, labs were documented once a week.
I've never had a student opt out of all practical work before.
I considered. Could he still pass the class if he took only the written tests?
I suppose he could scrape by, she said, but I've never had anyone do that before. Usually the written work is the hardest. Students make up the majority of their grade in the labs. It's not difficult for anyone who's done their homework.
So he doesn't have any incentive to opt out, I said. That is strange. What sort of work do you have them do? She gestured to a list of spells on the paper before me.
Simple things, but you'd be surprised how many of these men and women have never thought to use a key collector charm before when they've lost their house keys, or a bandage spell to wrap themselves when injured. Simple, practical spells, things that will help them survive and blend into our world. And, of course, the etiquette that goes with using such magic.
Is there anything else we should know about Mason White? I asked. Anything else peculiar? Bleeker squinted at her gradebook.
He's passed all of his written exams with perfect scores. I never expect students to be able to do that. Something felt off to me about it, but I didn't ever catch or suspect him of cheating, beyond the perfect scores. I suppose he could just be a very lazy student, but quite brilliant?
We all considered, but it still didn't quite add up. Thank you very much. I handed Bleeker a card. If you think of anything else, let me know. Well, that matches with what I found on White's hands. No residuals anywhere in sight, I said to Primrose as we left Bleeker's classroom. He's taking care not to use any spells. Why?
Maybe he didn't want to be here?
Primrose suggested.
Maybe he was just here trying to get a message to someone.
I hadn't told her about the note in his pocket. I squinted at her. That's very perceptive of you. What makes you say that?
I might have sneaked a look at the case file,
she blurted quickly. She crossed her arms defensively, looking a bit like a cheerleader as her hair flounced behind her.
I just wanted to be prepared, thorough.
So you saw mention of the note?
I did.
What do you make of it?
Are you asking my opinion? She spluttered. On the case?
Unless it's going to trigger a heart attack, I said, giving her the side eye.
No, of course not, she said,
struggling to get the flustered portion of herself crammed into a tiny compartment and tucked away. She raised her chin, put on a more confident expression.
I think he was here for you. I mean, to get you a message, or to warn you, or to put a bug in your ear about something.
A bug in my ear. I glanced at her. What's that supposed to mean?
I think he came here to tell you something.
Great, then why not show up at the precinct? Pick up the comm. Why go through the whole orientation process if he was just looking for me?
Is there any way you can get someone to do an analysis on the ink?
Primrose asked with a frown.
I don't know if that's possible, but I'm thinking he might have just discovered your name. In fact, maybe that's what got him killed.
You're making me feel great today, Primrose. She pinkened again, but she didn't back down.
I think you know it too. He came to the 6th borough for a reason, to discover something. I think whatever he was looking into, it led him to you, and someone didn't like that.
The sinking sensation in my gut told me that Primrose was likely correct. And there was really only one reason that my name would cause someone's death. I wiped a hand across my brow, agitated. There was just no escaping the Hex Files.
You know why that might be, don't you?
Primrose asked quietly.
Can I help with something, Detective? Is there anything you want to tell me?
No, I said shortly. There's not. End of story.
But if we want to solve the case...
My personal life is not a part of this case, I said. And if it is, it's none of your business. Got it, rookie? It took every conscious bone in my body not to snarl even more at Primrose, though I knew it wasn't her fault. Not exactly. It was just my luck to find myself paired with the most perceptive new recruit the force had seen in years. Matthew was probably laughing all the way over in New York. It was likely he knew exactly what challenge he'd left me with back home. You've done a good job today, I said, clearing my throat when the words got stuck halfway out. What do you say you interview White's last teacher and report back?
On my own?
Unless you've got an imaginary friend you plan on bringing along.
No, sir.
Then yes, I said. You've done a good job keeping your mouth shut. You've proven that you're dogged and will say whatever needs to be said, regardless of audience.
Thank you, sir.
I hadn't meant it entirely as a compliment, but it was better she took it that way. I've got to check on a few things back at the precinct. I'll be waiting in the admissions lobby making a few comms. Meet me there when you're done.
How long do I have?
Excuse me?
When should I report back, sir?
I glanced at my watch. However long it takes. No more than an hour or I'll be gone. This afternoon we've got paperwork, and I've got a personal event that will take me away from the job today. It's rare for me to leave early on a big case, but...
Holiday happy hour.
Primrose nodded happily and smiled.
Sounds super fun.
How do you know about everything? She looked taken aback.
I'm, perceptive. Anyway, I'll get going. Come if you need anything.
Great, I said, and turned to walk toward the admissions lobby. I knew there was a small private office I could slip into and take care of some outstanding business. I halted, turned halfway back to my rookie. Oh, and Primrose?
Yes, sir.
No more commenting on my personal life, I said. Got it? She gave a hearty nod.
Yes, sir. Sorry, Detective.
It won't happen again. Chapter 6. 59 minutes later, I was tapping my foot in the admissions lobby. I'd completed my calls no more than 30 seconds prior, but it wouldn't hurt to have the rookie thinking I'd been standing around waiting for some time whenever she deigned to return. I sipped the mug of apple cider I'd been nursing since parting ways with Officer Primrose. I was feeling especially surly. I knew that I'd have to get my cheer back before holiday happy hour, or my mother would force cheer down my throat. The apple cider wasn't working. Mulling over the case, over my phone calls, and over Primrose, I couldn't stop stewing on everything on my plate. I had spoken with Sienna. She had the autopsy results ready, so I'd need to stop by before the end of the day. I'd roped in Felix to get warrants and search for Mason White's calling card, if there had been one. And I tried to get a hold of Captain King, but as usual, my comm had gone unanswered, except by his receptionist. As I wondered what Matthew was up to, a bright and shiny face appeared in the hallway. Primrose glanced down at her watch.
1 hour exactly, she said uneasily. That's okay, right?
What did you find? She cleared her throat, then glanced at the notebook in her hands.
Professor Harrell didn't know who Mason White was. That much was obvious.
It took you an hour to figure that out?
Well, I used my extra time to poke around a bit.
I groaned. What sort of poking? Primrose reached in her pocket, pulled out something resembling a small flat disc.
I found Mason's calling card.
My jaw almost cracked open. How did you do that?
I asked around, found a few of his friends.
I didn't think he had any friends.
He doesn't, she said quickly. I should say acquaintances. The professor said that his students are required to do a lot of group work. His class is called Paranormal Professionals, simulates the workplaces in a paranormal world. So he makes them do a ton of work together.
Sounds awful.
I think it's a great idea, sir, Primrose said easily. Regardless, he couldn't remember who Mason worked with, but it was easy enough to sweet-talk him into handing over the last class assignment.
You're a cop, I said to Primrose. No sweet-talking necessary. Flick your badge at him and he has to cooperate.
You catch more flies with honey and all that, Primrose muttered. Anyway, I found Mason's 3 study partners. I've got their names here. Charlie Yurts, Violet Bradshaw, Quinn Weirley. As it turned out, he met with them the afternoon he died.
I raised my eyebrows. Time?
He was with them around 6 to 9 p.m. They're not sure where he went after, she said, but they remarked that Mason seemed agitated, in a hurry. He left a notebook behind along with his calling card inside. They thought it odd he hadn't come back for it. Obviously, they now know why.
I reached for the calling card, examined it. I was about to stick it into my pocket when I had a better idea. Bag it for evidence, I told her. Take credit for the find. It's yours.
You would have found it, she said hurriedly. It's
not a competition, I said. We're all going after the same goal. Finding White's murderer. She nodded.
Absolutely. Well, I don't think his friends had anything to do with it. They took a break for food when Mason left, but then the 3 of them met back up to finish studying after dinner. Their library cards didn't scan out until midnight. I checked.
Good work, officer, I said, impressed. What else did you get from the friends?
Not much, she said. They weren't friends. They were just forced to work together. Mason didn't contribute much from the sounds of it, just enough to squeak by in class and not let his group mates down. If they assigned him a project, he did it, but he wasn't extra talkative. Though he did ask questions.
What sorts of questions?
Violet said he was always reading books on witches and sorcerers, learning random questions in the middle of study hall, she said. He was particularly fascinated by prophecies. She remembered the book he was reading the night he died, she said, because he wouldn't take his nose out of it long enough to help with the project. He was especially distracted, and his group was a little annoyed with him. Until they found out he was dead, of course.
Funny how that changes things, I said. This book, I wonder if it's in Mason's apartment?
It wasn't cataloged by the crime scene team as being taken in for evidence, she said. Though I imagine we could pop by, ask his roommate to unlock the door for us.
Yes, I said. Let's do that. Sure enough, a quick sweep of now Olive's apartment showed no book of the sort. But when we went to the library and reviewed the records, it showed the book was still checked out under Mason's name. That's going to be one hell of a late fee, I muttered, earning a soft giggle from Primrose. Where's the book? She shrugged.
I don't know. He didn't leave it behind. I have his notebook that I'll put into evidence, but there's nothing that makes any sense on it.
I flipped through the pages, and sure enough, it didn't look particularly useful. Notes from class, syllabi, and meeting times for his study groups. I stopped at the end, my heart racing. The last page had a corner torn from it, and I was willing to bet that if I slid the note from his pocket with my name on it, edge to edge, it would fit like a puzzle piece. Primrose read my mind.
Maybe he met someone at the library he talked to? Asked questions, got your name? They didn't like him poking around, killed him, took the book? Whatever it is in that book might have tipped him off. Otherwise, why would the killer take it?
That's the million-dollar question, I said. Great work today, Primrose. I think we're done here for now. This afternoon, I'm going to need you to log all this stuff into evidence. Be sure Felix sees the calling card and notebook entry and moves it to the top of his queue.
Absolutely.
Then I need you to prepare a flight plan tomorrow to the Isle. Let's rent one of the department's magic carpets. It's the easiest legal way to travel on short notice.
A single?
Double, I shot back. Assuming you fancy a trip to the Isle. She blinked, her lips curled back in frozen excitement.
Yes, please.
Then I'm going to need you to get on the phone with Magic Inc. Get me a copy of that book, I said. Obviously, the original would be best, but if the killer has it, that doesn't help us much. See what else you can find on it and start digging through. Maybe something will trigger our attention.
And what about you?
Me?
What will you be doing this afternoon?
I wasn't used to reporting my movements to anyone, and I wasn't a fan of having to adjust. Not because I was hiding anything, but because I sort of hated being told what to do. And Primrose was nosy. But it was work, I reminded myself, and I had to play nice if I wanted to keep my job. I'm headed to speak with Sienna at the morgue, I said. Then back to check on the evidence and file our report from the day. After that, I'm off for a few hours. I'll check back in after my mother's shindig in case there have been any developments. Obviously, if anything urgent comes up, calm me.
Of course. But, sir, one more thing.
What is it, Primrose?
Can I come to the morgue with you?
She rose onto tiptoes with desperation.
Please?
Chapter 7. Primrose trailed behind me to the morgue. I thought I saw her skipping once. When she caught me watching her, she hunched her shoulders forward and turned her skip into a slower trot. She guiltily didn't meet my eyes until we arrived at the building to the south end of the borough, just near the Deadlands. Been here before? I asked. Ever seen an autopsy?
No, she said. How'd you guess?
It's not like I'm a detective or anything, I drawled, leading the way to the front desk where we quickly checked in with Ursula, the purple-colored monster who was the other half to Sienna's office staff. The two had a strong bond, like sisters from separate planets. Ursula didn't let anybody through the doors she didn't trust, which meant she took an extra long moment to size up Officer Lexus Primrose. "Who's she?" Ursula finally grunted, wiggling her mask behind the desk as she stood and glanced at my new shadow. Then she gave me a serious stare. You don't like working with other people, Detective. If you're under a spell, blink twice. I barked out a laugh, while Primrose looked taken aback.
I never put the detective under a spell, Primrose yelped. I swear, I follow the rules, most of the time. Except for once when I forgot to file my report, but that was an accident. And anyway, the detective is basically legendary. Plus, she's dating Captain King. I mean, that is career and personal suicide to think I could get away with an attack on Detective DeMarco. Not that I thought about it. She added weakly, I'm just going to stop talking.
Ursula just gave one look at me and raised an eyebrow. I matched it. I'm sorry, she said finally. Sienna's ready to see you. What's this about me dating King? I asked, once Ursula had brushed us past the front desk and Primrose and I were alone. She stopped abruptly and looked at me. Aren't you? It's none of your damn business, I said. When we're on the clock, we're on the clock. Don't make a habit of bringing up my personal life. Got it?
Yes, sir. Sorry,
You don't get queasy at the sight of dead bodies, do you?
I'm not...
Sienna swung the door to her lab open, cutting off the conversation. About time. Then she glanced at Primrose. Who are you babysitting? This is Officer Primrose, I said as diplomatically as possible. She's my,
partner,
Primrose filled in. Then her face turned bright pink.
I mean, not really, but sort of.
She's the rookie I'm paired with for the week, I said. Apparently she got high test scores and wants to make detective someday. Sienna studied the girl, coming to a silent conclusion that ended in a shrug. The necromancer turned back to the lab, apparently unbothered by my personal and departmental problems. Sienna had the rare ability to focus exclusively on what she did best, working with the dead. As I mentioned at the scene, Sienna began, but her description was punctuated with a gigantic thump. We both whirled around at the sound. I had my stunner pulled, and Sienna looked like she was ready to whip out some karate moves because her arms raised in a defensive stature. Our weapons were of no use, however, against the unconscious body. Primrose's hair dusted the floor as she lay sprawled against the cold, sterile tile. I guess high test scores don't equate to a strong stomach, I said, toeing the officer's hip. You okay, Primrose? A strong stomach? Sienna glanced behind her. I didn't even pull the sheet off the body yet. Wait until she sees the Y incision. When there was no response from Primrose, I knelt next to her, muttering a salting spell I'd used on a few other newcomers to the lab, and waved my newly scented palm under her nose. She came to in seconds.
Oh no, she muttered. Did I faint?
Unless you've got another reason for taking a swan dive onto the floor, I said. You okay?
No, I'm so embarrassed.
She scrambled to her feet, shifting her clothes straight and flicking her ponytail over her shoulder.
They'll never let me in here again.
Maybe that would be a good thing, I said. Let me get you some juice or something. Take a seat.
No, I'm good. I've got this, she said,
rolling her shoulders, standing up straighter, and keeping her chin as high as physically possible.
I got this, she repeated,
more to herself than anyone else.
And if I go down again, just let me be. I'll come back to it.
I was torn between laughter and silent admiration for the girl's guts. She might have a weak stomach, but her determination made up for it. Take a seat then and get a pillow. The last thing we need is to keep stopping the results to catch you. And please don't hit your head. There's a lot of paperwork if we have to take you to the hospital.
I'm great, she said. No paperwork needed.
Sienna turned back toward the body, a hint of amusement on her face. Her hair this afternoon was a deep pink red, shaved on one side. She wore her usual uniform of ripped jeans and an inappropriate t-shirt, and the effect of her outfit seemed mesmerizing to Primrose as the rookie took a seat on a chair and clutched a pillow against her lap. I'm afraid this visit will be rather brief, Sienna said, aside from any other mishaps.
Sorry, Primrose piped up. I'm really fine. Just sort of let myself down easy back there. I felt it coming. I've been fainting my whole life.
Don't tell people that, Primrose, I said. There is such a thing as too much information.
Right.
Primrose said, nodding seriously.
Sorry.
Cause of death won't be a surprise to you, Sienna said. It's
because she saw the residuals?
Primrose piped up.
Then, sorry.
Yes, Sienna said tersely. A Heartstopper hex took him out. As DeMarco also noted from the residuals, it's hard to say if it came definitively from a man or a woman. I'm running what I can through the lab to find trace evidence on his clothes from the spell, but I wouldn't hold your breath. My best theory is that the spell came from the void. I figured, I said. No signature calling card, no way to tie it back to him unless we find who sold it, yada yada. Not gonna happen. Sienna shook her head. Looks to be a dead end. There aren't any defensive wounds, so either White was surprised or he knew his attacker. Or both, I said. But who needed him dead, and why? It barely seems like anyone knew White at all. It might seem that way, she said, but someone did. The spell hit him right in the chest. They weren't messing around. They wanted him dead. Okay, I said. Anything else? Anything from his clothes, belongings? His clothes were likely purchased on the mainland. The brand is of a local Texas company, but I don't think it tells us anything except where he shopped before he came here. Nothing notable about them. And in the pockets, nothing except... The note, I finished. Yeah, got that. Speaking of the note, the paper is standard notebook issue. Pen is nothing special. Ink was dry when he put it in his pocket. Yeah, I figured. We found the notebook with a torn piece of paper in it. Belonged to him. So that's a dead end. Either he scribbled that name down or someone else did it.
He had the notebook, Primrose said, so why did he tear the paper out if he wrote it down himself? He could have just closed the notebook.
True, Sienna said. And that lines up with the preliminary handwriting analysis we've done on it. I can't say for certain, but I don't believe the writing belongs to Mason White. I blinked. You said the ink was dry before he put it in his pocket? She nodded. So how did this go? I asked, shoving my hands in the pockets of my black jeans and pacing in a square. We have White meeting up with somebody, possibly in the library, maybe elsewhere. Not sure yet. They get to talking about what? Something that interested him. White asks for my name or advice or something. The other person agrees. Mason reaches for his notebook, yanks the first thing he sees out, hence our torn paper.
Hands it over, Primrose continues, waits while the other guy writes it down.
Or girl, I said. We don't know yet. But they must have stood around talking for a few minutes, otherwise why wouldn't Mason have just folded the paper and shoved it in his pocket? He was discreet with everything else. I have no reason to think he wouldn't be discreet with this, too. We know he didn't do that because there aren't any smudges, Sienna completed. The type of ink he used, I tested it myself, is the thick, wet kind that takes a while to dry. On my count, it took almost 3 minutes before your name on that slip of paper would have been dry enough to fold without smearing at all. Which means there's a good chance our victim had a 5-minute conversation, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, just before he died. And if he was in the library, there's a chance someone else saw it.
It would have looked like they were discussing the homework assignment, Primrose said. Exchanging notes for a test, calling card numbers, that sort of thing. Happens all the time.
But just because they blended in doesn't mean someone didn't see them, I mused. They might have been standing in front of a water fountain, a stack of books, blocking an entrance. If this was a spur-of-the-moment meeting, their location wasn't likely planned. All it takes is one student annoyed at people blocking a hallway to remember the conversation.
You're brilliant, Primrose said. That's it.
It's not it, I said, more crossly than I'd intended. We still have to find who saw them, if anyone. It might still be nothing. Primrose deflated. Then she perked back up.
But it's a place to start.
I glanced at my watch. Speak of the devil, it's the perfect place for you to start. You up for a long shift?
The longest, Primrose said. At the library?
I nodded. I can't join you this evening, but if you could head to the library around 6, that's the same time Mason's study group met. I know we might not hit everyone who was there the day he was killed, but it's better than nothing."
"The library crew were sort of regulars,"
Primrose said. "I know, I was part of that group myself. I mean, sometimes you get the one-off study groups, but there will be a few people around who were there the night he died. I'm sure of it." "Primrose," I said, "were you a nerd?"
"Excuse me?"
"You aced all your tests. Did you spend a lot of time at the library?" She shrugged.
"Most nights, yeah."
"You know some of the librarians?" She shrugged again.
"Most of them, yeah."
Then her eyes lit up.
"You want me to use my connections?"
"It couldn't hurt," I said. "They've got video footage. We'll get a warrant in the works, but for now, maybe use some of that sweet-talking you've been going on about to see if they'll give you a sneak peek." Primrose looked extremely happy with the request. "Calm me with any findings," I said. "Same to you, Sienna. Now, I've got to get going, or I'll be late to my mother's party, and you'll have me on your table to autopsy Sienna." "Oh, I won't autopsy you," Sienna said with a grin. "That'll be an easy ruling. Murder by mother." Primrose snorted, and the three of us shared a moment of wry silence that probably meant there was some element of truth to it. All at once, we snapped to attention. Primrose and I headed to the precinct to file our paperwork and drop off evidence, and Sienna settled back to her work, in hopes that Mason White's body held more clues as to who had killed him, or why someone had wanted him dead. Chapter 8. "Good night, Primrose," I said, poking my head into the old janitorial closet that my rookie had manufactured into a cramped but efficient office space. "You got everything you need?"
"Yes, sir," she said. "I'll update you at the end of the evening and send a report through."
"Thank you, officer." I tapped my fingers against the door and retreated as Primrose returned her gaze to the papers before her. On second thought, I poked my nose back inside. "By the way, good work today."
"Really?"
"Don't sound so surprised," I said. "A weak stomach doesn't mean anything."
"It's embarrassing."
"This is a hard job," I said. "It exposes your weaknesses like no other career. The sooner you get used to shaking that off, living with it, the better you'll be."
"Thanks, boss," she said quietly.
"I appreciate that. Have fun with your family tonight." I wasn't sure if fun would be the correct way to describe the evening's activities, but the sheer fact that I found myself humming a little "Oh Holy Night" as I meandered home showed that I probably wasn't dreading it as much as I let on. There was something about DeMarco traditions, especially led by Rose DeMarco, that didn't let our family escape the holiday spirit. In a way, I was glad for the mandatory cheer. It was easy enough to be sucked into work on a daily basis, and the holidays were no different. If I had anyone else for a mother, I might have just worked straight through the festivities without realizing they'd come and passed. A night off here and there to celebrate with my brothers, eat a load of food, and try my hand at a present peeker spell never failed to lighten the mood, if only for an evening. Plus, it had the added effect of taking my mind off Matthew. While he'd said he'd try to make it, I knew that was code for him calling midway through the party to let me know something had come up. Normally, Matthew didn't look for reasons to get out of plans that involved me, which meant he really was dealing with something big in New York. Something huge that was capitalizing on all his time and attention, sucking his every working hour dry. I only wished he'd confided in me so I didn't have to wonder and worry when I went for hours or days without hearing from him. Sounds from the house on the horizon stilled my thoughts about work. I glanced up, finding a gingerbread-like walkway through the dry brown grass and the last fighting fingers of green holding on until that first snow. On either side stood lighted Christmas trees, making it feel as if the cobblestone path led into another world entirely. A magical version of snow fell repeatedly from the sky, lining the trees and my parents' yard with tufts of white, and went right until the edge of the Roberts' yard, where all cheer stopped abruptly, next to their grumpy, unfestive house and de-snowed lawn. Holiday spirit positively burst from my parents' house. Santa stood on the chimney, magicked to wave merrily and cackle a ho-ho-ho when anyone walked by, while a trio of enchanted elf dolls danced a little jig above a bedroom window. Lights of all colors and sizes flashed random glow patterns, timed to match the holiday music that swelled from the very belly of the house. Chatter filtered out from windows. The house would be draped with wreaths, topped by candles and stockings, greenery oozing along every banister, table, and chair inside the house, if memory served. It was impossible to hide my grin as I twisted the doorknob to let myself inside. There she is! Judging by the pinkish tint to my mother's face, she'd either laid into the eggnog or she was very, very happy to see me. Danielle, darling, walk through the arch! I looked up and saw an archway that was, of course, draped with mistletoe in the middle. Seeing as the only people around were a family, I wasn't sure who my mother was trying to rope into kissing, but that didn't seem to be the point. With a curious stare, I took one step through the archway, then a second. The red felt arch swarmed around me, thick curtains covering my body in a whirlwind of air and manic activity. I spluttered, waving my arms to fight off the attacking fabric. By the time I managed to inhale a deep breath, it was all over. What was that? I gaped at my mother. A deadly archway? She just grinned at me, her eyes a bit hazy. Look down, dearie. I looked down, and I was suddenly more relieved than ever that Matthew King had other things to do in life besides attend my mother's holiday party. I was dressed to the gills as a storybook Christmas elf. Apparently, my mother had magicked the doorway in our home with a quick costume changer that turned everyone's clothes into temporarily cheerful attire. My outfit was green and white striped leggings and a tight red dress that was just a little too sexy for a holiday party. I had bulbous earrings that glowed like Christmas lights and draped so far down they touched my shoulders. When I caught sight of my reflection in the mirror, I gasped. One hand reached up, touched my hair, and confirmed the existence of a massive amount of tinsel sprouting out of my head. The only solution was to not glance at myself until the night was over, and to make sure everyone drank enough eggnog to forget this had ever happened. The whole family together, my mother said. Rob's back? Can you believe it? What other present does a mother need besides all her ducklings under one roof? Except for maybe those new slippers they've been selling down in the marketplace? Those super fuzzy ones that are supposed to be self-warming? I could probably use those. And the matching throw? The handmade one, in pink? I read you loud and clear, Ma, I said. Thanks for the Christmas list. Anyway, do you know what Rob's doing here? Her eyes focused more clearly at my question. What are you talking about? Rob came to spend the holidays with his family. He said he ran into you and told you that. Ran into me, all right, I said with a groan. But Ma, you have to admit, Rob almost always has an ulterior motive. Maybe he doesn't this time, Rose DeMarco said stubbornly. People change. And your brother is a good man, Dani. He's just made some life choices that the rest of us might not have made. Well, this is fun, a voice said from behind one of the numerous Christmas trees shoved into the living room. However, if you feel like discussing my status as the black sheep of this family, can you at least have the decency to include me? Rob held a sparkling goblet of red wine in hand. The costume changer had conveniently changed him into some sort of Christmas prince, and as usual, Rob looked somehow magnificent in his gem-studded crown and royalty-themed clothing. All while I looked like his little sister, the trashy elf. Honey, you know that's not what we meant, my mother said quickly, trying to make peace before the party turned sour. You're my firstborn. I'm proud of you, Robbie. You've always been a good person. Relax, I said to Rob. It's nothing we wouldn't have said to your face. I already asked what brought you back here, and all Ma said was that you made choices others wouldn't have. That's just a fact. Rob took a sip of his wine, gave a cocky tilt of his head. It's all right. We all know I'm the favorite. Shut up, I said, and scooted next to him to find the table of goblets and wine that had been placed between the wall and the trees. You're the troublemaker. I keep things interesting. That's what all criminals say, I muttered. Then I straightened, turned around. Sorry, you're not a criminal. At least you've never been caught. The best ones aren't. Rob winked, that boyish playfulness back in his eye. My mother heaved a sigh of relief. It appeared she was mostly relieved that Rob was a good enough criminal to not be caught. I supposed it was better than his being a lousy one. And so long as neither Rob nor I ruined Christmas, my mother would be happy, regardless. There was a small commotion at the door as 2 more guests arrived. Willa and Jack, hand in hand, stepped through the archway together. Jack groaned while Willa squealed in delight as the swatch of fabric wrapped around them both and spit out 2 newly attired partygoers. The archway had seen fit to dress Willa and Jack as cute little mice, Christmas ornaments from the rescuers down under. They had little red noses and whiskers, and Willa had a darling cap that made her look quaintly British.
This is great!
Willa clapped her hands and squealed, then leaned over to kiss Jack on the cheek.
Look at us! I want one of these for my place. Say, I wonder if the arch would work on my mom, seeing as she's a ghost. Probably not, huh?
Probably not, Jack said, but he was obviously half listening. His attention was directed at me. What the hell happened to you? I wriggled my brassiere up higher and glanced judgmentally at my own tights. Ask Mom. I had no say in this.
Oh!
A gasp was all Willa could manage.
You look very cute.
Are you supposed to be a cross between an elf and a goblin girl? Jack asked. I don't get it. Why do you have that much, skin on display?
I didn't have anything to do with this, I insisted. I can't change out of it if I try. Maybe if you go through the archway again?
Willis suggested.
Though with your luck, I'm not sure that'd be any better.
Okay, darlings, my mother said, clinking her goblet of eggnog with a spoon as she sensed my growing agitation and the rising decibel of the room. We're all here. Time for the festivities to begin. Tree decorating first. Jack and Willa, can you please do the stockings? Nash, you're in charge of draping garlands. Don't we have enough garlands? Nash, dressed as a toy soldier, stood stiff and unimpressed. There's no place left to drape garland. There's always room for more garland, my mother said stoutly. And throw in some mistletoe while you're at it, and find someone to bring underneath it, will you? Nash opted not to argue, and instead grabbed the garland and began throwing it haphazardly over the fireplace. My mother handed out boxes of ornaments to my twin Doug. To me, she handed a big bowl of popcorn. What am I supposed to do with this? I asked. You know, make those balls, my mother said, her face coloring. The popcorn balls. Construct them. I don't know how. Figure it out, my mother said. You're a detective. I'm using magic. No magic, she said. If I smell a whiff of magic, I'm throwing you all into the fireplace. The room went silent. My mother gave a hearty cackle. But when even my father stared at her, she gave a sheepish grin. It was a joke, people, she said. Loosen up. Rob, sweet Robbie, will you do the honors? The star? For my star. I mimed vomiting as Nash looked over his shoulder and rolled his eyes at my mother. She has 2 children who put their life on the line every day to serve and protect the borough, Nash grunted, and she praises Rob. I'm sure he'll only be here a short while, and then she'll go back to complaining about him, I said. And watch where you put that garland. Half of it's on fire. Decorations took an hour, most of it punctuated by my mother's random bursts of caroling, which she insisted we all take part in. It paired nicely with my father's cursing as he struggled to untangle Christmas lights without the use of magic. This whole thing could have taken 5 minutes with a few hand waves and magical spells, but instead it took almost 2 hours and 3 vats of eggnog. The unspiked vat of nog, however, remained studiously full. Finally, my mother declared the decorating portion of the evening over, at least for the house. There were still trays and trays of cookies that would need decorating, but I was hoping to sneak out before most of that happened. Red-faced and full of eggnog and wine, we gathered around the table for my favorite part of the night, dinner. My mother smacked Jack's hand as he reached for a hunk of garlic bread fresh off the loaf. Steaming piles of pasta steeping in red sauce sat in a platter large enough to double as a flying saucer. Meatballs were like small planets floating around the edges. The real prize of the night were the ruby red lobsters next to butter sauce bubbling over tea light candles. The smell probably had Matthew salivating from a whole other world. We closed our eyes, each of us trying hard not to rush through the yearly toasts we completed before the food became fair game. Finally, my father put us out of our misery. "Let's eat," he declared. The second his butt hit the chair, it was a feeding frenzy. I reached for the olives as my mother battled my brothers to serve the main course. Willa, poor thing, watched with wide-eyed wonder. "Don't worry." I leaned over and whispered in her ear. "My mother will protect you. She has a soft spot for first-time holidayers with the family."
I've never seen anything like it before," she said. "It's like Shark Week or something. Jack, wait your turn, will you?"
My mother hid a smirk as Willa slapped my brother's hand away. Willa was rewarded with the biggest lobster and a pile of spaghetti with extra sauce and freshly grated cheese. I was holding out my plate, bouncing with anticipation, when a knock sounded on the door. "Oh no," I moaned. "Go away, whoever you are. It's my turn. Mom, quick, drop the lobster." "Go answer it." My mother swiveled the lobster away from me and dropped it onto Rob's plate instead. "You and Nash are the only ones who ever get company at this house, and it's always work-related. Send them away and you can eat." "Why can't Nash answer it?" Nash just raised his stunner and pointed it over my shoulder at the door. "I could just shoot whoever's there and none of us would have to move." "Just because you got your food first," I snarled, heaving myself to my feet. I looked longingly at the noodles spiraled around Nash's fork before stomping loudly to the door. I yanked it open, prepared to continue growling, when the face on the other side shocked me into speechlessness. "You look..." Gray surveyed me, one of his eyebrows raised high as his lips twitched into a smile. Despite every attempt to keep his gaze on my face, his eyes flashed over the significant cleavage that had been pushed up and out thanks to my elfin outfit, and then down to my legs, which were covered in fabric that left little to the imagination. "Gray?" I gasped, barely registering the once-over. You're back. Where were you? Are you okay? I was worried about you. Why'd you run off like that?" The amusement in Gray's eyes dimmed somewhat. "I came back to check on you. Heard you ran into someone in the dark of night and had to fight them off. I wasn't around to help." "Day late, dollar short," I said. "Nice try, buddy. What brings you back for real?" "Let's just say it's a long story. It ends with me standing at your door, asking if you'll forgive me for running off like that." "Will you forgive me for throwing fireballs at your head?" He barked a laugh. "Nothing to forgive. I like a challenge." I opened my arms and we shared a hug. "I'm glad you're back and safe. Do you, want to come in?" "I didn't realize I was invading a..." He hesitated, taking another glance at my clothes. "Some sort of elfin cross-dressing convention?" "My mother's Christmas decorations," I said with an eye roll. "Don't try to change it. You want to come in, you'll get one too." "I'm intrigued," he said, "but I don't want to interrupt. And I imagine Matthew wouldn't be happy to see me around." "Matthew's not here," I said. "And anyway, why wouldn't he be happy? I thought you guys were okay." "We're fine because we have to be," Gray said, "but it doesn't change the fact that deep down he wishes I didn't exist." "Fair enough," I said, "though I'm sure the same could be said for you." Gray smiled brighter again. "I already said it. I like a challenge." "Do you want to talk? Or I understand if not," I said as a sudden rush of awkwardness flooded through me. "What brings you by?" After the shock of seeing the elder wolf had worn down, the reason for his disappearance came back all at once. The Hex File that I'd read, containing very personal information about Gray's life and loves, drove a wave of guilt through my chest. "Hey," Gray said, his voice a soft whisper as he studied my face. "I can read what you're thinking." "No, you can't," I said. I'm a stone wall. Gray smiled, a kindness creasing his face.
None of this is your fault, Dani. Whatever you read, why I left, please don't blame yourself.
I nodded, unable to find the right words.
And maybe most importantly...
Gray trailed off as he reached out, took my hand in his. He met my gaze and gave me an easy smile that grew into a dazzling grin.
Don't be weird, please.
I yanked my hand back. Don't be weird? That's all you have to say after disappearing on me for weeks?
Look, I know how this probably feels for you. I had to figure some things out on my own, and that's why I'm back. I'm ready to be here,
Gray said.
I'm ready to work side by side with you to take out whoever is trying to overthrow the borough. Whatever it takes. We can do that, right? Work together? Be friends?
Of course, I muttered, once I found my voice. You're the one who's being weird. Gray laughed again.
I'm glad this won't be a problem. Well, I'll let you get back to your party. It smells amazing in there, and I'm sure I'll end up cursed if I keep you from dinner much longer.
It's a possibility, I said apologetically. There's lobster. Gray licked his lip, eyes gleaming.
Before I go, there's one more thing.
Oh?
I found this...
Dani, get in here, my mother yelled. Is that Matthew? I winced. No. Who is it? Rose DeMarco appeared at the door. Oh, you must be Gray. We've heard about you saving Dani's life a few times. Surely whatever you're doing can wait an hour. Come, have a lobster. We have extra.
I couldn't impose,
Gray said.
I just came to drop this off.
My mother extended a hand, a fireball on the tips of her fingers. I'll blow it up if you keep us from dinner any longer. Now come eat. I see you sniffing.
It smells quite incredible,
Gray admitted.
But I really couldn't impose.
Good. It's not an imposition. My mother elbowed me out of the way and pulled Gray in through the archway. I watched as the curtain turned Gray into a handsomely dressed caroler, complete with a songbook and a flashing necklace of Christmas lights. Gray looked down at himself and then gave a smug grin as he watched me pass through the archway again. And again. On my third time through the arch, I kicked at the felt cloth when I didn't bother to change my costume. Seriously? I grumbled. Rob is a king and I'm Holly the stripper elf.
I think you look great,
Gray said demurely.
For whatever that's worth.
Not a whole lot, I shot back.
I've missed you,
he said, sliding up next to me as we shuffled toward the dinner table.
It's good to see you again.
You too, I said. Thanks for coming by and putting up with this. I gestured to my family as a whole in all their holiday glory.
It's a pleasure to be here,
he said, sounding as if he genuinely meant it. The second we returned to the table, there were rounds of raucous greetings toward Gray. The only one who didn't make immediate eye contact with the wolf was Rob, and their half-hearted greeting didn't fool me. They knew one another, and I wanted to know how. But there was no time to delve deeper into their joint history at the moment, because a lobster fell onto my plate and all other conscious thought vanished. The party, which had expanded beyond family, was filled with laughter and food, then rounded out by groans as bellies filled, and dessert was hauled out of the kitchen, and another round of wine was poured. Finally, I glanced at my comm and was surprised to find that several hours had passed. It had been fun, actually, even the cookie decorating part, and I hadn't once felt the urge to slip out of the house unnoticed. It felt natural, calm, like everyone belonged, including Willa on the arm of Jack, and Gray, like a brother. He fit in with the family better than I'd ever expected, helping my mom put the carrots on snowmen sugar cookies, then regaling my father with tales of his travels to distant, mysterious lands over glasses of dark liquor swishing around ice cubes. He slid into our lives like a well-fitted glove. Finally, after helping clean up the dinner table, the DeMarco children began making the first stirring noises of goodbyes. It took a long time to get out from under Mama DeMarco's grasp, and we all had learned to start saying goodbye half an hour before we were expected anywhere else. Jack and Willa were the first to escape out the front door. As they exited through the archway, I was relieved to see regular clothing morph back onto their bodies. "Guess what makes holidays more fun?" Rose said as she first kissed Jack, then Willa goodbye on the cheek. "Babies! Just a bug in your ear. Good night, kids." Willa turned bright red before Jack whisked her away, the pair shivering and turning up their collars against the wind. "Ma," I said, once she turned around, "don't pressure them." "It's just a fact," she said. "I just told them it loudly. I didn't mean they had to provide the babies. Feel free, if you're offering." I rolled my eyes. "Good night, Mom. Thanks for everything." I waited outside while the rest of my brothers escaped from the house with leftovers in hand and lipstick imprints on their cheeks. Gray was the last one out. I was an icicle by the time he stepped down from the front steps. "Make yourself at home, why don't you?" I said. "It's freezing out here." "It was nice of your family to let me stay for dinner. I had a great time." "Yeah," I said as we started to walk. "I did too. It's good to have you back. I'm glad you made it in time to get a bit of Christmas cheer." I let the conversation hang on that subject, wondering if this would be the only holiday celebration that Gray would have all year. The thought filled me with an intense sadness, a loneliness for him. Gray's family had passed away a long time ago from what I understood, and as an elder wolf, he didn't have a pack with whom he lived, and from what I knew, he wasn't dating anyone. Matthew had the similar predicament of being centuries old and the only one of his kind around, but he had me. He had my family to join if and when he wanted. Gray was, for lack of a better term, a lone wolf. I glanced over at him, wondering if he felt the loss of his family as keenly now as he probably had when the wounds were fresh. But my question stilled in my throat when I noticed him hauling something over his shoulder. "Why is Rob back in town?" Gray asked before I could question him about the bulky pack. I watched him carefully. "About that, I've been meaning to ask how you know my brother. I saw the look you guys shared, so don't pretend you haven't met Rob." "We've crossed paths." "That's a little vague." "Isn't Rob a little vague?" I had to admit Gray had a point. "Hey, you're pretty vague, too." "Touché," Gray said. He took a deep breath. "Rob has a big web of contacts." "That's a nice way of putting it." "I've come across some of his dealings in the werewolf community." I groaned. I hope he hasn't been too much trouble. Gray let out a real grin. "You know your brother better than me. If his records are to be believed, he's a model citizen. AKA too smart to get caught. I knew there was something special about that DeMarco brain." Gray winked at me. "Some of that rubbed off on you." "Me?" I thumbed toward myself. "I follow the rules. I uphold the law. I'm a cop." "And is throwing an illegal fireball part of your daily duty?" "I didn't get caught," I grumbled. "Exactly my point." Gray laughed, but it was tense. "I just hope he's not here in relation to the wolf pack. If he is, I can't promise I won't get involved." "If I catch my brother doing something illegal, I'll arrest him myself. He knows the rules." "But," I frowned, "what makes you think he's back in relation to the wolves?" "Dealers in specialty spells," Gray said, using air quotes around the specialty part. "Flock to whoever needs spells." I nodded. Specialty was a code word for spells that toyed the gray area between legal and illegal, tested and untested. It also included hard-to-find spells. Specialty spells were frequently found in the void. "Supply and demand," Gray said. "Well, the wolves aren't capable of magic in a big way. And with things going the way they have lately, the wolves are getting worried. Antsy, feeling like they can't protect themselves and their packs." "But we caught the guy who was killing the wolves." And he wasn't just killing wolves, he was attacking people of all different species.
I know that, but the pack leaders have a job to do, Gray said. There's been word on the street that some of the packs are, let's say, creating an arsenal.
Of black market spells? My mouth gaped open. Werewolves are some of the most dangerous paranormals, even without the help of magic. They're a match for, well, vampires.
True, but most werewolves have trouble spontaneously changing. It requires a huge amount of energy and emotion, and even then it's an unpredictable process. It's not completely unsurprising they'd be looking for ways to supplement their defenses.
We walked in the general direction of the pizzeria. I watched the familiar landscape pass by, not seeing it despite some of the brilliant holiday decorations popping up around town. The new information was enough to overload my brain. The rest went to autopilot. You think Rob's a spell dealer for the wolves? I asked. He wouldn't. Do you really think he'd do that?
He's got the means and the connections, Gray said. I don't know your brother all that well, but I do monitor who comes in and out of this borough, and it's been a long time since he's been here. It's also been a long time since the demand's been high enough to need a supplier of his caliber here.
I closed my eyes, pinched my nose. Tell me the truth. What is my brother into?
Honestly, Dani, I've no clue, Gray said. He might be completely clean, perfectly legal, or he could lead the void. I know very few people who keep a profile as low as your brother while still carrying the respect that he does.
It's those pretty eyes of his, isn't it? Everyone loves him.
He's a likable guy. That tends to help.
I didn't inherit that.
You're quite charming in your own right,
Gray said with a smile.
I happen to prefer you just the way you are.
When are you going to tell me what that thing is on your back? I quickly changed the subject. Is that what my mother threatened to incinerate?
I see where you get your love of fire from,
Gray said dryly, coming to a stop outside of the pizzeria.
This is the other reason I came back. I picked up your scent in the woods.
I frowned. I haven't been to the woods in a long time.
That was the short story, Gray said. I picked up this backpack. Thought it was weird someone had lost it in the depth. Trotted a little closer to town and found that the scent on this backpack led me straight to you. So it wasn't your scent, but the effect was the same. I sucked in a breath, recognizing a Campus of Magic logo on the bag. Does that belong to Mason White by chance? Gray shrugged. Not sure. Just thought you might need it. Felt suspicious. It was deep in the depth. Deeper than most humans go alone. He was human, right?
No, I said. His mother was a witch, his father a sorcerer. Gray looked miffed.
Really?
Matthew pegged him as human by scent, too, I said. There were absolutely no residuals except for a basic street sweep on him.
He swore off magic?
Looked like it, I said, until he enrolled himself in orientation.
That's odd. Yet I'm assuming if you're interested in him, he's dead.
Would you like to rephrase that? I asked. Not everyone I'm interested in ends up dead.
Then I won't comment on the status of your boyfriend.
Gray grinned.
You know what I mean. How did he die?
I shouldn't be commenting on an open investigation.
Is it related to the...
No, I said shortly. At least I don't think so. If it is, I'll let you know. Gray nodded. You don't think... I hesitated. You told me that the Hex Files draw its protectors close in times of need. Do you think Rob could be one of the other protectors? Could that have drawn him back? Maybe he really doesn't know what he's doing here. Just felt he needed to come home for the holidays.
It's possible.
Gray looked toward the moon as if drawing strength from it.
Very possible. But quite honestly, Dani, your brother is a mystery to me. I wouldn't assume anything when it comes to him.
Fair. I considered further for a moment, shook my head. Is it wrong I want him to be here because he sells specialty spells to the wolves? It seems a better and safer option than him being one of the protectors. Gray issued a sad smile.
I think that's very admirable of you. I wouldn't wish the Hex Files on anyone.
The slight awkwardness between us returned. We each knew we were linked inexplicably to the other for the foreseeable future, like it or not. And according to the prophecy, I would have to break Gray's heart for the borough to remain safe from an evil ruler. It was hard to have a normal conversation with the weight of that knowledge on my shoulders. Is there anything in the bag of note? I asked.
I didn't snoop through it,
Gray said.
but I'm surprised Matthew didn't pick up on the scent.
He's been really busy in New York, I said. Not sure if you heard, but he's filling in as temporary chief of NYPD after the unfortunate incident with Arthur Lamont.
I heard,
Gray said simply. Oh, well, I said, and then shrugged. There wasn't much more to say.
I suppose this is good night,
Gray said.
Thanks again for the nice evening. It was the most fun I've had in a very, very long time, Dani.
I'm glad, I said, letting myself into the pizzeria and dragging Mason's backpack behind me. I turned around in the doorway and watched as Gray stepped backward, still watching me, fading smoothly into the night. And Gray, I'm glad you're back. One more nod, and then Gray was gone, and I was home alone with a dead man's possessions. Up you go, I said, hoisting White's backpack onto my shoulder as I did a quick scan of the pizzeria, which I closed early in light of the evening's festivities. Talk to me, White. Who killed you? And why? Chapter 9. White's backpack hadn't been especially vocal with me the night before, though my furniture had been happy to pick up the slack. Marla, my flapper-esque coat rack, had taught me all about false bottoms and bags. A waste of time, seeing as there was no false bottom anywhere in Marcus's backpack. Mostly, I found the standard prerequisite materials of a college student anywhere. A few books, notebooks, pens, class handouts, homework, and reports. The usual slew of crap that accumulated in one's bag. I pulled out a glasses case complete with a pair of round glasses, prescription strength. I couldn't put them on because the prescription was so strong. White must have been wearing contacts when he died, or else he'd have been blind as a bat, something Sienna would be able to confirm for me. We already had White's calling card, so I hadn't been surprised not to find it. Also unsurprising was the lack of residuals on the fabric. It was quite clean aside from the usual culprits. In addition, there were no notes, names, numbers, or anything of use in terms of the case. I had bagged up White's belongings and calmed Felix to let him know I'd be dropping it off in evidence for closer examination. Maybe Felix would be able to pull a thread from the killer's clothes, or somehow work backward to tell how and why White's killer had disposed of the backpack deep in the depth. I bounded downstairs earlier than usual the next morning, freshly showered, dressed, and rested. The evidence was in a bag over my shoulder. Primrose had calmed late last night to let me know she'd gotten everything set for our journey to the Isle. Hopefully, learning more about White's background would give us some insights into the reason he'd been killed. His recent history wasn't giving us much to work with, which told me these demons might have come from his long-ago past. Willa and Jack were already humming about in the kitchen. Their cheeriness, for once, didn't annoy me. I had a big day planned, and with any luck, it would help break this case wide open.
That eggnog,
Willa complained as I waved to her.
Any chance you have hangover helper? I can't compete with your mother.
In the employee cupboard over the sink, I said, help yourself.
By the way,
Willa said as she stepped away from the counter.
What did Gray want last night?
Nothing, I said. Both Willa and Jack didn't look convinced, so I shifted. Nothing really. Just a bit of business.
Uh-huh,
Willa said dryly. It was.
Well, that's good, she said. Anyway, it was nice to see him. I'm glad he's doing okay.
Me too, I said. Now I'm late, so I've got to get moving.
Does Matthew know he's back? Willa asked. Gray, I mean.
I'm not sure, I said. I haven't talked to him since he left yesterday. But seeing as Matthew knows pretty much everything that happens in Wicked before it happens, I imagine he does. What's that supposed to mean?
Just curious.
Gray is the least of my problems. I'm saddled with a new partner for now, and we've got a high-profile case begging to be closed.
And Matthew?
What?
Are you worried about him?
Willa's eyes were piercing as she waited for me to answer. I'm always worried, I said with a small laugh. I love him. But come on, he's Matthew King. I think the vampire can handle himself. Willa smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes.
Of course. Good luck on your case, Detective.
I gave a wave to her and Jack just as my comm buzzed. I grabbed a coat off the unenchanted coat rack near the door and threw it over my shoulders. Speaking of, I said, raising my wrist to show the vibration. This is Matthew. Gotta take it. Willa waved eagerly back while Jack gave a quick salute. I raised the comm to my lips and shielded it against the nippy morning wind, wishing I'd grabbed a hot cup of coffee for the road, if only to keep my fingers warm as I walked. Good morning, Captain, I said. How are you today?
Danielle, I am so sorry.
For?
Last night, I couldn't make it. I didn't come. I meant to, but by the time I returned to the borough...
You were here last night?
Just for half an hour. I popped by the pizzeria, but you were already asleep.
That's never stopped you from breaking in before and sneaking into my room. I could practically hear Matthew grin across the line.
I thought I'd spare you the heart attack, he said. And since you were resting, I figured I'd use the time to get back to work.
On? Matthew sighed.
Please.
Please yourself, I said, a little snippy. I worry about you. A little scrap of information here or there wouldn't kill you, would it?
I can take care of myself, Matthew said. I'm more concerned about you. How's your investigation going?
I latched onto the neutral subject and filled Matthew in quietly as I hitched a ride to the precinct in the back row of a nearly abandoned trolley. By the time I hopped off, Matthew was caught up on the case.
You're headed to the Isle today, then,
Matthew deduced.
Looking into White's family life.
I'll keep you posted on what we find.
Thank you. And Officer Primrose, how is she doing?
You know, better than expected, I said. She might turn out to be a capable detective yet. Down the line with a little experience. A filter on her mouth, maybe.
You don't have much of a filter to speak of.
That's true.
She's a good kid, Matthew said. I appreciate you showing her the ropes. I wanted her to learn from the best.
Anytime. There was a long pause. Matthew, there's one more thing. I took a breath as I climbed the stairs to the precinct, then stood huddled outside, wanting to finish the comm in private before Primrose attacked me with questions. If you were in town yesterday, I'm sure you already know. Gray's back.
Ah.
You're not surprised, I said. I can hear it in your voice.
I thought I caught a whiff of our four-legged friend yesterday,
he said lightly, the annoyance in his voice masked by feigned calmness.
I wondered if this would happen.
If what would happen?
If my absence would drive him back.
Why would... I trailed off, remembering Gray's words about someone attacking me in the dark and his being too far away to help. I'd called Willa first because both Gray and Matthew had been unable to reach me in the event it truly had been an emergency. You think he's taking it upon himself to try and watch over me?
I do. And it makes sense, really. You're both protectors of the Hex Files. It serves him well to make sure you're alive. Having all 5 protectors together will help when it comes time to act.
And he's my friend, I pointed out. He also probably doesn't want me dead just because.
Probably,
Matthew agreed, albeit reluctantly.
You know I'm not a fan of his, but I'm glad he's back. If you need help, at least there's someone nearby to take care of immediate threats until I return.
You could return now, and then you wouldn't have to worry about Gray watching over me at all. Not that I need someone looking over my shoulder, but I've come to terms with it being the standard for now.
Dani.
I know, you've got duties, I said. I do too, and I should go. I'm at the precinct to meet Officer Primrose. She got us a carpet checked out. Matthew groaned.
Are you trying to terrify the girl?
It's the fastest, easiest way to get departmental travel to the Isle on such short notice.
The carpets are notoriously finicky and hard to maneuver.
Well, good thing I'm an excellent driver.
You recently crashed a broomstick through the window of the 6th precinct.
I had a broken arm and a murderer on the back of my broom, I said with a wry smile at the memory. That's different. I had a great excuse.
You'll have a rookie with a lot of questions and infallible enthusiasm on the back of your magic carpet.
That's true, but I think we'll manage. Thanks for your concern.
I really am sorry about last night, Matthew said. We thought we had a lead, followed it. I didn't have my comm on me, and time slipped away.
It's fine, I said, hearing the tiredness in my voice. I expected you wouldn't make it. You didn't exactly RSVP. You just said that you would try to make it. I know you're busy. There was a long silence.
I don't know what's worse, he said finally. You're not even surprised anymore. At least if you were upset because I hadn't called, I'd know it bothered you. The fact that you expected it.
Don't read too much into it, King, I said. I love you. If you tell me you're on this big secretive project that you can't talk about, I trust you. I trust it's important. I'm not going to make a big deal about it. We're both adults. We knew this would be hard, but it doesn't mean we can't make it work.
I love you,
Matthew said softly.
I'll see you soon.
I hope so, I said. Bye, Matthew. No sooner had I hung up my comm than a shiny yellow umbrella popped up over my head. Immediately, I was protected from the drops of chilled, freezing rain. One glance down at mousy brown hair told me it was my rookie who'd appeared seemingly out of thin air. I wondered if she'd been waiting behind a bush. I glanced around, looking for a hiding space. Where have you been waiting for me, Primrose? I was standing out front, but then I realized you were on the comm, so I ducked away to give you some privacy, Officer Primrose said. You looked cold. I had an umbrella. Plus, if we're going to fly to the Isle...
You're prepared,
I said wryly, noting the cracked twigs and ruffled leaves on a large bush near the front entrance. I had a vision of the poor cop throwing herself off the front steps and into the wet, mucky foliage to give me privacy to speak with Matthew. It was at once both entirely ridiculous and very sweet. Thanks, I said, opting to lay off the criticism for the moment. Shall we? Let's check out the carpet. I want to drop off some evidence at the lab for Felix first. Can you handle the waivers? Of course, Primrose said. Did you see my report? My mom served eggnog last night. A lot of it. You can fill me in on the ride there. Yes, sir. We parted ways at the precinct's front desk. I hoofed it down to the lab and found Felix looking like his usual ruffled, messy self. He was peering through a magiscope to examine a piece of fabric no larger than my thumbprint when I entered the room. Got more presents for you, I said, slinging the bag with Mason White's backpack inside onto the bench. You mind taking a peek at this today when you get the chance? See if anything stands out? Any analysis you can run? I have a hunch the killer ditched the bag, and I'm guessing there was a reason why. Can you find out what that is?
Merry Christmas to you, too.
Felix sat up from the magiscope, a machine enchanted to help Felix pick up minute magical evidence left behind at crime scenes.
What is your bribe for the day?
I considered.
Actually, I don't want to hear it, Felix muttered. Whenever I ask, you mention a foot up my ass or my family jewels disappearing to somewhere unpleasant.
Do I really talk like that? Felix stared at me for a long moment.
Good one, detective.
I grinned. How about some of my mother's homemade eggnog? It's been said that there's nothing else like it in the borough.
2 jugs of it, the spiked stuff.
Deal, I said, already wondering what I'd have to trade my mother in exchange for her whipping up another few batches. Thanks for your help on this. Call me the second you find anything. It could be important. And apparently Chief Newton's getting pressure from the mayoral office to wrap this puppy up.
When is there not pressure to wrap up a case?
I see your point and raise you one, I said. My mom will kill me if I'm working on Christmas, so we only have a few more days to save my life. Felix squinted.
I'll see what I can do. Though if you don't get me that eggnog, all bets are off.
It's yours, I said, already out the door and on my way to the flight deck. I didn't bother to check my calendar. I didn't want to know if there were meetings I was missing, messages I needed to return, or anything else that would keep me from the aisle. It could all wait. What I told Felix was true. I wanted this case wrapped by the holidays. Sure, my mother would kill me if I worked on Christmas, but there was more to the story. Matthew had mentioned he might take a few days off around then to be home, and I was looking forward to us spending time together. Damned if I let a murderer interfere with my precious plans.
We're all ready,
Primrose said, smiling as I summited the steps to the flight deck.
Here's your gear.
I stopped, trying to pretend that I wasn't catching my breath. I really needed to do less pizza eating as exercise and add more stairs to my workout routine. My fighting moves were up to par, but my endurance, not so much. You've got to be kidding me. I looked up, caught a glimpse of Primrose. You wear that outside of these walls and you're dead to me.
What are you talking about? It's a safety precaution. Here's your helmet.
No offense, but you look like an idiot, Primrose. Take it off, I said. You wear any of that crap and I'm leaving you behind.
But...
Watch. I took one more glance at Primrose and felt an unfortunate wave of amusement bubble up in my chest. The poor girl was smart and driven, but she had to lose some of her gullible mindset if she wanted to make it as a detective. Or a street-smart officer, for that matter. The criminals would walk all over her if she didn't. Come on, guys, I said, easing over to the flight deck attendants. The two goons had been around a while. I'd checked out a few broomsticks from them, though I couldn't exactly remember their names. What are you playing at? She's new.
A rookie, one of them agreed. It's standard procedure.
You gave her elbow pads, I said. And I don't even want to know why she's so puffy looking. Is that some sort of a fat suit?
Self-inflating balloon padding, one of them said with a snicker. We told her that if anything were to happen, it'd slow down her fall to earth.
You two are the real idiots, I said. Stop pranking my recruit.
She's got to learn if she wants to hang with us.
While I agreed, I didn't let him know that. Then let me teach her. You're being a dick. The attendant tried to look chastised and failed.
It's a little funny.
Primrose had heard the whole exchange and gestured down at her balloon suit, elbow pads, and helmet.
So, all of this isn't necessary?
I opted to let her down gently. You're a witch, Primrose. If the carpet were to crash, just use a softening spell to help with the fall. You don't need all this junk.
I knew I looked ridiculous, she said miserably, but they told me it was like SWAT gear, that it wasn't optional.
Well, you heard what I think of the attendants, I said. Come on, get undressed. Let's get out of here before air traffic gets going for the day. Primrose daintily picked the safety supplies off her body, wrinkling her nose when she was back down to her normal attire. She wore a simple charcoal suit with a blue shirt underneath and a badge at her hip. She'd taken the detective role seriously, judging by her lack of patrol uniform. I climbed onto the magic carpet reserved for us and gestured for Primrose to do the same. I flipped the switch to activate the invisibility spell that would create a shield around us for the duration of our journey. We just had to stay lower than most aircraft and watch for any planes taking off or landing. And, of course, any broomstick traffic, though I didn't expect much along our planned route. There was a small joystick fastened to the front of the carpet, along with a throttle that had been put there and enchanted to make steering and acceleration much easier. The luxurious way to travel, the magic carpet sellers boasted. Unfortunately, the department was low on budget, so these had been luxurious some 50 years ago and were now pretty janky pieces of equipment. It was no wonder there was always one available. Hold on, I said. First time on a carpet? Primrose nodded, face pale. Try not to puke. If you do, lean off the back, not the side. And don't faint. I can't catch you on this thing, okay? Primrose gripped the edges tighter.
Anything you say, Detective.
Good, because that's a command. But I winked, so she knew I was somewhat joking. She gave a half-hearted laugh back.
I don't love heights.
I stalled the magic carpet just over the exit on the flight deck. Are you kidding? And you're telling me this now?
It's suddenly relevant.
I rolled my eyes.
If I had told you before, you might have made me stay back so I wasn't a nuisance to you, she said. I promised not to be a nuisance to you. I spent all night coming up with a stomach smoother to help my seasickness.
You get seasick, too? I gave a huge sigh. You're aware we're headed over a large body of water, flying very high in the air to an island. Primrose hiccuped.
Yep.
And you still want to come? It's not too late to hop off.
It is, Primrose said firmly. I want to be here. Go on now before I faint.
I gave a shake of my head and gently depressed the throttle forward. We accelerated slowly, smoothly at first, gaining both speed and momentum. But when I tried to switch gears, there was an odd whining sound, and the carpet began bucking like a bronco.
Damn it!
I struggled to straighten us out. Hold on, Primrose. These things are pieces of... Primrose hiccuped, looking like she was about to puke. I slowed down. We'll just cruise here for a while, I said. It'll take a bit longer, but it's not like we're trying to solve a time-sensitive murder or anything. Primrose just nodded, her cheeks puffing out with nervous breaths of air. She clearly didn't trust herself to speak. Thankfully, I managed to keep us at a somewhat smooth cruising altitude and speed for the next hour. 1 hour down, 1 to go. The carpets were fast once they got cooking. It was the one reason no one in the department could bring themselves to throw the stupid things away, and since we couldn't afford to buy new ones, these did the trick, albeit a very bumpy one. You're facing a lot of fears coming on this job, I said suddenly. Heights, seasickness, dead bodies.
And not doing well with any of them, Primrose said dryly. You forgot to mention all my other shortcomings. Lack of filter, inability to keep my mouth shut when asked, and, oh yeah, looking like an idiot when I fall for every hazing trick in the book.
It's not that bad, I said. We've all been there.
You wouldn't have fallen for the trick with the magic carpet gear.
No, I admitted. But I have 4 brothers and my dad was a cop. Believe me, Primrose, I'm not a fun person to prank. She groaned, leaned backward, but nothing came out, and she righted herself.
I wish I was more like you.
Well, you shouldn't. You're just fine as yourself. You did a good job yesterday. And if you were just like me, we wouldn't be able to work together. I'm not much of a people person.
I disagree,
Primrose said with a shaky smile.
I like you.
I blinked at her. Really? After all I said to you yesterday?
You're just prepping me for the job. Criminals will be 10 times worse.
I tilted my head to the side. She had a point, but also I hadn't expected her to catch on so soon. She was smarter and more perceptive than I had given her credit for. You have a lot of good qualities going for you, I said. You're determined, smart, and enthusiastic. You are persistent, and you don't let anything scare you. That right there is about all one needs to become a detective. Add a little experience and wisdom, or common sense, whichever comes first, and you'll do just fine.
You think so?
Primrose's eyes widened. I thought it was in surprise at my praise, but then she leaned off the back of the carpet and ralphed up her breakfast. I performed a quick disappearing spell so no unsuspecting human saw, or worse, felt, anything falling from the sky, and a cleaner charm for the carpet. I think so, I said.
Even after I just puked up my guts on a magic carpet?
If you hadn't gotten on, maybe my answer would be different. But you're here, aren't you?
I suppose.
Keep up the good work, Primrose. I won't praise you all the time because that's not who I am. But just know, even when I rag on you, I'm only doing it because I think you might have what it takes to make it in this business. Primrose smiled, looking a little dazed and misty-eyed. I wasn't sure if it was the height or the seasickness or some combination along with my encouragement, but when she wobbled, I steadied her and barked in order to keep her mind focused on the ride at hand. Where are we at on the case? I asked. Fill me in on what you found last night at the library.
Unfortunately, not a whole lot, Primrose said. I handed over all the evidence, calling card included, to the lab. They should have some results by the time we get back this afternoon.
Good. I dropped off a backpack we think might have belonged to Mason, I said, and gave her a brief rundown as to how it had come into my possession. We're hoping the killer touched it. Maybe Felix will find something that can link us to his or her identity. Primrose nodded.
I went to the library, as you suggested. Poked around, talked to as many people as I could. Long story short, nobody could put a face to the man or woman who gave Mason White your name on his slip of paper.
I sucked mindlessly against my teeth. Not surprised.
But I did get a chance to reconnect with Mason White's study partners.
Primrose looked somewhat proud.
Turns out, all three agree that White left study group for about 20 minutes around 8 p.m.
8 p.m.? I calculated against his time of death. That's not a whole lot of time before he was killed.
That's what I thought, Primrose said. His study partners did mention it was a little weird. White just stood up suddenly. They all remember vividly because his chair fell over. Super embarrassing in a crowded library.
I guess you'd know, huh? Primrose gave me a cheeky smile.
I take pride in being a nerd, I'll have you know.
Good on you, Primrose.
Anyway, they got a lot of looks. His partners thought it was strange and asked White if something was wrong. He got sort of pale, but I guess he just shook his head and didn't answer,
Primrose said with a thoughtful frown.
He just walked away then and didn't come back for almost 20 minutes. They're pretty sure on the time because cookies come out at 8:15, and all three of them waited to get cookies until he got back. One of them was annoyed because they missed out on the frosted ones.
Funny the things that trigger memories in murder investigations, I said. Cookies, who would have thought?
After cookies, White didn't get any. They remember that too because Violet asked to eat his. They finished up their project. He left immediately after.
Did they see him holding a notebook or piece of paper when he came back? He must have carried it with him.
They didn't say, she said, but it seems like he must have had his notebook with him, maybe tucked under his arm. Whoever appeared might have startled him, so he jolted off to meet them. Notebook went with him.
I'll buy it, I said. So he sees a person just before 8, bolts to meet with them, gets my name, returns to his group. Is forced to, probably painfully, finish his group project before he can do any research on what he just learned from our mystery visitor. Primrose nodded along.
The second he finishes, he leaves the library. All three confirmed that. At least, they confirm he exited through the front doors. Not sure where he went after that. I did ask around, but the librarians didn't see anything that stood out to them. Most of them were in the back preparing cookie platters.
What is this about cookies? Primrose stared at me blankly.
Have you never spent a night at the library?
I'm old, I said. I went to school a long time ago. And no, I wasn't a nerd.
Well, maybe you should have been,
Primrose said, a tad haughtily.
The library serves fresh cookies around 8:15 every evening to the students studying. Extra fuel to get them through the night.
I might have to make a habit of swinging by the library around 8, I mused. Drive-by cookie grab. Primrose rolled her eyes.
That sort of person is the worst.
I'm your superior, Primrose.
Right, sorry, sir.
Nah, I asked for it. Now, if only we could find this mystery man or woman.
We will,
Primrose said confidently.
It'll all connect. It always does for you. Like I said, I've studied your files.
What gets me is the timing, I said. We have a time of death around 10 p.m. and a potential meeting between Mason and our killer at 8 p.m.
It might not have been the killer, Primrose pointed out. It could have been someone else.
I agree, but I'm trying one avenue to see if it plays out in my mind. I sat back, closed my eyes. My brain felt stuck, overloaded with data pieces and points that weren't quite adding up correctly. Let's say it was the killer. They have their meeting. Mason says something worrying to this person. Our guy or gal gets nervous, devises a quick plan to silence Mason for good. If that's the case, did he have the Heartstopper hex on hand? That's a potent illegal curse. Why would someone just have that in their back pocket? Primrose raised her eyebrows.
I could think of reasons, but the sort of person keeping Heartstopper Hex in their medicine cabinet isn't the sort of guy I'd like to be friends with.
Definitely not, I said. Unless, somehow, the meeting was pre-planned by the killer? I don't know what the incentive would be, but we can't rule out the possibility that whoever met Mason had planned to bump into him.
Why give him your name?
I don't know.
And what was Mason looking into?
I'm not sure about that either.
I know, I'm just thinking aloud,
Primrose said.
Also, what if the meeting wasn't necessarily planned? Or maybe it was, but maybe it wasn't between our killer and Mason. Maybe there's a third person involved who gave Mason your name. Someone we need to find who could help lead us to the killer.
Again, possible, I said. But I'd hazard a guess the killer was there and saw the meeting. Was he trailing Mason? Or Mason's meeting partner? Possibly. Or he somehow heard about the meeting, guessed there'd been information exchanged. Information that our killer didn't want getting out. That would leave him a little over an hour to plan the murder and a little extra time to execute. It's doable.
How do we know the killer saw the meeting?
Primrose asked.
What if it was just coincidence that Mason got your name the same night he died? He could have been, I don't know, looking for a job referral or something? Or had a question about residuals for a research paper. I don't know.
I admit it's a possibility, Primrose, I said dully. But I doubt it. If all these years of police work have taught me one thing, it's not to believe in coincidences. Everything means something, even if it means nothing. Primrose squinted.
That hurts my brain.
Don't think about it. Focus on holding tight while I bring us to a landing. Our landing wasn't as smooth as I'd hoped, but Primrose managed to keep the contents of her stomach in check, which was a small miracle. We touched down on the beach, or rather had a janky sort of bump that rattled our skulls, until we finally skidded to a stop amid a spray of sand. Primrose gingerly rose to her feet, and I followed suit. We took a moment to orient ourselves to island life and get our scrambled brains back in place. I guess when you read my records, I said to Primrose, you didn't see the part about me flunking my driver's test?
You flunked your driver's test?
It was a joke, I said, toeing the carpet. Not my fault. These stupid things are older than dirt. Pieces of crap. My tailbone is killing me.
I'll be washing sand out of my private places for months, Primrose said. I've suddenly decided that beaches aren't really my thing.
Come on, let's find the White's house. I gestured to the horizon. It's Christmas time. I can't stand being around palm trees when there should be snow on the ground.
But
we're on the clock, Primrose, I said. From now on, until we leave the island, I'm going to have you keep quiet. Take notes. If you think of anything I'm missing, write it down and hold your questions until the end.
Sounds good, sir.
I glanced down at the map maker spell on my palm that would direct us to the cottage where Mason's parents still lived. Let's go find out why Mason White hated magic. Chapter 10. The Isle, well, I gave it a hard time for being a balmy 70 degrees and sunny, when it should have been near freezing with flurries hitting my face, was indeed quite festive with holiday spirits. It bolstered my mood as we made the jaunt down the eastern side of the island, past the little storefronts selling chocolates and gadgets, spells and trinkets, holiday cheer and sticks of cotton candy. Primrose's eyes bugged right out of her head at the sight of it all. I had to admit there was something charming about a beach Christmas. Lights twined their way up palm trees, following the crooked arch of their spines until the top puffed out in a pineapple of leaves. Over Main Street there was a flock of forest fairies fluttering around helping with maintenance. They pinned up Christmas lights, replaced burned bulbs, and shooed birds out of the gigantic evergreen in the center of everything. All around us, families walked hand in hand, and shopkeepers greeted most of their patrons by name. Children laughed, wiped sticky faces, and licked the last dredges of sugar from cotton candy spokes. Lovers walked arm in arm, stopping to pause and watch the enchanted candles hovering mid-air as they changed colors from green to red to a glittery silver.
I'm in love, Primrose said, spinning around. My parents took me to the Isle a few times, but we never got the chance to explore or visit Main Street. They thought it wasn't safe to venture so far from the B&B.
And with protective parents like that, you grew up to be a cop?
Maybe it's why,
Primrose said softly. A way to get out, explore on your own, take care of yourself? I glanced sideways at her. I get it. You don't have to explain. Anyway, here we are. The Whites' house sat in a small residential area not far from Main Street, but just distant enough so that the carnival-like noise didn't filter through the line of hedges and trees to their property. Their house was brick with white trim, their yard a neat little postage stamp. Next to them, houses on either side sprawled in a small cul-de-sac, each one with a layer of privacy in the way of a fence, a line of trees, or delicate rose bushes pruned into neat bulbs. Primrose followed me, her head swiveling around as we made our way up a brick path that was just a shade different than the brick on the house. I double-checked the name on the mailbox, found White etched there, weathered by years of use. According to the files Primrose had pulled, this was the same house Mason had grown up in. Even after he'd gone, his family had stayed put. A knock on the door yielded shuffling sounds from the inside. I stepped back, waited patiently until a woman in a knitted maroon sweater, reminiscent of the holidays, opened the door with a wide smile. She wore red lipstick and tiny green bulbs on her ears to complete the festive attire.
Good morning. Can I help you?
She asked. Her gaze flicked between me and Primrose.
If this is about the gingerbread house contest, I really don't have time to judge this year. I already told Sterling as much.
It's unfortunately not about the gingerbread house, I said. You're Mrs. White?
Yes, of course.
This is about your son, Mason White. I'm Detective Dani DeMarco of the 6th Precinct, and this is Officer Primrose. The polished cheeriness faded. She swallowed hard, and suddenly the darkish bruises under her eyes became apparent, even through her carefully applied makeup. The rims of her eyelids were edged in red, and it was clear that she had spent the better part of the last day or so crying. I'm so sorry for your loss, I said. We both are. Terribly sorry to be here under these circumstances.
Yes, I'm sorry too,
she said with a sigh, dropping her arms from the door.
I suppose you'll want to come inside. What business does the 6th borough have in coming all the way to the Isle?
I followed Mrs. White inside before responding. Her house was neat, but the pile of tissues overflowing from the garbage can didn't escape my eye. I could tell Primrose had latched onto the emptied wine bottles near the recycling, 2 of them, along with 2 stained glasses in the sink.
It's been a hard couple days, Mrs. White said in explanation. Wine doesn't help. I suppose the crying does, but I'm sick of it. Mason would have hated my sobbing.
Mrs. White,
please, it's Angela.
Angela, I know this is hard, but it would be very useful to our investigation if we could ask you a few questions.
Yes, of course. Would you like a cup of coffee?
She gave a rueful smile.
My husband and I have been alternating between coffee and wine.
I shook my head. Primrose was doing a good job keeping quiet, though she joined me in a silent decline of the beverage.
Well, I'd like a cup, and I'm sure you secretly wouldn't mind one too. Let me pour you one. It's good for me to keep busy. Sit,
she said, ushering us around the kitchen table.
Start talking. It's best if I move around so I don't collapse into tears.
I nodded at Primrose, and together we sat at a kitchen table, aged by scratch marks and dated with water rings. The cushions on the chairs were faded but squashy, and the fireplace from one corner of the room lent a cozy atmosphere to the small space. Can you start by telling us a little bit about your son? I asked. His history, what he was like growing up when he left home, that sort of thing. Angela set 3 steaming mugs of black coffee in front of us. She brought out a silver tray topped with matching cream and sugar accessories and carefully laid out a tiny spoon and saucer in front of each of us before she spoke.
I figured you might come by asking these sorts of questions, she said. When the Rangers came to notify us that Mason had been found dead, I thought it had been a car accident or something. I mean, he was living in Texas. But to hear he had been murdered in the 6th borough of all places was a shock.
What makes you say that? I wrapped my hands around the mug, surprised to find that Angela had known exactly what I'd needed. I hadn't had time to get coffee this morning, and my forced patience had been rewarded. This was a far cry from the typical sludge in our break room. It smelled delicious. Angela smiled as she caught me pulling the mug closer. She pushed the creamer and sugar over.
Well, my son had sworn off magic. I'm sure if you looked into his records, you'd see a bit of strangeness.
Yes, and not only that, the residuals on his hands were, well, there weren't any, I said. At Angela's curious look, I explained. I'm a reserve. I
know what a reserve is, she said hastily. I didn't expect to ever meet one. We don't have anyone with such skills on the island that we know of.
Angela, why did your son swear off magic?
She frowned. I've always wondered where we went wrong. I'm a witch. His father is a sorcerer. His sister is a sorcerer. He was a witch. At least we're fairly certain based on his younger years and the powers that came in while he lived at home. But even from an early age, he always claimed to be different.
What sort of different?
I could never figure it out. He was a quiet little boy, but we thought that was just politeness or shyness. Or maybe he inherited his father's quiet nature and not his mother's loud one.
She paused for a smile tinged with remembrance.
He was such a sweet young boy. He did get a little more agitated as he grew older. He kept claiming that he was different, that he wasn't like the rest of us.
Did he ever clue you in on what he meant?
No, not exactly. Every time we'd ask him about it, he shut up.
Angela rubbed her hands together, then placed them over the coffee cup to warm them with steam.
I suspect he mentioned it to someone once. I don't know who. Maybe another child at school, and was made fun of for it. That's the only reason I could think he'd be so quiet, so secretive about it, even from us. We loved him no matter what. We made sure that was known over and over again.
I'm sure you did, I said, noting Angela's firm tone, the nervous fidgeting of her fingers. I sensed she felt a certain level of failure at the inability to break through to her son. None of this is your fault. You did your best. That's all you could do.
I just keep thinking if we could have gotten him to open up.
He wasn't ready to talk, I said. You couldn't have forced him.
Maybe I could have, and then he wouldn't be dead.
He would have just resented you, I said. Believe me, I'm the same way. If there's something I don't want to talk about, my mother pressuring me to talk about it is the fastest way to get me to dig in my heels. I must have said the wrong thing, because at once Angela straightened.
That's exactly what I did. I pushed him away.
She looked dismayed all over again.
I told you that Mason got more and more angsty as he grew older. Well, on his 13th birthday, he decided he was never going to touch magic again.
Just like that. She snapped her fingers.
To my knowledge, he never touched magic again. At least not under this roof. He lived here for 2 more years. When he was 15, he ran away from home.
Ran away?
Just disappeared, Angela said. It was the worst 2 weeks of my life. Well, until now. His father and I hunted all over the globe for him. Eventually, we tracked him down by his biggest weakness. He didn't use magic. He needed to use public transportation, and even under an assumed name, we were able to find him in Texas.
He made it 2 weeks without detection? Impressive, I said. Especially for a 15-year-old boy who wasn't using magic and was traveling for the first time to the mainland.
We had taken him to the mainland once before, Angela said. A quick vacation for the kids. Mason was 10. I always wondered if that's what spurred his interest in magic-free living.
Seeing others do it successfully?
Exactly, she said. When we came back from the trip, he seemed a little more at ease somehow. Went for days at a time, seeing if he could live without magic. It seemed like a little game at first, but I truly think that was the gateway to his new lifestyle. He made the change when he was 13,
like I said. What happened when you found him in Texas?
We tried everything.
Angela pulled her coffee mug closer and stared deeply into it. Steam swirled up and over her face, and she merely blinked against it.
Begging, dragging, magic, non-paranormal methods, but he was just miserable. We actually brought him back. He ran away again. We caught him much faster the second time. He was miserable here.
So, I said, reading the torture on the mother's face, you made a deal.
We put him in boarding school there. We figured he had the tools to survive if he'd run away twice and kept himself alive for almost a month on his own, with no resources, she said. We told him we'd continue paying for boarding school so long as he wrote us 1 letter a week and kept up his grades.
He took you up on the offer.
If for no other reason than as a way to get food and shelter, Angela said dryly. Employment is hard to come by in the States for someone underage. He knew that, and we warned him that if he got himself in trouble, with the law or otherwise, we'd be on him before he could blink. I would have dragged him back and chained him up myself if I had to, and he knew that. He was a good kid. He didn't want to get in trouble.
And it doesn't seem like he did. I glanced down at the sheets Primrose handed me that contained printouts of Mason's records. It looked like he lived a very normal, if non-magical, life. Graduated high school, got a degree, found a place. All things a mature young man would do.
Exactly, she said. And he never once came back to the Isle. He wrote every week up until he died. I was just expecting a letter from him when we got the news.
Angela, will we be able to see these letters? I glanced at Primrose. I understand they're likely quite personal, and we'd be very respectful of that.
Yes, of course. Whatever you need. I'd like them back when, if you no longer need them.
Absolutely, I promised. We'll take good care of them and keep the contents as private as possible. Angela stood.
There's nothing all that personal. You know boys. Men, I should say. Mason talked about school, work, his dog, things like that. Mostly superficial updates, but he always seemed quite cheerful and pleased to be talking with us.
She stopped talking, pressed a hand to her chest.
Do you think there are clues in the letters? Should I have realized my son was in trouble?
We're not sure your son was in trouble at all, I said. We don't know the reason for his murder yet.
But people who aren't in trouble don't end up getting themselves killed, at least not like that.
She flinched.
A heart-stopper, Hex? That's black magic, detective. The void, most likely.
I looked down, my fingers toying with the papers in front of me. Try to keep an open mind. We most certainly are doing the same. By all rights, Mason seemed like a good guy. Private, maybe, but there's nothing wrong with that. We're not assuming anything. Angela nodded, her eyes tearing up. She quickly pushed in her chair and strode from the room. I went to exchange a quick look with Primrose, but she didn't meet my gaze. Instead, she stared intently into her coffee and fidgeted uncomfortably in her seat.
This is hard, she finally whispered. Seeing the family? I haven't had to do it yet.
It's all a part of the job, I said, realizing the statement sounded more callous than I'd meant it to be. It always sucks. It's never easy. You just try to get used to it.
I don't think I want to get used to it,
Primrose said.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, well. I trailed off, giving a smile to Angela as she re-entered the kitchen with a tattered shoebox in her arms.
They're all in there,
she said, thumping it on the table. She played with the lid for a few minutes, hesitated as if trying to say something, then gave it a brutal shove toward me.
Take it. I hope you can find something in it that I didn't.
Thank you, Mrs. White, I said, gently shifting the box off to the side. In these letters, did your son mention why he would be enrolling in orientation? Angela gave me a quizzical look.
Excuse me? Mason would never. He always mentioned how happy he was living a non-magical existence. In a way, I think he was always trying to get us to see his side.
to see how amazing it was for him, as if we might have switched too. Did you ever consider switching? I'm a witch, Angela said, her hand to her chest. My husband is a sorcerer. It's in our blood. No, even if we had wanted to join our son's lifestyle, it wouldn't have worked. It's not for us. Our friends, family, history, careers, everything is here. We're much too old to start over. Did the Rangers tell you where Mason's body was found? She stilled the word body, and I understood. She didn't want to think of her son as a lifeless term, a tool used by the medical examiner to talk about a dead person on a table. I regretted my choice of words, but there was no real way around it. She said, struggling to get the words out. Yes, they did say, I recall. It was all such a rush, though. I think they told me he was found on campus, but I didn't think too much about it. I was too busy grieving my son. Completely understandable, Mrs. White, I said, but your son was found on campus in his apartment, or rather, dorm room. He lived in student housing, shared a room with a nice young woman. Were they? Just roommates, randomly assigned, I said, nothing more. She said that Mason kept to himself, that they'd both enrolled late for the term start, so they got pushed together as roommates. She didn't mind, said he was quiet and rarely around. But he wasn't. Angela stopped. He wouldn't. That makes no sense. Why would he be enrolled in orientation? Even if he had decided to live a magical existence again, we would have welcomed him back to the Isle with open arms. We told him that all the time. We're wondering the same thing, I said. He didn't need to go through orientation to get a place in the 6th borough either. He grew up in a magical family. He was good to go as far as the law is concerned. Are you sure he was actually attending there? Positive, I said. We walked his class schedule. Officer Primrose spoke with his study group. He was passing all his assignments with flying colors. No surprise there. Even the practicals? Mrs. White was a smart woman, I realized, and well-versed with the magical society. She understood our confusion and knew the right questions to ask. That's the strange part, I said. He refused to do any actual spells during class. As I said, there were no residuals whatsoever on his hands, which leads me to believe it's, as you say, your son hasn't used magic since his 13th birthday. Angela leaned her head forward, rested it in her hands. I'm sorry, I don't know what more to tell you. I'm just confused. I thought Mason's letters were simple because that was the life he was leading. I never realized that he was hiding something from us. All grown adults keep things from their parents, I said. It's not your fault. You've been very helpful. Did Mason converse with anyone else that you know of? Friends, family, etc.? Like I said, he didn't have many friends, or much of a personal life outside of his little bubble down in Texas. Angela looked beyond the kitchen. He was close with his sister when they were younger. You can speak with her. She still lives here. Evelyn is 25, works on Main Street. She probably would have gotten her own place by now, but I think she always felt she had to make up for her brother's leaving. And now... We'd like to talk to her, I said. And your husband, too, if that's possible. Absolutely, Mrs. White said. I mean, they're both still at work. You can wait here, or I can give you their addresses. I think we'd like to visit them at work if that's okay, I said. We're on a bit of a time crunch. Angela glanced toward the door where our old magic carpet sat rolled up sadly by the door. I understand. You can find Angela at the Magic Teapot, and my husband works at Spellcasting Sorcerers on the north end of the Isle, up by Sea Salt, the restaurant. You can't miss it. We bid Angela goodbye, thanked her again. With a magic carpet in one hand and a shoebox full of letters in the other, Primrose and I set off once again in hopes that digging deeper would unlock the secrets of Marcus White's very guarded life. Chapter 11. The Magic Teapot was right around the corner on Main Street. It was a cute little hut tucked between a chocolatier and a novelty olive oil and balsamic vinegar shop that boasted free samples. Primrose veered a little too close to the shops next to our target, so I reached out and yanked her back. Ask questions first, eat bread samples later, I instructed her. I can't believe you came to the Isle and never visited Main Street.
My parents are...
She cleared her throat as if trying to answer diplomatically. My parents like a certain level of... They're stuck up? Primrose gave another throat clear.
You could say that. We kept to ourselves.
That's too bad. The Isle has a lot to offer. I suppose you'll just have to come back sometime for fun. Do you have a significant other?
Oh, no, nothing of the sort, Primrose said, coloring. I'm not looking. I'm focused on my career.
Good for you, I said, turning up the walkway to the tea shop. Get to know yourself. There'll be time for the rest later. The magic teapot was more literal than I'd expected, and was shaped like its namesake. From the street, it looked quite realistic, albeit a billion times larger than a regular-sized teapot. Underneath it burned a very realistic flame that sent smoke whistling out of the spout every couple of seconds in a peaceful sort of shriek. Kids pointed. Mothers stopped to watch for a moment before shuffling on without popping inside. If I had children, I wouldn't take them inside a shop that was so inherently breakable either. Even the pathway to the door had been made from bits of broken china before being glazed over to prevent jagged edges. As we approached, I caught movement through the small window in the side of the extra-large teapot, a woman helping her customer at the register. I opened the door to the sound of a bell tinkling and let myself inside, followed closely by Primrose. Give me some space, will you? I asked as my elbow accidentally bumped her chest. Everything's fragile in here, and I'm not known for my dainty movements. Primrose gave a snort, but moved further away to examine a collection of tea-for-one sets. I focused on the selection of tea-flavored candies and wondered if someone wanted to eat candy, why'd they go for something tea-flavored and not just plain chocolate? Seemed like a waste of perfectly good calories to me. Can I help you? A tinkling bell signaled the exit of the sole remaining customer who'd been in the store. The shopkeeper arrived by our side with a smile. If you have any questions, I'm Evelyn, and... Evelyn White? That's right, she said, tapping her name tag. I've been working here since it was legal for me to get a job, so if you have any specific questions, I should be able to get them answered for you.
The shop is lovely, Primrose said from across the room. How much for this absolutely stunning piece of...
She trailed off at the look on my face.
Right. Never mind.
Oh, that particular teapot is a favorite of mine.
It's on sale today for 40% off with the purchase of any loose-leaf tea. And I mean, how can you come into the magic teapot and not walk out with fresh tea? We've got this amazing new chocolate cake flavor, which, I know, sounds odd, but is quite amazing.
Chocolate cake tea? I asked despite myself. Now you're speaking my language. Evelyn gave a huge smile.
Come on to the front. I'll make a sample while you browse.
Oh, that's really not necessary. We're actually just here.
I've already got it brewing,
Evelyn said, sliding behind a desk adorned with tinsel and evergreen boughs. The scent of pine was strong in the store. Christmas lights blinked and flickered off the shiny china surfaces.
It's no trouble. Have a look around while it steeps. It'll just be a minute.
Actually, we came here hoping to ask you a few questions. Unfortunately, it's related to your brother, Mason White, and not the tea of the day. I flipped out my badge. I'm Detective DeMarco from the 6th Borough, and this is Officer Primrose. I watched carefully for a reaction and was rewarded with one. The buzzy, pleasant salesperson evaporated from Evelyn. Her face turned an ashen sort of gray. Her shoulders slumped. There was a tiredness on her face, and I recognized the familiar signs of sadness. Puffy eyes, bags underneath, a bit bloodshot. I figured you'd come asking questions, she said, surprising me with her answer. How'd you find me? My mother? You're not exactly in hiding, are you? I asked. But yes, we visited your family home this morning, and your mother directed us here. She was very cooperative, and we were hoping you wouldn't mind if we asked you a few questions. I suppose not, she said, then added defensively. But if another customer comes in, I'll have to help them. Absolutely, I said, First, let us reiterate how sorry we are for your loss. I can't imagine losing a brother. I have 4 of them." "Wow," Evelyn said dully. "Must have been nice. The truth is, it's awful what happened to Mason. And I hate that we lost him, and obviously I'm shocked and devastated. But I was very young when he left home." "Your mother said you were quite close when you were both living here." "We were. He was the best big brother a girl could have asked for," she said with a thoughtful smile. "That's the reason it's so hard to deal with his loss. I mean, it was back then when he actually left. It broke my heart. Like I wasn't enough reason for him to stick around." I nodded, thinking specifically about Rob. We weren't the only 2 children in my family, so I had other brothers left at home with me when he had gone, but his disappearance had still stung. "I think I mourned him then more than now," she said. "When my brother was 15, I was, 6? It felt almost like he'd died. I mean, sure, we got weekly letters from him, but it didn't sound like my brother. They were formal, too adultish, not silly enough to be coming from Mason." "You think the letters were faked?" "No, they definitely weren't," she said. "They came from him religiously, but it was an obligation to write to our family. He didn't share the funny stories or the little bits and pieces that make daily life enjoyable. It read like a report of his week. Him proving to Mom and Dad that he was capable of making it on his own." Evelyn looked over at me to make sure I understood her point. When I gave a nod, she shook herself back to attention and looked down at the pot of tea she was steeping. She jerked into action, draining the tea into 2 cute pink and teal mugs, then placed them on the counter and pushed them toward us. "I felt like I lost my brother then. When I heard the news he died from the Rangers, obviously I was sad and heartbroken, devastated, all of that. But I hadn't seen him in years. He lived his own life. It was more like hearing a pen pal or a distant uncle had passed away. You know you should feel sad, but it's different." "I understand," I said. "You mourned him once and there wasn't enough space to do it again. At least, not yet. It may come." She looked at me carefully. "Yes, I suppose it might. Go on, have a sip. No use wasting it." I raised the teacup to my lips and blew on it. Steam curled into my face, and out of nowhere, the thick scent of gooey chocolate cake hit me like a steamroller. I took a gulp, too big, and burned my entire mouth. But on the way down, it tasted like chocolate. "That's amazing," I said. "I'm more of a coffee drinker, but this is—"
"Out of this world," Primrose interrupted. "I'll take some. 4 ounces, please. Sorry, Detective, don't try to stop me."
I grinned at Primrose, both because of her sheer enthusiasm and also because of her unwillingly brilliant idea. By asking to make a purchase, she'd given Evelyn something to do with her hands, and the poor girl seemed more coherent when she was busy moving around, her brain working in the background. "Is there anything you can tell us that might have gotten your brother into some trouble?" I asked. "Even if it wasn't his fault. Anything he was worried about, stressed over, that sort of thing?" "You mean because his death wasn't an accident?" "I'm so sorry, Evelyn. Yes. We believe that somebody wanted your brother dead, and we're trying to figure out why Mason became a target." "Honestly, I can't think of anything. If you go off my brother's letters, he was too boring to get in trouble." She gave a dry smile. "I'm sort of joking. Back in the day, he wasn't boring. But the things he wrote about lately, going to work, coming home, living a magic-free existence. He cooked, hung out with his dog, did continuing education for his stupid accounting degree. I mean, it doesn't exactly spell trouble, does it? Especially not of the magical variety." "Not exactly," I said. "Did your brother happen to mention rejoining the magical community at all?" She snorted. "Mason? No way. He'd die before he rejoined the magical She stopped abruptly. "I'm sorry," I said. "It's just that Mason's body was found on the campus of magic, and—" "I thought that was weird," she said. "I thought it strange he'd been in the 6th borough at all, but I guess I figured he must have been renewing some paperwork or whatever. He's always on top of that legal junk." I offered a small smile. Unfortunately, that wasn't exactly the case. We found his body in campus housing, in a dorm space he shared with a roommate. As a student there, he was attending a month-long immersion course for orientation. Evelyn just blinked at me. What? Your brother was attending the campus. She waved me off. I heard you. I just don't believe it. There's no way my brother would go through orientation. I mean, even if he had wanted to move back, he would have just moved back. We begged him to come live with us all the time, or at least move to the Isle to be closer to us, magic or not. So he never mentioned in a separate letter to you somewhere? She shook her head. We wrote letters as a family. I'm sure my mother can get them for you if you think they'd be helpful. Thank you so much for your time, Evelyn, I said. If there's anything else you can think of, either from your brother's younger days or his time in Texas, please let us know. What sort of stuff? Evelyn inched closer to the counter, looking at us closely. I mean, it was a long time ago, but my brother was always a little different. You don't think that could be what got him killed, do you? Your mother mentioned he was different, but she couldn't say how, I said. Do you have any thoughts? She swallowed hard. Not much, thanks to stupid Wesley Romper. Wesley? I jotted the name down. Don't bother, Evelyn said, her eyes flicking toward my notepad. He's dead. Died a few years ago in a spellcasting accident. Not a huge loss, if you ask me. He was the biggest bully. I'm almost positive he's the one who said something to my brother that scared him off from talking about his gifts. Gifts? He could see things, Evelyn said in a hushed voice. But I never found out what. Ghosts, maybe, or something? He always kept so mute about it. I think he told Wesley the truth. They were friends in grade school, and I think Wesley made such awful fun of him that Mason decided he didn't like being different. Shame Wesley's not around to tell us what that might have been, I said. Seems like it's the least he could do for your brother after that. Nobody liked him. He was a meanie. But yeah, I think he might have been the only person who knew exactly what Mason could see. Evelyn hesitated. I always think our house spooked my brother. I blamed Mom and Dad for many years after Mason moved away. Your mother and father? They keep this one room in the house locked, she said. They always have, ever since Mason or I could remember. We used to try and pick the lock, slip peepers under the door, anything we could think of, but it didn't work. All I know is that Mason would sit and stare at that door for hours, like hours on end. He'd forget to eat. It was strange. What do you think he saw? I don't know, but I think it triggered his gift, whatever it was, Evelyn said. If there's a theory, I've had it. Dead bodies in the room, buried treasure, stolen goods. For a while, I was convinced my parents were spies. I mean, they're obviously not. Did you see my mom's collection of Christmas sweaters? But there was something strange in there if Mason's to be believed. Do you think your mother would talk to us about it? Evelyn's eyes widened. Not a chance. Not even if it could help solve her son's murder? You have to understand something. Evelyn came out from behind the counter, walked just a hair too close inside my personal space bubble. She lowered her voice, her eyes a little wild. Whatever is in that room is more important to my parents than either of their children. When I told my mother that I thought Mason might move back if we got rid of the door and whatever was behind it, do you know what she said? What? Gasped Primrose, clutching her teacup to her chest. Evelyn stepped back, eyed both of us. She said, "That's too bad." Chapter 12.
It's weird, don't you think?
Primrose asked as we shuffled down Main Street. She clutched a small baggie of chocolate cake tea leaves to her chest.
Angela White didn't seem that, I don't know, crass when we spoke with her. It seemed like she really loved her son.
It did, I agreed. But here's the thing about being a cop, Primrose. People lie to us. There's a chance Angela isn't quite as warm and fuzzy as her Christmas sweater. And there's a chance that Evelyn's making the whole thing up about that door in their house. Primrose gasped.
But how can someone who makes such exquisite tea be a big fat liar? Even my mother would like this tea, and she's made even the best tea connoisseurs cry before with her assessments.
Your mother sounds quite charming, I said. But regardless, I'm not saying that, what were your words? Evelyn is a big fat liar. That's not what I meant at all. I'm just telling you not to get attached to any one story, any one theory. There are good liars out in the world. Believe me, I've seen them firsthand.
Are you talking about Trenton?
At the name of my ex-boyfriend, I felt my head do a slow turn as an ugly smile crept over my face. What did you say? Primrose's face was already Christmas red as she muddled through an apology.
I'm so sorry. I told you I read your case files and I shouldn't have said that.
No, you shouldn't have, I said icily, and I'd appreciate if you don't bring up his name ever again.
Of course, she said. I just meant it doesn't matter.
We continued north in chilly silence, though the air was warm and the sun beat down on us. I rolled my shoulders and attempted to ease the stress out of them, but it was good and built up. What bothered me more than the mention of Trenton was just how thoroughly Primrose seemed to know me, while I knew nothing about her. I preferred to live a private life, and it set me on edge to know that someone had access to such intimate details of my life, even if they were part of my case file. It's creepy when you talk like you know everything about me, I finally blurted. Yes, I was talking about Trenton. He was a brilliant liar, and I fell for it. But let me tell you that. Don't tell me about my own life. Got it? Primrose nodded.
I'm really sorry.
Thank you. It's great you did your homework, but I shifted uncomfortably. Working with someone is new for me. Do your best not to weird me out.
Don't weird out the boss,
she said, nodding vehemently.
Absolutely, sir. Again, I apologize.
I flicked a smile over at her, asking for a hint of forgiveness. I'm trying to help you, Primrose.
I know. I appreciate it. Trust me, sir.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you handle the next interview?
Alone?
I'll be there next to you, I said, but I've talked to Angela and Evelyn, and you've done a good job. I hesitated, amended my statement. A pretty good job keeping your trap shut. I think it's your turn. Let's see what you can do. If possible, Primrose's fingers went even paler as she gripped the bag tighter to her body. Her eyes shone.
Really? I mean, it's a big investigation.
You think you can do it?
Yes!
It came out almost as a yelp.
I mean, yes, sir. It would be my pleasure, but if I make a mistake...
I'll be right there, I said. You'll be fine. We'll do it together. You take the lead. The building that housed spell-casting sorcerers loomed shiny before us, tucked on an outcropping of land that hung over the ocean. The materials used for the building were a pearly shade of white with interesting sloping ridges. It looked almost like an oversized seashell resting against the shoreline. Do me a favor, though, Primrose, I said as we reached the front doors, two arches made entirely of milky glass. Primrose looked up expectantly.
Yes?
Wipe the goofy grin off your face or nobody will take you seriously.
Right, sir.
Almost comically, Primrose struggled to frown, but her face just didn't bend that way. She was one of the permanently smiling, or at least pleasant-looking types of folks, unlike me, but at least I couldn't see all her molars. We scooted up to the front desk and waited in somewhat awkward silence for a long minute, until Primrose jerked to attention and realized that her job had started the second we passed through the front doors.
Hello, I'm looking for Colton White,
Primrose said to the front desk receptionist.
We need to speak with him briefly.
Do you have an appointment? The woman behind the desk brushed curly blonde hair over her shoulder. What's your name?
I don't have an appointment, but it's urgent,
Primrose said.
His wife sent us, and it is imperative we speak to him immediately.
The receptionist frowned. Is it a family emergency?
Something like that,
Primrose said, shifting a glance in my direction. I'm Detective DeMarco of the 6th Borough, I said, flipping my badge out and resting it on the table. And that's Officer Primrose. We'd like to speak to Mr. White. It'll only take a second, I promise. His meeting ends in 5 minutes, the receptionist said, glancing at a sheet of paper before her which presumably had the day's schedule listed on it. I can let his receptionist know and she'll do her best to squeeze you in. Great, I said. Thanks. Primrose barely lasted past the front desk before she raised a hand to her mouth and chomped down on her thumbnail.
God, I screwed that up. I'm so sorry, Detective. I completely understand if you want me to keep quiet during the interview. I'm getting pretty good at that.
You didn't screw up back there, I said, giving her a smirk. Unless you count being too nice as a crime. You've got a badge. I'm not telling you to abuse it, but you should learn when to use it. That's why you carry it, officer. Primrose took a deep breath.
Yes, sir. If it's all right, I'd like to continue with the interview.
I assumed so. We shared a quick smile before coming to a stop outside of an office where a second receptionist sat. This one with sleek black hair that dangled in a straight sheet down her back and matched the midnight-colored dress that was tailored perfectly to her figure.
Excuse me,
Primrose said when the receptionist didn't look up after several throat clears and a few taps of the toe.
You might have gotten a comm from the front desk?
The receptionist blinked up, looking unimpressed. Right. Well, Mr. White is very busy today. The conference is this weekend, and he doesn't have time to speak with the two of you. So I'm sorry, but whatever Melissa told you isn't accurate. He's got no extra time in his schedule.
Well, I'm sorry,
Primrose said, leaning forward and adding a bite to her words. Her voice shook, but she did a good job covering it up, and I doubted anyone but me could tell.
However, unless you'd like to take a trip with us back to the 6th Precinct and get yourself charged with obstruction of justice in a murder investigation, maybe you can squeeze us into the schedule for 5 minutes. We'll be brief. I promise.
I hid a smirk as Primrose visibly wobbled with nerves, but the receptionist was too busy gaping to notice. Let me check, the receptionist said once she'd gathered herself. I can probably reschedule a few calls to fit you in. Primrose stepped back while the black-haired woman excused herself and disappeared through a door behind the desk. Primrose glanced at me, hope and fear scrawled in her eyes.
So,
she asked. A bit overkill, I said, but a very good start, and I liked the touch at the very end.
The promise bit? Yeah, I got that from you,
she said with a nervous laugh.
But it sounds a lot more ridiculous coming out of my mouth than it does yours.
There are all kinds of cops, Primrose. You don't have to be a bitch like me in order to be successful.
No?
I glanced at her. I think you just called me a bitch, but I'm going to let it slide because I like you.
I just meant you're fierce,
Primrose said, and pumped a fist for good measure. She looked extremely sheepish after.
I really wish I hadn't said fierce, or did this whole thing.
She repeated the first pumping thing.
Okay, I'm all done, I swear.
Mr. White will see you now, the receptionist said, appearing in the door behind the desk that presumably guarded Colton White's office. But he has a call in 5 minutes, so if you are not gone by then... Primrose and I waited patiently for the rest of the threat. It never came. What could she do, really? Call the cops? We were the cops. Great, I said. Very nice of you to find time for us. We skirted the desk and made our way into a spacious office that must have been lofted above the water because one entire wall was made of windows, and through it all we could see was the lake. White caps washed against the shore below us, and it gave me the feeling of being very, very small. I meandered over to the window, my hands clasped in front of my body. I let it be impeccably clear that it was Primrose's time to take over. And after a couple of shallow breaths from the officer, she started.
Good afternoon, Mr. White,
Primrose said, back to her normal, cheerful self. She added a layer of sympathy as she continued.
First off, I just want to say I am sorry our visit isn't under better circumstances. We are very sorry for your loss.
Mr. White, a smiling man probably in his mid-50s, sat behind a desk and looked out at Primrose. And you would be?
Right,
Primrose said, with a flick of her eyes toward me.
I'm Officer Primrose of the 6th Precinct, and this is Detective Dani DeMarco. We are looking into your son's death.
Mr. White ran a hand over his face. His eyes weren't as red as his wife's, but there was an exhaustion clinging to his wrinkles that I doubted had been there before the news of Mason's untimely passing.
I understand he didn't die of natural causes, Mr. White said. What I don't understand is why my son's body was found in the 6th borough.
Mr. White got straight to business, I thought, watching as Primrose digested this and considered her response. I wondered if she'd use the information we learned from Evelyn to pepper Colton with questions about the contents of his house and a mysterious door. If she didn't, I most certainly would.
That's something we were hoping to learn by talking to you, Primrose said. Your son was enrolled in orientation at the campus of magic. He was a student there and was killed, we believe, in his dorm room.
Confusion flickered across Mr. White's face.
That makes no sense. My son doesn't use magic. He hates it, or ignores it. I don't know which is worse.
We understood he sent letters, Primrose said. Was there anything in the correspondence that led you to believe your son was in any danger?
Colton shook his head.
No, my wife was convinced he might die of boredom, but that was the biggest concern we had for Mason's safety. He was a reliable, stable man. He wouldn't do something rash, and he most certainly wouldn't have applied for orientation.
Well, he did, and he kept it a secret,
Primrose said, her voice getting more excitable.
That's a fact. We have information from the school, his study mates, and his professors to prove it. Completed homework assignments. So something drove him back to the magical world, and I'm hoping you'll be able to help us figure out what that something was.
Clearly, I have no insight into the personal affairs of my son's life.
Colton White sounded agitated.
My son was a grown man. The information he chose to share with us was just that, what he chose to share. I'm sure there were other things he didn't mention.
Like? She prompted. Any guesses?
Not a one, Colton said shortly. I had the same communication with Mason as my wife and daughter, and I assume you've already spoken with them.
We have, Primrose said. How'd you get that scratch on your face, Mr. White? Colton was obviously jarred by the quick change in subject. As a matter of fact, so was I. My route into the room to the right of the desk had provided me with a partial view of Colton's face. I had wanted his attention focused solely on Primrose, a ploy that had worked beautifully, until now. I inched back toward Primrose while Colton raised a hand to the side of his face that had been obstructed from my view. When I reached Primrose's side, Colton withdrew his hand to show an ugly-looking cut just to the side of his eye with a butterfly bandage taped over it. Fresh aloe ale residuals sparkled around his forehead, and when I glanced at his desk, I found a matching supply there. The wound was obviously causing him a bit of pain.
I fell,
he said simply.
I'm not as young as I used to be, and I'm getting clumsy in my old age.
What'd you hit your head on? Primrose pressed.
A chair.
Here or at home?
Home.
Daytime or nighttime?
Middle of the night, he said. I was getting up to use the restroom and tripped in the kitchen.
Your kitchen chairs have rounded edges, Primrose said. Are you sure it was a chair?
Is this relevant to the investigation? Colton asked. I have a phone call to make. We have the spellcasting conference this weekend, and I'm unveiling a new spell we've manufactured. I really can't speak any longer.
We're trying to find the person who killed your son, Primrose said. We're on the same team, right?
Of course,
he said, his eye twitching in either annoyance or pain, as his hand rose to his temple and pressed near the scrape.
I want to help, but I'm not sure what more I can give you.
Just one more question, Primrose said. There was a door to a locked room in your house that Mason was interested in. What's behind there?
Colton rested both of his fists on his desktop and held a deep breath as he stood, hunched over his work.
I think this meeting is over.
But
my home is my home, Colton said. My private business is my private business. I assure you it had nothing to do with my son's death.
How can you be sure?
The last time my son had been home was nearly 2 decades ago,
Colton said, and on his face was a mixture of pain and frustration.
He barely associated with us except for generic letters that could have been written by a ghostwriter. Believe me, if something had appeared in Mason's life that reminded him of us, he wouldn't have gone toward it. He would have run far, far away.
Chapter 13. Our trip back to the 6th Precinct was a quiet one. Both Primrose and I were lost in our own thoughts after hearing Colton White's answers. It felt both sympathetic to him and suspicious, and I was in the middle of debating which one was more prominent when Primrose spoke. "Detective," she said from the back of the magic carpet, where she was thumbing through some of Mason's most recent letters to his family. "Did you know that Mason White had a girlfriend in Texas?" "What?" I accidentally kneed the throttle as I jerked around to face Primrose. She lunged forward to capture the paper before it floated down to earth, sending out a sticky spell on her palm to make the letter adhere to her fingers as I straightened the ride. I watched the glittering maroon sparks hover around Primrose's hand as she waited for me to regroup. "You can see it, can't you?" she asked. She looked down at her hand. "The spell." "I can." "What does it look like?" "Like you dunked your hand in a vat of maroon glitter." "Cool." Primrose studied her own hand as if she could see something, but it was futile. "Though I guess it wouldn't be so cool if I'd used a spell I didn't want you to see." "Why do you think I became a cop?" I asked with a dry smile. "Criminals don't like it either." "Now, what is this about a girlfriend?" "I mean, he never outright says it, but it's obvious," she said, thumbing through a few letters that all clung to her hands with the sticky spell. She obviously didn't trust my driving. She selected one letter and read from it in a deep voice. "This Friday, I'm going to stay home, open a bottle of wine. We'll do a movie night." "Okay," I said. "You don't know that means a girlfriend." "No, but his parents must have sent a letter back asking who we is because his next letter says, 'Me and the dog, ha ha.'" She glanced up at me. "I don't buy it. There's a distinct break about 6 months ago where he slips up and uses we more often than not. Around that time, he stops going out to trivia night at the bar on Fridays and stays home more. He also mentions trying new restaurants. I know people go out to eat alone, but don't you think it could be him and a new squeeze hanging around town?" "I don't know. It seems a bit thin to me." "I know, it sounds like a stretch, but I really don't think so. Maybe he was gearing up to tell his parents, but he didn't want to break the news before it got serious. Or maybe she was the reason he went to orientation. Do you think—" She hiccuped, looked up in excitement. "Do you think she was magical? A witch, maybe?" "I don't," I said. "Not if Mason is as anti-magic as he said." "But love doesn't discriminate." "Okay, then," I said. "Maybe she doesn't exist at all. Maybe Mason was really just a boring old Bob who drank wine on Friday nights with his dog. I mean, frankly, it sounds like the good life to me." Primrose rolled her eyes. "You know, Detective, I think some of this tough guy thing you've got going on is a charade. I heard you talking to—" She trailed off. "Finish your sentence." "I can't," she said. "It involves me commenting on you and the man who shall not be named." "King." "Yeah, him," Primrose said uncomfortably. "Anyway, my opinion was out of line. I'm just saying I think it might be a lead worth checking out." I pursed my lips in thought. "I'll tell you what. I've got a full schedule for the afternoon already. I have some appointments set up, and I've got to check in with the chief. How long's the carpet rented?" "I got it for the day," she said. "Not that it was in high demand. Now I understand why. I even understand why they gave me the helmet and elbow pads, to be honest. How do you feel about taking a ride to Texas?" "Me?" she asked. "Alone?" "I can send someone with you," I said. "Unfortunately, I just don't have the time to go today. It is your lead, and you should follow up on it. You're not an intern, no matter how much you've been pranked this week. Primrose, you're a cop. Trust your instincts. You think there's a lead, then don't listen to me if I say otherwise." "I could be wrong," she said with a frown. "It could be a huge waste of time." "I'm wrong all the time," I said. "It's not about being right or wrong. It's about eliminating an avenue of investigation. Even being wrong can be productive if done right." My brain hurts thinking about that. If there is a girlfriend, she needs to be notified, I said. If she's a human, it's not like she's going to know how to contact Mason's family. And if there's no such girlfriend, well, then at least we'll know. You can pop into Mason's apartment and have a look around. Let me see what Renola's up to. She's got experience in evidence collection in case you find anything.
Okay, if you're sure.
Are you sure? She considered me carefully.
I think so. I mean, I might be wrong, but I need to check this out.
I pulled the carpet through a patch of clouds while simultaneously calming Renola. We landed some 10 minutes later, and Renola was waiting for us at the flight deck. Thanks for the assist, I said. You'll go to Texas with Officer Primrose. She can fill you in on the way. Find anything, call me immediately.
Yes, sir,
Primrose said, while Renola nodded. I grabbed the box of letters from Primrose to drop at evidence before the rest of my afternoon tasks. As I left, I heard Primrose mumble to Renola,
You know how to drive this thing?
This junk bucket? Renola asked. No, that's up to you. I'm just riding along. Are you sure you don't want to wear a helmet? I think they've got elbow pads behind the desk. I hid a smile and continued down to evidence. I dropped off the box of letters for processing and asked around for Felix. Apparently, I'd caught him on his pizza break and missed an in-person update. Have him give me a comm when he's back, I said to a tech bent over a magiscope. I need to know if he's found anything. With time to kill until Felix finished his pizza, I opted to check another interview off my list. The dean from the campus of magic had agreed to chat for a few minutes, and I figured it couldn't hurt to dig into Mason's records a bit more. My hopes weren't high that this would be the break we needed in the case, but at the moment, all roads were feeling like dead ends. If police work had taught me one thing, it was to keep poking and prodding where things didn't feel quite right, and eventually, the truth would unravel from the lies. Me again, I said, flashing my badge to the nervous pixie at the front desk. The dean should be expecting me. I'm a little early, but hoping he can squeeze me in now. While the pixie called upstairs to confirm the dean's availability, I helped myself to a mug of hot cocoa from a warmer in the corner. Next to it was a jar of marshmallows. I helped myself to an even larger portion of those. My beverage was more marshmallow than hot chocolate, but I figured it counted as lunch since we'd been too busy to stop on the aisle. I popped the lid on as the pixie nodded for me to head upstairs. Good afternoon. I greeted the dean with my free hand. Thanks for seeing me a little early. Always my pleasure to help out the 6th Precinct and the chief when I can. Mr. Arnold Thomas, dean of the campus of magic, smiled from underneath a mound of floppy gray hair. He was tall and broad-shouldered, and once upon a time might have had an impressive stature. As it was, he'd gone a bit soft around the middle and the arms, and his pants were buckled unfortunately high on his waist. However, his smile was soft and his blue eyes inviting, and it was easy to see how he could convince students that this was the best university to attend. Even I wanted to trust him, and I was the biggest cynic in the borough. This is delicious, I said, raising the cup of hot chocolate in a salute. If you're buddies with the chief, let him know we could use some of this at the precinct. He laughed. I've been to the station, and I have to say, Detective, I'm sorry. I made polite noises of laughter as well, getting the necessary small talk out of the way before we dove into the meat of my visit. As I mentioned on the phone, I'm Detective Dani DeMarco, and we're investigating the death of one of your students. Mason White, of course, Mr. Thomas said. It's so unfortunate. Even more so when I heard it was being ruled a homicide and not an accident. Is the M.E. sure? I thought back to Sienna, the best and brightest mind in all the morgues. Yes, we're sure. His death was not from natural causes. I'm here today to get a better feel for Mason's reasons for attending the campus of magic. Mr. Thomas frowned. Ms. DeMarco, we have the best school for witches and wizards in the borough. In the country, quite possibly. Aside from offering a wide variety of classes, along with flexible night and weekend scheduling, we host a full smorgasbord of additional classes, including but not limited to orientation, special certifications, and even magical first aid. Many cops have come through our emergency magical responders training program. Right, I said, once he'd finished rattling off what felt like the entire campus brochure. I hold the campus of magic in the highest regard, but what I meant was Mason White specifically, his reasons for returning to school in the first place. I understand the dean meets individually with all potential and incoming orientation students.
I do, Mr. Thomas said. For orientation, we want to ensure our students are registering for the correct program. We offer week-long, month-long, and year-long programs, and which one a student selects all depends on what they're hoping to achieve.
You decided on the month-long program for Mason White. Why was that?
Mason White was an interesting case.
Mr. Thomas pushed thick-framed glasses further up his nose and glanced down at his desk.
I pulled his case file to refresh my memory, but it didn't take long. I knew exactly who he was.
What stood out about him to you?
Like you said, I found it interesting he was so adamant on registering for orientation. He had a magical family history, a knowledge of the 6th borough, and a happy existence on the mainland, or so it seemed. I wasn't sure why he wanted to enroll. However, who am I to deny enrollment to an inquisitive student?
Did he give you a reason he wanted to attend classes so badly?
Mason was a slippery fellow to get a hold of. I recall we rescheduled our meetings so many times that he was already enrolled by the time we met. But I did explain we couldn't offer him housing or classes until we had our meeting. And we finally got something on the calendar. When we met, I asked why he wanted to enroll, and he mentioned something about furthering his magical knowledge.
Did he have plans to move to the 6th borough?
He never said.
Mr. Thomas sniffed.
Our meeting only lasted 10 minutes at the most, including the formal business we had to take care of, class schedules and the like. Actually, that's what took the longest. He was very insistent on his class schedule.
What do you mean?
He didn't want to follow the normal orientation route, Mr. Thomas said. I recommended he sign up for the 1-week course instead of the month-long version. After all, he'd done magic before and understood the etiquette. The rest, I imagined, would come back to him quite quickly. And we always tell our students that orientation is just the beginning. Magic is a lifelong process. Learning it, using it, studying it.
But he refused the week-long course? Mr. Thomas nodded.
He insisted that with the type of person he was, I don't know what he meant by that, he would do better with more in-depth immersion. And once I finally agreed to entertain his notions, his insistence continued.
How so?
Class schedule,
Mr. Thomas explained.
For most students, it's simple. We have a basic track list for orientation. We've done this a million times for a wide variety of students. We know what works best, the order of classes, etc. However, Mr. White insisted that he knew himself better than we did, and I couldn't disagree with that.
You let him choose his own schedule?
To a certain degree,
Mr. Thomas said with a sniff.
We discussed it thoroughly together, and eventually came to an agreement that we both approved of. I normally wouldn't have been so accommodating, but with his unique background as an experienced magic user, and his insistence that he was different...
Different, I interrupted. Different how? Mr. Thomas steepled his fingers before his face.
I'm not sure exactly. Learning style, I assumed. He didn't go into specifics, and I didn't pressure him to. All those lawsuits about discrimination and whatnot. We have to be extra careful these days. The campus of magic respects all species, races, magical types, learning styles.
I get it, but I'm not going to sue you for being politically incorrect, Mr. Thomas. I'm trying to figure out who murdered one of your students. And the faster we find his killer and throw him or her behind bars, the better it is for all of us, including the reputation of the school. Mr. Thomas cleared his throat.
Understood. But I'm afraid I can't help you any more than I already have, Detective. As I said, Mr. White seemed to be a very private person, and he kept anything peculiar, anything personal, really, to himself. Have you tried speaking with his teachers and friends? I can provide a class schedule if that'd be helpful.
I have one already. I hesitated. Actually, there is something you can do for me. Can you give me a schedule of the normal classes an incoming student might take? And put that side by side with the classes Mason White insisted on taking?
It's right here in his file, Mr. Thomas said. You can have this copy. I have another for the records. Standard classes to the left, Mr. White's revised schedule to the right.
Thank you, I told the dean. If there's anything else, is it all right if I give you a call?
Any time,
Mr. Thomas said, standing along with me.
Enjoy the hot chocolate, Detective.
I left the dean of admissions and took the staircase outside his office at a jog to the main level. When I reached the lobby, I took a quick glance at the differences between the standard schedule and Mason White's itinerary. It looked like he'd managed to secure 3 classes that were different than the original. Professor Bleecker with magical etiquette and paranormal prowess, magical maladies with Professor Petrie, and paranormal history of the 6th borough with Professor Harrison. I had spoken briefly with all 3 professors during my initial interviews. Only Professor Bleecker had truly remembered having Mason White in her class at all, and she hadn't been able to provide a ton of information, despite her organization and attempt to be helpful. I folded the papers and tucked them into my pocket. I'd mull them over, come back to them later. I doubted there was much more his professors could say about their former student. I checked my comm, but Felix hadn't left a message during my meeting with the dean. With a little more time to kill, I pointed my feet in the direction of the library. I could hit it quickly on my way back to the lab to frighten Felix into giving me results. It was taking him forever to get a piece of pizza. After reading Primrose's report, I deduced the officer had done a good job on her scope of the library, but that didn't mean she'd been able to talk to everyone who'd worked or been studying the night in question. Different days, different schedules. Maybe I'd get lucky. The Campus of Magic Library was a stately building, made of sturdy brick that had faded to a dull red from years and years of standing tall against the battering of storms and snow and weather of all varieties. This afternoon there was a hint of magic that clung to the outside against the early onset of darkness. Residuals hung on trimmings and shutters, and the trees guarding the pathway to the front door were glimmering with touches of decorating, hanging, and moving magic. Christmas lights glowed from all surfaces, giving a hazy brightness to the crisp air and reflecting off the light spattering of snow puttering down and landing gently on boughs and branches and bulbs. A breath of warmth cascaded over me as I pressed the front doors open and tapped my boots against the welcome mats on the floor. I glanced around the library, found it brimming with students. The pre-dinner, post-class hour had many young people cramming work in before evening activities or classes. Interviewing all these students would be like searching out a tiny needle in a giant haystack. So I went toward the more likely candidates to have seen and remembered the conversation in question, specifically the employees. I hit the front desk first and found 3 students behind it, 2 women and 1 man, all looking like they could be students themselves. "Hey there," I said. "Detective DeMarco of the 6th Precinct. Any of you seen this guy around?" I flashed a picture of Mason White at the 3 of them, watching for any immediate reactions. One of the women bit her lip, gave a shake of her head. The second one studied the photo for a while longer, but she, too, looked up and responded with a negative. The man, however, was still gazing at the photo even after both women had resumed helping customers. His brow furrowed in thought. "You know this guy?" I asked. "You're not in trouble. I'm just looking for information. Mind if we step over here for a minute?" "I swear, I don't know anything about him." The man, a kid, really, with scrawny long limbs and a Gumby-like bendiness to his height, stared at me through circular wire-framed glasses. "I didn't, associate with him or anything." "I promise you're not in any trouble. In fact, the department would greatly appreciate any help," I said. "I'd be happy to put in a good word for you." Fortunately, I'd hit the right note to gain favor with my young potential witness. He brushed back an orange curl that had fallen over his eyes and gave a huge smile, revealing a gigantic set of braces and an even more gigantic pair of front teeth, along with a spattering of freckles across his nose. I think I could help you. You said your name was... Detective DeMarco, I said. Can you tell me the last time you saw this man? Wait a second, isn't he the one who just died? Maybe that's where I recognize him. Did they run his picture in the paper? I don't think so, not yet, I said. Were you working any other nights this week? I work every night this week except last night, he said. I had it off to see a school play. Anyway, I think I saw this guy in here. Always a little weird when older adults come to study at the campus library. I mean, not weird, but you know. I'm used to seeing kids my age. He just stuck out a little. Plus, he was talking with some big dude. And I remember that because Andrea... The kid paused and glanced over his shoulder as if someone were listening, kept staring at him. Andrea is... She's an employee here. Really cute. I sort of thought she liked me, but we never really talk. Anyway, she was working with me the night this guy was in here. And the guy he was talking with was, super handsome. I felt a tingle begin on the back of my neck. You got a good look at him? Yeah, because it was the only time Andrea talked to me all night, and I remember every word that Andrea has ever said to me. It's 367 words total in 2 years working here. I really value them. And Andrea was talking about this guy? Talking? Yeah, right. Drooling, maybe. The kid scoffed, then turned on a high-pitched voice that was probably supposed to imitate Andrea. She went on and on and on about this guy and his brilliant eyes, and was he a student here? She hadn't seen him before. Kid took a deep breath. It was so gross and annoying, and she used 42 words to describe this guy. I can't believe 11.444% of the words she's ever said to me were about another dude. That's disappointing. Would you recognize this dude if you saw him again? The kid blinked. Yeah. He was the handsomest dude I'd ever seen. I mean, it's annoying Andrea was here that night to see him, but, I don't blame her for liking what she saw. His cheeks turned pink. You know what I mean. Objectively, I like girls. Andrea. Forget it. Tell me your name? Clyde Tudor, he said, junior here at the campus of magic. Clyde, do you think you could describe this guy to a sketch artist? When I saw hesitation budding on Clyde's face, I widened my eyes and gave him a knowing smile. I'm sure Andrea would be quite impressed. Wait a second, Clyde said, squinting at me. For a moment, I thought he was going to call my bluff about Andrea, but then the suspicion passed, and a huge smile broke out onto his face. If you're trying to find this guy, he's probably a criminal, right? I can't comment on that. It's an open investigation. Dude, come on, I know how this works. Clyde sounded very smug with his prowess. He's a person of interest at the very least, and if he gets locked up in prison, Andrea can't exactly drool over him, can she? From a distance, maybe, I said. Plus, prisoners wear ugly jumpsuits. I'm sure that no matter how handsome this guy is, he won't look good in orange. Clyde bit his lip. Crap. But girls like Andrea go for the bad boys. Maybe this will make him more appealing to her. I rolled my eyes, grabbed one of his arms lightly, and tried not to think about Matthew and Gray as I gave my next piece of advice. Come on, Clyde, help me out. Girls never end up with the bad boys. Have patience. Someday girls your age will appreciate a nice, stable man with your, personality. You think? I know, I said. And in the meantime, I'd really appreciate you coming down to the station with me and meeting with a holohex artist. But, he looked torn. Andrea's supposed to be coming on for her shift shortly. I hate taking off when she's working. Nothing like playing hard to get, I said. Trust me. Now march. Chapter 14. Clyde liked to talk. As he shuffled next to me on the shortest route back to the precinct, I found myself wondering if he didn't have Andrea all wrong. Maybe she had tried to talk to him, but Clyde was such a chatterbox that poor Andrea had only managed to get in 367 words over 2 years, despite her best efforts otherwise. And after the show, I told her, do you know what I told her, detective? I don't, I said dully, grabbing Clyde's elbow and steering him forward. The marketplace streets were a main thoroughway of the city, one I usually avoided. Too many of the criminals I'd put in prison found their way back into the shadows of the marketplace, and there was nothing more awkward and disheartening than buying a bagel from an ex-con witch who would probably spit in my cream cheese. This time, however, I would take a bagel with cream cheese spit over listening to Clyde for the extra 10-minute detour it had cost us to go around. What did she say? I prompted when I realized Clyde had been silent for a full 30 seconds. Clyde? I turned, annoyed at the kid's back-and-forth cold feet, when I found him staring straight ahead into a crowd of people. Yo, Clyde, I said. You didn't finish your story. Let's walk and talk, pal. But... Clyde just shook his head and froze solid into a statue. A few people bumped into us from all angles. One or two sneered naughty words. A third person smelled so much like a narcotics jail cell that I almost pulled out my handcuffs, but I was too intrigued by Clyde's frozen stare to care who was jostling against us. What is it? I leaned in closer, my hand loose on his wrist. I wasn't letting the kid bolt. After listening to over 20 minutes of his tales, I'd earned that hollow hex. Did you see someone you recognize? It's... He hesitated, cleared his throat. Him. Him? I glanced forward, but the kid's gangling legs propped him a few inches taller than me. I couldn't see over the crowd of people. Do you mean the guy you recognized from the library the other night? Yes, he stuttered. The beautiful one. I rolled my eyes again, wondering what this gorgeous guy had going for him that made a college boy drool through his braces in envy. I tugged Clyde's skinny arm with me as I wound my way through the crowd. With one final elbow into the ribs of a man who had to be half giant, I squeezed through to the front of the line, keeping Clyde close behind me. I had my hand on my stunner just in case. If this guy bolted... Him! Clyde's voice grew stronger, his finger raised. I followed his point to the man in front of a small crowd of people. Rob? I gaped at my oldest brother. His hands were spread wide as he flipped different color fireworks back and forth between his palms. A little crackle and a fizz sounded as one of the fireworks died at the sound of my voice. Come on, lady, don't stop the show, someone called from the crowd. It's Rob DeMarco! In town for a few weeks only. Can't buy these firecrackers anywhere else. I pulled open my leather jacket wide enough to reflect the greens and blues and reds of Rob's fireworks off my badge and stunner. In the marketplace, both a badge and a stunner were bad news, though the badge was probably more intimidating to these folks than the gun. Show's over, I said to the crowd. Thanks for watching. Give us some space, please. As the dirt and grime of the city street kicked up in a cloud from the grumbling mess of onlookers parting ways, I dragged Clyde just a few paces closer. I let him take a good long look at Rob. I watched as Rob eyed me with a mixture of confusion and annoyance, with that same hint of amusement that told me he wasn't taking any of this seriously. Clyde, I said, turning to the kid, is this the guy you saw talking to Mason White in the library this week? Clyde nodded. Yeah. That's him. You're sure? Positive. I inhaled a deep breath, blew it out. Thanks. Do you need an escort back to campus? Why? Clyde asked. I thought you were taking me to the station. I was going to tell Andrea about it. You already ID'd the guy, I said. We don't need a sketch now. Clyde squinted at me in frustration. What are you going to tell Andrea? Whichever of your stories you'd like, I said. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I'll let you know if I have any more questions. Great, he said. And if you do need to ask me any more questions, can you please do it when Andrea's around? I think it'll probably look cool if I had a hot detective who needed my help. She'd probably dig me even more now that I think about it. How about that escort? Is it going to be you? Clyde asked. Would you take me back? No. Then I'm good, Clyde said, looking a little crestfallen. I'll, get going then. See you around. Nice kid, Rob commented once Clyde rounded the block and disappeared from sight. King's not going to be happy with your fan club. Shut up, I said, turning to face my brother. "I'm not here on a friendly visit." Despite the DeMarco blood that ran thick and hot through our veins, I didn't have a twinkle of amusement in my eye. I didn't have a soft spot for my biggest brother. If I was going to live up to Primrose's thesis that I was a good detective, I had to separate business from family. And the only way I could afford to look at my brother in this moment was as a suspect. "What do you say I did?" Rob asked, crossing his arms lazily over his chest. "It probably wasn't me." He wore a button-down black shirt and jeans that fit him just a little too perfectly. He leaned against the brick wall behind him, brushed dust off his shirt. Two girls giggled and stared as they walked by. "Apparently his little girlfriend was drooling over you, so he remembered you as clear as day," I said. "Who would have thought your looks would be your downfall?" Rob narrowed his gaze at me, a hint of anger appearing in his eyes. "What the hell are you talking about, Dani?" "Detective," I snapped. "I have a witness who ID'd you talking to my murder Vic the night he died. Did you?" "Did I what?" I took a sharp breath of surprise. "Holy shit, Rob, you did. You're stalling." "Did what?" This time he answered more coolly. He matched me, stony gaze for stony gaze. "You're not being clear, detective." "Did you or did you not speak with this man in the library at the campus of magic this week?" I asked, pulling out the photo I'd used with Clyde. "His name's Mason White, but then again, you probably knew that already." "Oh, yeah." Rob let out a thin smile. "I did that. Kid was right." "I know. Now you'd better have a good reason for talking to him." "Do I need a reason to talk to people? Or to go to the library, for that matter?" "You're going to have to stop avoiding my questions sooner or later," I said. "Want to join me down at the station?" "I'd love to, sis, but I've got places to be. Maybe another time." I reached forward, snatched Rob's shirt in my fist. I pressed him hard against the wall. "We have our victim talking to a mystery man barely 2 hours before he died. Until, just now, we thought it might be the same man or woman who killed him. So you really want to mess around, Rob? You just got ID'd as our best murder suspect." "Freaking hell, Dani, let me go!" Rob snatched his shirt from my grasp and backed away. "What are you trying to say? That I killed Mason White? Did you?" Any good-natured hint in Rob's face vanished instantly. "I'm going to give you 10 seconds to retract that question. I know you're on a deadline, struggling to wrap up this case for the chief. I get it, politics. But accusing your own brother of murder? I thought you were better than that, Dani." "How can I be better than that?" I whispered. "You've been gone a decade, Rob. I barely know you." "What about the whole family is everything, or blood is thicker than water?" Rob shook his head in disgust. "A little distance and time apart make you forget that?" "I know where my priorities lie," I said. "Do you? Because that's the question we're all wondering. Even Ma, though she won't admit it because you're her oldest son. We're all waiting for the other shoe to drop, Rob. Why'd you come home? You're honestly going to tell me a little Christmas cheer stirred up your nesting instincts and brought you home? Come on. We've got 2 detectives and a former cop in the family. Are you really going to lie to us?" "This is bullshit. You know I didn't kill anyone," Rob said, his gaze on fire as he looked at me. "I'm not accompanying you to the station unless you place me under arrest, so go ahead. If you're gonna do it, let's get it over with." As Rob held his hands in front of him and waited for the cuffs to clink over his wrists, the priorities I'd claimed to have straight flashed before me in a rush of images, voices, a whirlwind that wouldn't stop until I blinked my eyes closed. It was the chief, begging me to close the case. I saw Clyde's frozen face as he recognized my brother without a doubt in his mind. I thought of Matthew and wondered what he'd do in my situation. Primrose popped into my vision, and the way she'd look at me depending on what I did next. Gray and what he'd say. And last but not least, my mother's face if I had to tell her that I'd arrested my own brother for murder. My eyes opened, and as I looked up at Rob, I could see he knew my decision even before I did. I let my hands fall to my side as I took a step back. "I suggest we forget this happened," Rob said, moving closer, giving my arm a light squeeze.
Come on, I know you're under a lot of pressure. The kid recognized me, so what?
I felt bile burning in my throat as I looked at my brother. You haven't answered any of my questions. Why'd you talk to Mason? Why are you in town? Rob let his hand fall away from me. He watched me carefully through guarded eyes.
I worried this would happen. It's like you don't even recognize me anymore. Rob, forget it, he said. I'll head out after Christmas. Seems easier that way. And Dani, I didn't kill your guy.
Why were you in the library talking to him? Rob gave me a tense smile.
I think we're done here.
Rob! Are you arresting me? He asked, a sorrowful tinge to his words.
You know, I would have told you, Dani, if you'd just asked nicely, if you trusted me.
I'm just doing my job, I cried. It's not my fault you got yourself into a sticky situation. You've always wiggled out okay, but what if this time is different?
All I've learned this afternoon is that I should believe you when you say you know where your priorities lie, and they're not with me.
Rob took a deep breath, steadied his voice.
So, if you want to know my business with Mason White, you'll have to find some evidence to connect me to the case. Remember, I come from a family of cops. I know how the system works.
I felt the fingers of rage stretching through my body as Rob turned on a heel and walked away, striding through the marketplace as he got lost amid crowds of women craning their necks for a better look at him. As he disappeared, I took a moment to close my eyes and breathe. And when I opened my eyes, I had to wonder if the anxiety coursing through my body was due to my frustration with Rob or my fear of what he'd done. Chapter 15. I was a distracted mess on my trip back to the precinct. When I reached the lab, I stopped outside the door and took a deep breath. I gathered my thoughts, pushed Rob to the recesses of my mind, and focused on the logistics of the case. For better or worse, my brother was right. At the moment, we didn't have any physical evidence tying him to the case. If I'd found the identity of Mason's mystery man to be anyone other than my brother, I would have been incredibly annoyed at our inability to arrest our suspect. As it was, I felt relief over any lack of tangible evidence. However, if Felix had found fingerprints on the note that connected Rob to our meeting with our victim just hours before he was killed, my next steps wouldn't be pretty. There were no two ways around it.
"Got something for you," Felix said. "Take a seat."
I was too nervous to sit, so I stood, and tried not to hope for the evidence to point to someone other than Rob. I had to follow the logical trail no matter what. Facts were facts, and whatever Felix had found could potentially change the path of the case to either help or hurt my brother. Either way, I'd have to deal with it.
"These,"
Felix said, pulling a pair of glasses off the surface of one of his lab tables,
"are quite peculiar."
I blinked. What are those? Or rather, whose are those? Felix looked disappointed at my lack of excitement.
"These are from the backpack you gave me that supposedly belonged to your Vic."
Right, gotcha, I said, remembering the spectacles from my initial search of the bag. What's so weird about them? Did you find any DNA on the bag besides that of our Vic's? Can you confirm it's Mason's bag?
Mason White's DNA and fingerprints are all over the bag and everything in it, so there's a very good chance it's his, or at least that he's handled it before his death.
Felix hiked his pants up an unnecessary extra inch.
The glasses, too, have his prints on them. I checked in our system, or rather in the human system. Mason White saw an eye doctor.
So?
So these are very likely his glasses.
Felix nodded to establish the baseline.
However, while these are likely issued from a mortal eye doctor, there's something interesting about them.
I frowned, muttered a fingerprint eraser charm. Once I was covered, I picked up the glasses and squinted at them. I don't see much in the way of residuals clinging to them.
I'm not sure they've been touched by what we could call your average spell. I think if you found the gnome who altered these, he could tell you what they're supposed to do.
To do? I held them up to my face without putting them on. I glanced at the ceiling, but immediately the strong prescription distorted my view. I shut my eyes quickly and pulled them away. The guy needed LASIK.
I don't disagree with that, but these glasses have been tinted to do something else. I haven't quite figured out what, Felix said with a harumph. It's nothing I've ever seen before.
What makes you say a gnome worked on these?
It's got their touch. See this little symbol here? It's customary of the workshop on the north end of the borough. I called up there to ask around, but they stonewalled me. Said they've got client whatever privileges. You might have to go waving that badge of yours around to get any concrete information.
You think that's all I do? I glanced over at Felix. Wave my badge around? He shrugged.
Seems like it gets you what you want.
Can I check these out of evidence for the rest of the afternoon? I asked. I'll have them returned this evening. I think I might pay these gnomes a visit.
Be my guest, Felix said. I'll warn you not to lose them, but frankly, it'll hurt your case more than it hurts me if you do. Sign the log, will you?
Did you come up with anything else? I asked as I signed the log, then placed the glasses in their carrying case. What about that note with my name on it?
Handwriting's not a match with anything in our system, but that's not a surprise. We don't require handwriting samples for much. We need to have a good idea of who was on the other end of the pen to match that. No fingerprints aside from our victims.
I considered this, replaying the moment that Rob and Mason would have met in the library. They would have talked. Maybe Mason hadn't ripped out the paper right away. Maybe he'd handed over his notebook and... I glanced up. I have to go.
Do you want me to run the handwriting against someone else's? Felix asked. I just need a sample if...
Yes, I pointed at him. Hold that thought and I'll get you a sample. You're a genius.
I know that, he said, but he looked quite confused. Why do you suddenly think so?
Do you still have the notebook from the backpack with the other portion of the paper on it? I asked. The one that matches with the rip?
We have everything you turned in, Felix said. We don't just up and lose things.
Great. Test that sheet and the cover and the back pages for fingerprints, I said. Felix, look. I dug around for any notebook and found one quickly on Felix's messy desk. I flipped it open to a random page. Then I shoved it at him. Write something down. Felix stared up at me. Something? My name, I said impatiently. Write my name down. He wrote my name down and then handed the book back. I have been operating under the impression that our victim tore off the piece of paper, then gave it to this mystery man to write on. But what if he handed over the whole notebook and only tore off the important bit later? Felix nodded in understanding.
His fingerprints would be on the outer edges of the pages, maybe the back.
Exactly, I said. And as I said it, I felt my heart sink. My breakthrough, which under any other circumstances would have been quite thrilling, felt suddenly hollow. Had I just thrown my brother under the bus? Would we find a match with Rob's prints? And if so, what did that mean? A part of me wanted to tell Felix to forget it, but if I let my thoughts and feelings for Rob get in the way of an investigation, then I didn't deserve to be working it. I had to follow each line of inquiry through to the end like I would on any other case.
That's great,
Felix was muttering, already setting up the machine he'd use to pull prints off the booklet.
I'll keep you posted. Shouldn't take long.
Great, I said weakly. I glanced at my comm as it buzzed and saw Primrose's name pop up. I've got to run. Call me the second you have something.
Of course.
Anything, Felix, I said. Call me the second you have anything. He glanced up from his work, looking somewhat annoyed.
I said I would, DeMarco.
I know, I just mean... I hesitated. Whatever you find. Felix straightened, put a hand on his hip.
Do you have an idea whose prints I'm going to find here?
I have a theory I don't like, I said, keeping my face as neutral as possible. And I need to know if the investigation turns that way that you're going to come to me. Don't go above my head.
You've got my word, DeMarco, Felix said, but I'm not planning on covering anything up. Whatever I find...
I know, I said. I'd never expect you to do that, but I'd just like to know first. As a friend. Felix's lips went into a thin line, and he nodded.
I don't know what I should hope for, to find something or to not find something. That look on your face isn't pretty.
Gee, thanks, I said, but neither of us laughed. Don't hope for anything, Felix. We deal in facts, science. Whatever we find, we deal with. That's the name of the game. I left the lab and answered my comm on a somewhat somber note, asking Primrose to meet me upstairs in my office. On the way, I stopped and grabbed a mug of coffee, wishing I'd found another vat of marshmallows and jug of hot cocoa to spice up my afternoon caffeine hit. I reached my office before Primrose and shoved aside some papers to make room for her on the chair. I just sat down behind my desk when she appeared in the doorway and knocked against the frame. "It's open," I said. "Come in." She stepped into the room and closed the door behind her. She took a seat opposite me and glanced longingly at my coffee. I got my first good look at Primrose since she'd returned, and the poor girl looked windswept. Her cheeks were stained a rashy red, and her hair stood up at all angles, though she'd tried to pull it back into a ponytail. Her teeth chattered randomly as if she were chilled through, and her eyes were watery and bleary. "How was your ride?" I asked evenly. "I haven't had a sip of coffee yet. You can have mine if you like." Primrose greedily reached for my cup and took a gulp, coughing and spluttering at the hot liquid. Instead of waiting for it to cool, she merely cupped it closer and took a smaller sip. I let myself out of the room to grab another cup, and by the time I returned, I found that Primrose had downed the first one. I raised my second mug. "You want this one too?"
No, that was great. Thank you," she said, wiping her mouth.
She shifted a gigantic bag on her lap so it rested on the floor.
Sorry, but thank you."
I glanced at the bag, but she made no comment as to its contents, so I returned behind my desk. "Are you going to tell me why you just inhaled my coffee?"
"It's the stupid magic carpets," she said. "We got stuck at a cruising altitude a little too high, and I had icicles coming out of my nose on the way back. It was awful. The department really needs to do a fundraiser, a broom shine or something, to raise funds for functional carpets."
"I don't look good in a bikini, and neither do most of the other officers," I said. "Hence the reason we stay away from broom washes, shines, and the rest of it. But I see your point. Did you at least make it to Texas?"
"We did," she said. "Renola was great. If it weren't for her mobile campfire, I would have frozen my tuchus off."
"Your what?"
"Never mind," she said. "It was cold. But in Texas, it was actually quite balmy compared to the flurries we're seeing up here. Anyway, enough about the weather,"
she said more to herself than to me.
"Renola and I found Mason's apartment without too much trouble."
I eyed her carefully. "There was some trouble?"
"I don't understand the mortal world," she said, blowing a breath out. "Am I that bad at lying?"
"Yep," I said, "but it's okay. I like your honesty. What'd you find?"
"A lot of nothing," Primrose said. "At least at first, which was the problem."
I squinted. "Mm-hmm."
"No, honestly. I got thinking how weird it was that there was nothing in his apartment, not even a peep, when some of Mason's letters clearly stated he had a dog. He wasn't secretive about it."
"Right," I said. "That's what made you think he had a girlfriend. Changing to the use of we all the time."
"Exactly. So I got to thinking my theory was right, that there was a girlfriend. Maybe the dog had been a ruse. I checked the letter. The first time he said we was before he ever mentioned he had a dog," Primrose said excitedly. "The next letter he sent explained that he'd adopted a pup, and that was the we he meant."
"You think he was making up the whole story about the dog to cover up a girlfriend? Interesting. Most people I know would pretend the opposite."
"This is different," she said. "Different worlds, star-crossed lovers."
"Shakespeare," I interrupted. "I love when you wax poetry and all, but is there actually a girlfriend?"
"That's the thing."
Primrose gave a cheeky grin, raised one finger to emphasize her point.
"I was wrong again."
"Why are you so happy about being wrong?"
"Because," she said with another one of her quirky grins, "there's a girlfriend and a dog."
It was my turn to blink in surprise. "Are you joking? Start from the top, Primrose. Give me the full rundown."
Okay, she said breathlessly. "So Renola and I landed, found his apartment, let ourselves in with a little lock lifter after making sure it was empty."
"And it was empty?"
"Completely," she said. "His apartment is so bare, so boring. Not a lot of personal stuff up anywhere. One picture of his family, but it was tucked inside his dresser drawer and not sitting out. His desk was clear except for some files that made no sense. I mean, numbers and financial stuff from his office. He had done some work at home, it looked like.
Any signs of recent life?
Kitchen was stocked with a lot of non-perishables, but the fridge was completely empty except for a few staples. A jug of milk, one sandwich, things like that. Which is a little weird, right?
I suppose, I said. We are imagining that Mason left of his own accord and planned to be gone for a month. So why would he leave a sandwich to mold in an otherwise cleaned-out fridge?
Exactly.
Primrose nodded along.
So we kept digging. There weren't any records of a girlfriend that we could find. No extra toothbrush, no names jotted down. I mean, the place was clean. I got the feeling that Mason set things up so that if he didn't come back, there wouldn't be anything to find. He was either very careful or very, very impersonal in his everyday life.
How'd you find the girlfriend, and the dog, for that matter?
She found us, Primrose said. We were just about to pack up and head for home when the front door opened and in she walked.
The girlfriend or the dog?
Both.
Primrose bounced once in her seat before seemingly reminding herself to stay calm.
The girlfriend's name is Jennifer Ramos. She works at the same company as Mason. Or she did. It turns out she has a half-hour commute from her home to the office, but Mason's house is right around the block from their offices. He asked her to dog sit for him while he was away. She brings the dog to his place during the day so she can check on him during lunch.
Hence the sandwich and milk, I said. She pops into Mason's apartment for lunch and playtime with his dog.
Then she pops back in after work finishes for the day to take the puppy home, she said. Boy, was she surprised to see us.
What'd you say? Her face flushed a bit.
Well, I panicked. I said I was an officer of the 6th Precinct. Luckily, Jennifer didn't seem to realize that the 6th Precinct was in another, world, and not just downtown Dallas. Renola took over then, flashed her badge, and explained the situation. She notified Jennifer of Mason's death.
What was her reaction? Is she immortal?
Oh, totally mortal. As mortal as they come, Primrose said. I mean, I don't see the residuals like you do, but she didn't seem to have a clue about anything magical. We gave her a few hints to latch onto, but we got nothing.
What was the situation between them when he left?
She thought he was breaking up with her, Primrose said. Jennifer mentioned Mason had been acting really strange the last few weeks. Paranoid, looking over his shoulder everywhere he went, as if he was being watched or followed. She started to wonder if he was seeing someone else, and she confronted him about it a week before he left.
What'd he say?
He swore up and down that he wasn't seeing anyone else, and Jennifer believed him, Primrose said. She did add that he'd always been a little bit different.
Damn it, I said, again with this different business. Did she say what she meant?
Actually, she did. She couldn't voice it specifically, probably because she doesn't believe in magic, but she said that sometimes he had the tendency to startle easily when he would see a person.
One specific person?
No, it always appeared to be random people, and it was rarely someone they knew personally, Primrose said. They'd be walking down the street with their dog or out to eat at a restaurant, and suddenly he'd get really nervous, start to sweat, and stare straight at someone. The type of people who seemed to trigger this didn't have any pattern according to Jennifer. Tall or short, fat or skinny, young or old, it didn't matter. He'd done it with children and elderly, both male and female.
Did he give her any explanation as to what caused these attacks?
Just that he had some social anxiety, Primrose said. She believed it eventually because it kept happening. Not often, maybe once per month or so. And it became so normal she just took it to be one of his quirks. We all have 'em, she said.
Well, I suppose that's true, but it's sort of a weird quirk, I said. And I don't believe it was social anxiety. Anxiety, sure, but I'm guessing he was seeing something he didn't like. A blast from his past, maybe?
Are there that many witches and wizards living in Texas? Primrose asked. Are you suggesting what triggered his reaction was the sighting of other magical folks? And he'd get nervous because he didn't want to be discovered?
At this point, it's all just a theory, I said. I don't have anything conclusive to say one way or another.
She did say it got better as time went on, Primrose added. 3 months ago, he went to the eye doctor, got some glasses. Since he started wearing them, he never had an episode. She said he seemed way happier, more energetic, wanted to do more things.
I'm sensing there's a but.
He forgot the glasses at home one day and his episode was triggered, she said. He saw someone. Jennifer didn't see who it was exactly. She couldn't even say if it was a man or a woman, but it was worse than the rest. They were grocery shopping at the time and had to go straight home when it happened. After that, he disappeared for the weekend. When he came back, he asked her to watch his dog for a month because he had business to take care of.
Poor Jennifer, I said, and Mason. He couldn't explain and she couldn't understand. Guess that's a point toward dating within your own world.
I guess so, Primrose said. That's the last time she heard from him. He'd said that he wouldn't have much service where he was going, so if he didn't call, that she shouldn't worry. But of course she worried. She figured one day she'd come back and find the dog gone and a note from Mason saying he'd moved to a new country or met someone new. I mean, she was blindsided to find out he died. And very sad.
Homicides are rarely expected, or happy events, I said. Really good work, officer. This is why you tell me to jerk off if I ever tell you not to follow up on one of your hunches.
Detective, I don't think I can tell you to jerk off. You're my boss.
Whatever, I said. I'm just saying, your instincts were right on this one, Primrose. Very good job.
Thanks, she said, then sat back in her chair with a little pout. It's funny, isn't it? I thought I had this huge genius breakthrough. I found a missing girlfriend and a dog. Put Jennifer's mind at rest that Mason was, in fact, working and not shacking up with someone else. We dug through his apartment. All that, and does it really help further the case?
Sure it does, I said. It might not crack it wide open, but it's very rare that ever happens in one fell swoop. Our first theories rarely turn out to be true. More often than not, it takes us tugging on a lot of these tiny little threads, and then, sooner or later, the case unravels for us.
I hope I didn't waste a bunch of time, she said. It feels so stupid.
Hey, you did a really good thing tracking down this lead. Jennifer deserved to know what happened to Mason. Even if nothing else comes from this, that alone was worth the trip. Give yourself some credit, Primrose.
Something else did happen. A little, she said. I sort of brought the dog back with me.
What?
It's a little one, she said. He's, right here.
I watched as Primrose shifted the bag higher on her lap. I recognized it as a carrying case for an animal, and sure enough, a wet nose poked out. Why'd you do that? She shrugged and gave me a sheepish look.
Because I thought he might be evidence. And he was so cute, and Jennifer wasn't sure what to do with him permanently. Her apartment doesn't allow dogs. She was just sneaking him in because he's so well behaved. Aren't you, Woofy?
Woofy?
I named him that, she said. His real name is Harry.
I said, scratching my head. I'm not sure the protocol for this one. Can you care for him for a few days? Maybe Jennifer can find a way to take him permanently.
Absolutely, Primrose said. It'd be my pleasure. You and me are gonna have fun, aren't we, Woofy?
She scratched at his ears and made cooing sounds at the bundle of fluff that looked ready to pee on my desk with excitement.
Sorry,
Primrose said finally.
I'll keep him out of the office for the most part. But Jennifer was really stressed, and I couldn't just have her leaving him somewhere.
I heaved a huge sigh. You're a dog lover, huh?
A big softie, Primrose said. I'd have 1,000,000 if I could.
Well, stick with one for now, I said. We've still got work to do on the case, and I'm going to need your help to wrap it up. We're getting close, I can feel it. I just haven't figured out what I'm missing that would break this case open the rest of the way.
What about the mystery man? She asked. The one from the library. Any more luck with that?
Hold on, I'm still thinking about the glasses, I said, diverting the subject to safer territory. I fished the case out from the pocket where I'd tucked it. We have his glasses.
Oh, have you figured out what's so unique about them?
Not exactly, but Felix picked out that they were bizarre in some way, possibly altered by the gnomes.
But the gnomes...
Primrose paused.
Oh, crap. I'm so sorry, Detective. Woofy was very excited and had a little accident, but it's no big deal. I'll just clean it up.
Primrose muttered a cleaning charm while carefully putting Harry back in his carrying case to calm down. When she sat up, I glanced at her hands, which sparkled with bright yellow residuals from the charm. It's fine, I said. These are the glasses. The prescription is so strong I can't even bear to put them on my face.
Can I see them?
Fingerprint eraser, I instructed before handing the glasses across. Anything stand out to you? Primrose fingered the glasses, flipping them toward her, backwards, every which way before squinting and shaking her head.
I mean, I don't know what Felix saw to even say these have special powers from the gnomes or whatever. They look like regular reading or distance glasses to me.
Same here, I said, though he's got a bunch of tools to help him along. Can I see? I trailed off as Primrose flipped the glasses around so they were facing me. She squinted at the front of them, but it wasn't the glasses that were concerning to me. It was what I saw through them, or rather, what I didn't see. Do that again, I said when Primrose set the glasses down. I mean, lift them up backwards like that so I can see through them. She did as she was told, holding them out so the stems faced me. I leaned forward, put my face between either arm of the glasses, and did my best to ignore the strong prescription making my eyesight appear wonky. Let me see those a minute. I gently plucked the glasses from a very confused Primrose's fingers. Put your hands up in front of your body, will you? She raised her hands in surrender. I lifted the glasses up and hovered them over my nose like I was the one wearing them. Then I tilted them down and glanced over the tops. Then I flipped them back and forth a few more times while Primrose held her hands steady.
Do you see something?
She asked. Holy smokes, I said. Mason White was a reserve. Chapter 16. Primrose trailed behind me as I click-clacked my way back to the lab. My shoes sounded impatient against the floor, probably because I could barely keep my pace below a jog. I burst into the room. Primrose followed just seconds behind me, panting and out of breath from our jaunt down the hallway. The gnomes found a way to erase residuals, I blurted to Felix. Our Vic was a reserve. Felix swallowed a bite of his chocolate-covered donut, then brushed a bit of powdered sugar off his shirt. How do you figure? These glasses, I said, holding them in front of my face. When I look through them, I can't see residuals. Primrose, do a quick spell, but don't let me see or hear it. I'll turn around.
She said,
then jumped to attention.
Okay.
I turned around, squinted my eyes shut, and plugged my ears. When Felix tapped me on the shoulder, I turned around. There was an obvious cluster of fiery-colored dust-like particles clinging to Primrose's palm. Torch touch, I stated. Red residuals all over the place. Okay, now try it one more time. Something else. Something I can't see or hear. I repeated the whole turning around process. When Felix tapped me on my shoulder again, I slid the glasses onto my face and turned around. I stared at Primrose, but aside from a slight yellowish tinge, the world looked completely bare to me, naked. My heart started racing. I leaned forward, peered at Primrose's palms. Are you sure you did a spell?
Yeah, she said. Felix watched me.
Felix nodded.
It's there.
I blinked, stared around. Then I swiveled in a circle and caught sight of a completely residualless world. It was terrifying. I'd always wondered what it would be like to see the world like my brothers, my parents, the rest of the cops in the 6th precinct. However, now that I had the chance to live like everyone else, I wanted to go back to the way things had been. It felt like a limb had been torn off, or like I was suddenly trying to operate without my sense of smell or taste or sight. My world wasn't complete. I took the glasses off, tossed them gently on the counter. That's awful.
What?
Primrose asked.
You couldn't see anything?
I glanced at her carefully, skeptically. To my relief, a light pink cloud of glittering residuals snaked up Primrose's arm. Was it a tulip turner?
It was.
Primrose smiled as if she was enjoying this little presentation.
So it really is the glasses?
I nodded. Mason must have been a reserve. This is the string that is going to unravel the whole case. I can feel it. I rested my hands on Primrose's shoulders. See what I mean? We just had to keep tugging and eventually something gave. Primrose gave a nervous giggle at my excited voice, glancing over her shoulders as if to confirm with Felix that I wasn't crazed and dangerous. It all makes sense now, I said to Felix and Primrose. Think about it. Everyone has been saying that he's different. I know what they mean now. It's hard to put a finger on it if it was never diagnosed. I figure Mason made a few comments that got other magical people looking at him funny. He knew things he shouldn't have, spells performed, things like that. And the door his sister said he stared at? I'm sure it was covered by residuals. Why would the White family have a door covered by residuals? Primrose asked. There'd have to be a lot of spells to draw Mason's attention, right? I mean, he was obviously used to seeing bits here and there on everyone. It probably was enough to drive him nuts because he wasn't sure what it was. And even if he did eventually figure it out, he obviously kept it a secret and didn't want to share it with anyone.
I wonder why, Felix mused. We're all different in one way or another, and being a reserve is just a branch of that.
True, but apparently he got made fun of in a bad way when he was a kid, I said. I'm guessing he shared his secret with someone he trusted, a friend, and this friend didn't handle the news well. Either the kid made fun of him, disowned him, called him crazy, or something like that. A kid hears that when he's young from someone he looks up to, and it hurts. It stings for kids to be different. It's not until we're grown adults that being different suddenly turns cool and special. It's a hard switch for some kids. He probably figured out what it was called as an adult, Primrose said. I mean, he had to know what was happening in order to request the glasses from the gnomes. That can't be easy magic to do, especially since most of us can't even see the residuals. How are the gnomes supposed to create a product when they can't see the things they're testing against?
It might also explain why we've got your name on a slip of paper, Felix said. Maybe he was looking for another reserve to talk to. There aren't many, and there sure as hell aren't a lot in Texas. He could have come up to find others with his gift, if you will, and learn about it.
Or maybe he figured he'd try to be helpful, Primrose said with a shrug. Maybe he wanted to offer a pair of glasses to other people like him. Jennifer, Mason's girlfriend, said that he was much calmer, happier, energetic after he got the glasses. Maybe he wanted to share the good news with others like him. Maybe, I said, but I don't know. Would he go through all that effort out of the kindness of his heart? Moreover, it's not like I keep my status as a reserve a secret. He didn't need a meeting on the sly to get my name, nor did he need to enroll in orientation. He could have just asked around.
He hadn't lived in the magical world for almost 2 decades, Felix pointed out. Maybe he needed a refresher. How would he know who you are?
True, I admitted. Well, I guess it's helpful, this knowledge, but it doesn't prove anything yet. It doesn't explain his social anxiety bit. I'm sure whenever he crossed paths with a witch or wizard in the human world, he could see their residuals and got nervous he might be recognized back. The glasses helped with that. So where does this leave us? Primrose asked. We know he had reserve tendencies, and we can assume he wasn't thrilled with them based on his actions. But would someone kill him over that? I shook my head. I agree, we're not quite connecting the dots yet. What about the mystery meeting? Primrose asked. Did you find anything else on that yet? I glanced at Felix, who was watching me carefully, but at my gaze he looked down at his toes. We're not sure yet, I said. Felix is running some new fingerprint tests on the notebook. I did get an eyewitness who thought he saw the meeting. That's great! Primrose jumped in enthusiastically, eyes shining. Right? Isn't it? Who is it? I'm not comfortable saying just yet, I said. We believe the eyewitness is reliable at the moment, but I want to get the fingerprint results back before we say for certain. Oh, okay. Primrose looked between us. What if there isn't a match? I mean, how do you know the guy our witness saw has his fingerprints in the system? If it's the guy our witness thinks he saw, I said with a grim smile, the prints will be there. I'll make sure of it. Primrose gave another jerky nod. Until the results come back, what would you like me to do? It's getting into evening, I said with a glance at the clock. You've had a long day. You look frozen solid, and there's a dog probably peeing in my office. Take the night off, Primrose.
Are you sure? I can run home and drop off Woofy, then come back for a few hours, or...
I'm sure, I said. We've been working you to the bone this week. Get some rest. Let's start fresh tomorrow.
With what?
I don't know yet, I said. But I do know one thing. I need to get a look at that door in the White's house. One way or another, those residuals spooked Mason White, and I want to know why. Chapter 17. After sending Primrose home, I went to my office to finish up a few reports before taking a trip to the library. I didn't particularly expect to find much in the campus archives, but I decided to hunt through old files for pings on the White family name. Maybe Mason's past linked deeper to all of this than any of us had anticipated. I dropped my updates off at Chief Newton's office on my way out the door. He wasn't thrilled with the lack of physical evidence so far, but I gave him enough tantalizing theories to pacify him for the night. Promising to keep him posted by the minute, I took off and headed for the library. I arrived sometime around 8 p.m., careful to dodge the front desk and any peeping eyes from Andrea or Clyde. I made it, escaping into the upper echelons of the library's top floor, where the archives were housed. Without a great place to start, I opted to begin my search in the years leading up to Mason's birth. If he'd grown up staring at the door, that meant whatever the Whites were hiding had been there since before Mason had arrived on the scene. As I thumbed through pages and pages of articles, searching for any mention of the White family, of some big event on the Isle, of anything that triggered my attention at all, I suddenly had an idea. Closing the book I was perusing, I stood and made my way to one of the small study rooms at the end of the hall. I slipped inside and dialed the Isle dispatch, asking to be transferred to the Magic Teapot. It was late, but if I remembered correctly, some of Main Street's business hours were in the evenings, especially during the holiday season.
The Magic Teapot, this is Evelyn, came the woman's voice. How may I assist you?
Hey, Evelyn, this is Detective DeMarco, I said. I'm really sorry to bother you at work, but I have a quick question for you. Have you found my brother's murderer? I think we're getting close, I said. Your help here would be greatly appreciated. Anything. You mentioned that in your house there was a door your brother used to stare at, I said. I'm wondering if whoever was after your brother was really after something your family is guarding. Something locked away, something valuable, something behind that door. You want to get past the door? Evelyn sounded skeptical. Good luck. I can't help you there. My mother would fight her own family off before she let anyone inside there. Exactly my point, I said. Do you remember how long it's been there? I figure whatever is there was already in place before you were born. Would you agree? Oh, for sure, she said. If my mom's to be believed, it's been there for a very long time, like 100 years or more, way before me or Mason. I ran a hand over my forehead. You're saying that the White family has lived in that house for generations? Yep, she said, though the name hasn't always been White. See, the residence is passed down through the female side of the family. I mean, I figure it'll be mine someday. It's half the reason I'm sticking around home. Family obligations and whatnot. Will they tell you what's in there someday? I imagine so, she said. That would be weird otherwise, don't you think? Living in your own house with the door locked all the time, never knowing what's in your spare room? I mean, I do that now, but I don't have a choice. My brain was churning. Interesting. Very helpful. Do you think your mom knows what's inside? I always assumed she did. How could she feel so strongly about keeping a secret if she didn't know the actual secret? Evelyn wondered aloud. But now that you mention it, I suppose she's never directly said any such thing. Thank you, Evelyn. This has been really helpful. Really? I don't feel like it. I mean, I don't actually know anything. Your mother's maiden name and her mother's before that, I said. Do you know them by chance? The Gardens and the Kleinbachs, she said. I think the one before that was Grant. I only know that because we have a plaque in the house that lists the family tree. If I go home and find it's different, I can let you know. That would be perfect, I said. If you think of anything else relevant to what your parents might be keeping in that room, please let me know. I hate to ask you for information on your own family, but I truly believe it could help us find your brother's murderer. Otherwise, I wouldn't be pressing so hard. I know, she whispered. We always knew it was trouble. Even I did, and I couldn't see what he did. You mean Mason? I asked. Listen, Evelyn, you should know that your brother was living a good life when he died. He had a dog and a girlfriend, and by all accounts, he seemed happy. I don't think he was in trouble. I think someone was after him, and I'm not even sure he knew why. He had a dog? My ears perked up. He sure did. In fact, we picked up the puppy from his apartment in Texas. If you'd like to see him, I can bring him by. Would you? Sure thing, I said. Just as soon as I can get over there. I'm head over heels in this case, but I'll make it happen. We always wanted a dog, she said, sounding wistful. I'm glad he made that happen. And Detective, thank you. We ended the comm, and I slipped out of the study and found none other than Professor Bleeker lingering at the end of the hall. She did a double take as she caught my eye. Hello, Detective, she said. What brings you to our library? It's open to the public, isn't it? I shrugged. It's a nice, quiet place to think. Professor Bleeker shifted on her high heels and pushed one blonde strand back from her face. Absolutely. Glad you're enjoying it. I'd love to chat longer, but I'm actually meeting someone here, so I should be going. Have a nice night, I said, scooting out of her way and letting her pass. She walked further down the hall where private meeting rooms lined either side of the corridor. She let herself into one, pausing to glance back at me as she did. I awkwardly caught her gaze before turning away and finding my way back to the archives. I buzzed with the information Evelyn had given me, along with the jolt of surprise from finding Professor Bleeker at the library. It wasn't exactly unusual to see a professor on campus where she worked, but if I were a teacher, I wasn't sure I'd want to be hanging out where my students did. That was a little too buddy-buddy for me. Then again, I wasn't a professor because I lacked interpersonal skills, among other things, so maybe I'd read it all wrong. I peeped over my shoulder, but didn't see anyone heading down the hallway to meet the professor. Maybe she'd lied to me, or maybe the person was already there. Either way, it had me wondering about class schedules. Why had Mason insisted on taking one of Bleeker's courses when it hadn't been on the standard path? What had intrigued him about it? I let thoughts of Bleeker mull on the back burner as I shifted down to the historical archives, keeping the hallway in my vision the whole time. With a sudden hunch, I racked my brain for the year of the first Hex Files Council, the one that had formed after Matthew had killed the vampire threatening to take over the borough, and dug through those as well. After selecting a few books covering the time periods I was interested in, I headed back to the table and shifted my seat so that any movement down the hall would catch my eye. I began flipping through the pages and using scanner spells under my breath to help catch key words. The words Hex Files appeared to have been stricken completely from the archives. I wasn't surprised, seeing as the council wouldn't have wanted to make it public knowledge that there was a prophecy that could potentially allow a user to take over Wicked. But still, I might have expected some mentions of upset in the borough, of disasters striking, of dark times, but there was nothing. I ran a search for the names of the women in Evelyn White's family line and came up with a few articles, mostly wedding announcements and obituaries, and a few random articles about store openings or quotes from a local paper. Certainly nothing that lent any suspicion their way. Sometime later, an hour, I realized with surprise, I heard a door to the hallway click open. I glanced up and saw Bleeker emerge from her private meeting room. She didn't glance toward me, instead pointing her feet in the opposite direction and scurrying out of the room. I waited a solid 10 minutes to make sure she was gone. Indeed, this level of the library was silent as a tomb and devoid of movement except for any that I made. My breath was the only sound besides the subtle white noise of the heaters clicking on and off behind me. I stood, having reached a dead end with my books, and took a stroll down the hallway. Nobody had left after Bleeker, I was positive of it. And nobody had left before. It had been me and Bleecker alone up here for the last hour, hadn't it? I reached the conference room she'd recently vacated, confirmed by the presence of her spell splash residuals brushed against the conference room table. They were fading fast, but there was no doubt this was the room Bleecker had occupied. However, it was empty. No other residuals clung to any surface. I backed away slowly, feeling suddenly like I was being watched. I returned to my books just as my comm buzzed. Because I was alone on this level of the library, I answered it at the table, keeping my voice low out of habit. Detective DeMarco.
This is Evelyn, a gaspy voice said. I forgot a name. Margot Pulley. I'm pretty sure she was the first woman to own the house. Then she got married to a man named Garfield Kinkle.
And that would be in the late 1800s? I ventured a guess.
Somewhere around there, she said, her voice low. I've got to go. I'm home and...
Right, thanks. I'll let you know if I find anything. I sat down before the book I'd been thumbing through and ran another searcher spell. A few hits returned, just like the other names, but this time, one of them looked more promising than the rest. Margot Pulley disappears in tragic accident. I began to read the article, slowly at first, gaining speed as I delved deeper into the text. Around halfway through the page, my eyes felt tired, heavy. I blinked once and then twice, a long, slow blink that felt like my eyelids were molasses. I finally managed to pull my eyes open and squinted closer at the page. I continued to read, skimming rapidly as the drowsiness returned, harsher than ever. It felt like an hourglass was dripping sand into my eyes, blotting my vision, making my throat scratch, my eyes itch. That's when I saw it. The bright green glimmer, just a little too bright to be innocent, coming from the book to my right. Struggling for air, I lifted a hand to the book, feeling like I was moving a boulder. Rasping with what little breath I had, I pulled the book open and found the page where the spell had been planted. A strangler spell. The page was slathered in residuals. Unfortunately, it was much too late for me to do anything about them. My head sank lower to the page, my breathing grew shallow, and knowing that this could very well be the last time I closed my eyes, I let go and slipped into darkness. Chapter 18.
Atta girl,
A calm voice murmured in my ear.
Damn, that's going to leave a bruise. Poor thing.
I blinked my eyes open and found a familiar face staring back at me. Gray? Shh, he said, his eyes flicking around.
Don't talk. I'm sure your throat hurts.
It more than hurt. Burned like acid. Even saying his name felt like talons scratching against the inside of my throat. I reached out with my hands, grateful they didn't feel like boulders anymore, and gingerly touched the outside of my neck. I opened my mouth to speak, but Gray beat me to the punch and shook his head.
You want to know what happened?
He asked.
I'm wondering the same thing. I came here thinking I'd bring you dinner and...
Yeah, right, I rasped, causing Gray's eyes to flash with frustration. I choked out a laugh. Dinner?
I've been looking for you. Heard you were in the library. I was willing to bet you hadn't had dinner,
Gray said, not quite glancing into my eyes and therefore giving away a partial lie.
I came in and found you passed out.
Strangler, I mouthed.
No kidding,
Gray said, his eyes flicking angrily toward my neck. I must have looked confused because he glanced around, found a shiny notebook someone had left on a table nearby, and held it up so I could see my reflection in it. Sure enough, there were bruises and a ring around my neck like an ugly piece of jewelry. I shuddered, pushed the notebook away. How'd you get me out of it? Gray looked a bit sheepish. I followed his gaze over to the book where the strangler spell had been placed and found claw marks ripping through the manuscript.
I think I'll have to pay for that one,
he said, with a glimmer of a smile. Then a shadow washed over his face as he studied me.
but it's worth every penny to have you safe. I had to transform. Thank God nobody else was around in order to sniff out the spell. I had no clue what was happening at first. I thought you were sleeping until I heard you struggling to breathe.
My dinner? Gray pulled out a to-go box stamped with the name of a great little Italian deli from the marketplace on the front. He popped off the top to reveal a heaping bowl of angel hair noodles and pesto and 3 fat meatballs on top.
You didn't believe me?
Gray raised an eyebrow. I shrugged. You have an uncanny way of sensing when I'm in danger. You and Matthew both.
Oh?
Gray glanced around, overemphasizing his movements.
Where is Matthew?
Shut up, I said, gradually gaining more strength to my words. Though more likely than not, it was sheer adrenaline and frustration helping me recover, and not the healing of my wounds. He's working, you know that. It's not his fault he has to be out of town.
Gray murmured. Yet you're offended when I check in on you as a friend?
I'm not offended, I said. I just don't like being lied to. But thank you, I grunted. I didn't need your help, but...
Sure.
I said thank you, I snipped. Fine, maybe I did need your help. I'm sorry. I get cranky from near-death experiences.
You've had enough of them that I think you'd be used to it by now.
Gray grinned and pushed the spaghetti toward me.
Are you sure you're not just hungry?
Suddenly, I was ravenous. It hurt to swallow, but somehow, having not eaten since lunch and then almost dying took a lot out of me. I forked a careful bite of noodle onto my utensil and was grateful for the oily pesto. I winced as it slid down my throat, but my belly gurgled with satisfaction. This is good.
I know it is,
Gray said.
One of the best Italian places in the borough. Besides DeMarco's pizza, of course.
I snorted a laugh, then winced because that hurt too. Thank you.
Who did this to you?
I focused on another forkful of food as a distraction. I probably should have asked that question immediately, but I hadn't because I'd been distracted by the arrival of Gray. So instead, that question had hung in the back of my head, shrouded by a murky cloth, a thought I didn't truly want to consider. I didn't want to think there was someone in the world who wanted me dead bad enough to actually kill me. I'm not sure, I said, then sat up straighter and forced down the second swallow. There was only one other person I saw upstairs tonight, a woman by the name of Professor Bleecker.
You know her personally?
Gray perked up at the mention.
I'd call that coincidental at best.
I don't know her, at least not very well. I met her once this week in conjunction with the case. When Gray just stared blankly at me, I continued. The murder of Mason White, the student here whose backpack you found in the depth. Gray nodded.
And you don't think she was responsible for this attack?
I don't know, I said. She left 10 minutes ago. I watched her leave, though I suppose I could have been fooled. Sort of stupid if it was her, though. I mean, I saw her here. It was just me and her. Not very subtle.
Maybe she didn't need to be,
Gray said.
If you'd ended up dead, nobody else would have known she'd been here.
I hate when you're right. I shook my head and glanced around at the old dusty shelves. Though I can't say it was absolutely her. I mean, I don't get it. Why would she want to kill me?
Maybe you were getting too close to the real reason Mason died, and she didn't want you to know it.
I suppose, I said. I don't know. I can't discount the possibility that it was someone else. Someone I didn't see. Anyone could have slipped the spell in the book while I was down the corridor checking on Bleecker. They could have gone invisible or any number of things. We live in a magical world, after all.
True, Gray said, but I've learned not to ignore obvious signs of something fishy. If someone is showing you their ways, believe them.
I pulled the tinfoil bowl of pasta toward me, but felt my appetite slipping away as I stared at the noodles. I pushed them around in circles before looking up at Gray. You're talking about the case?
I'm talking about whatever's relevant to you,
Gray said.
Follow the signs people give you. It'll lead you to the right place eventually.
What is the right place? I set down the fork and looked up. What if I don't know how to get there?
You will,
Gray whispered. He leaned forward, his eyes locked on mine.
You'll figure it out. In the meantime, just keep moving forward. You'll get there.
I felt my lips try for a smile and fail, instead quirking into a thin line before drooping again. Thanks again for dinner, and for checking on me. Someday maybe I'll learn not to snap at you when you save my life. Next time I'll try to just say thanks.
Don't worry, I speak Dani,
Gray said with a soft laugh.
Though I hope there isn't a next time. Anyway, I should be going.
He stood somewhat abruptly. I shot him a curious look, but it didn't take long before I saw the reason for his quick departure. A tall figure sweeping down the hall toward us.
Just remember, Dani, you deserve the best.
Gray folded his hands in front of his waist.
Someone who's here for you, whatever that means.
Before I could ask what Gray was insinuating, he turned around and strode directly toward Matthew. The two supernaturals exchanged a nod in passing. I couldn't see Gray's face, but Matthew didn't look particularly happy. I stared after Gray until he turned the corner, more confused than ever about what he'd meant. Surely he'd been talking about the case, or had he changed the subject? Was he commenting on my personal life? Rob? My love life? Matthew?
I'm sorry I'm late,
Matthew said, pulling a chair next to me and sitting in it, leaning forward until his face was inches from mine. Easily, he lifted my chair and pulled it closer, without dragging it until I was practically intertwined in his lap.
Danielle, who did this to you?
I winced as Matthew raised a finger and dragged it along the purpling marks on my neck. Forcing a swallow and a weak smile, I gave a shrug. If I knew, I wouldn't be sitting around here waiting for the next attack, that's for sure, I said with a dry laugh. Don't worry, it's nothing.
It's not nothing.
Matthew's hand eased away from my injured neck and drooped to my shoulder. He clearly needed something to touch.
A strangler is meant to kill. Whoever used it on you didn't plan on needing a second attack.
Then they don't know me very well, I joked. I'm hard to kill. This isn't the first time someone's been after me, and what with everything going on, it surely won't be the last.
You're only alive because...
Matthew hesitated.
The wolf.
It was my turn to pause, but for a different reason. Because I was embarrassed at needing help. I should have been more vigilant. I was in the middle of the Hex Files prophecy, and while there hadn't been any developments recently, that didn't mean whoever was behind the takeover had faded away. More likely, they were waiting, biding their time, building the element of surprise on their side. I was a trained detective, a reserve no less. The thought startled me. I was a reserve, and yet I hadn't noticed any of the poisonous green residuals clinging to the outside of the textbook. That had nearly cost me my life. Had the person attacking me gotten lucky with their placement of the curse? Or had it been well planned and purposeful? My gut, which didn't believe in coincidences, strongly pointed toward the latter. I froze. Matthew, any word on that case you're working on? Is it related to the Hex Files?
Why?
He sat up straighter.
Is this attack related to the files? I thought Gray said...
Gray said? When did you talk to Gray? Matthew's face was stony.
He sensed you were in trouble and got word to me. I came as soon as I could.
That was nice of him.
It's his duty.
It's not his duty, I said. He doesn't have to say anything to you at all. He just saved my life. Isn't that enough?
We're all on the same team, Dani, Matthew said. It's expected we work together. For now.
I just think you could give him a little credit. He's been looking out for me while you're away. It's not a job. It's just something he's doing as a friend. For both of us. Matthew snorted.
Right.
I felt a bubble of frustration building. Without him, I'd be dead, Matthew. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. I didn't see the curse residuals. You weren't here. I was alone, and somehow Gray got lucky and sniffed out danger. Those are the facts. Matthew went still.
Would you like me to return to the 6th borough permanently?
My mouth flopped open. I don't want to have this conversation now.
I do,
Matthew said in a low tone.
You mentioned it, which means the topic must be bothering you.
I never wanted you to leave Wicked in the first place. I threw my hands up. I haven't had a choice in any of this, Matthew. You left because it was best for our people or whatever. Matthew fell silent.
That's what you think?
That's all I know. It's all you've told me. I don't know what you're working on or why you're still there. I thought you were just filling in for a short-term stint until they could appoint a new chief. But it's been weeks, and there has been no talk of you coming back.
I'm needed.
Yeah, I said. I know you're needed there, but I need you too, Matthew. The upper level of the library had been quiet all night, but it went more silent than ever as Matthew and I watched one another. The vampire barely moved. I let out ragged breaths only when necessary. Sorry, I said eventually. I don't think this is the best time to have this conversation.
You don't have to apologize, Dani.
The only thing I'm apologizing for is starting the conversation, I said with a helpless shrug. I've got a big case, and apparently so do you. We can talk about our personal issues after we wrap them up. Something in Matthew's face pinched in desperation.
There will always be something else. Another case, another assignment.
Maybe, I said. All I know is that someone just tried to kill me. And if I want to stay alive long enough to have this discussion with you, I need to find out who did it.
I don't like this.
Like what?
Any of it,
Matthew said.
But I'll respect your wishes. If you want to focus on the cases first, I will respect that.
Great. That sounds good, I said. If you'll excuse me, I need to make a quick comm.
2.
I gave him a skeptical glance. Primrose. Matthew's face held a blank stare. Officer Primrose? I said. The one you bagged me with for this case? He nodded in realization.
How is she doing?
Actually, very well. She's been a great help on the case. Matthew hid his surprise as he nodded and watched me back down the hallway and into the first available conference room. I hopped on the comm and waited until I was connected with Primrose. Hey, I'm really sorry to bother you, I said. I know it's way past working hours. No such thing, she said briskly. I left a bit early today to take care of Woofy. If you have somewhere you'd like me to be. It's not that, though I appreciate the enthusiasm. I caught myself smiling. In an interesting way, I realized I was already counting on Primrose to be there for me. I've got a task I want you to handle tomorrow. Anything. I'm going to send you a copy of the class schedule Mason White had and a side-by-side comparison with the classes that most other orientation students take. They're different? They are, I said, and explained about my visit to the dean's office earlier in the afternoon. I want you to dig up anything you can about the classes that appear on Mason's schedule but not the others. The class materials, handouts, homework, the students, the teachers, especially the teachers. I'm talking background checks. Any weird tie-ins with the faction, odd home lives, anything that sticks out to you. I know it's a big assignment, but I'll get started tonight, she said. I can do some digging from home. Wolfie's down for the count and I'm bored and not tired. I'll continue into tomorrow. Thanks, Primrose. I really appreciate it. Detective, she said, a question tipping her words. Do you have a hunch as to what I should be looking for? I will check everything, but if there's something I should be paying extra attention to... I almost explained my theory to her, but I bit my lip at the last second to hold back. You know what, Primrose, there's not, I said finally. I trust your instincts. I don't want to taint your search with my bias. Understood. I'll keep a running tally and update you first thing in the morning. We disconnected, and I returned to Matthew. He appeared more composed than when I'd left him. I probably was too. Now that I was actively working to find my killer, I felt productive. What can I do? Matthew asked when I returned. Nothing, I said, easing into my chair and beginning to pile the books into a stack. As I moved, I realized my response sounded flippant, so I added, I mean, you have your own stuff to worry about. We've got things covered here.
Really?
because if I'm not mistaken, you almost died tonight.
I didn't die. Gray saved me. Primrose is looking up info. Felix is digging for trace evidence in the lab. Sienna's got the body and is hunting for anything that could help us find the killer. We've got this.
Matthew had been sitting stone still all evening, and if possible, he went even more motionless. You've got it covered.
I sighed. I know it's not what you want to hear, but Matthew, with you gone, we've had to figure out how to manage without you. His jaw tensed. It's not ideal. We'd prefer you to be here, I said. Me, the department, everyone.
Everyone except Gray.
I wouldn't be so sure, I snapped. He's a good friend of mine, and friends want to see their friends happy. He knows you make me happy.
Do I?
Of course you do.
Matthew sat back, crossed his arms over his stony chest. I sure as hell don't feel like it. I've been failing you, Dani. You, the department, Wicked. I thought my staying in New York would help things, but I can't stop the invasion on my own. Maybe it's best I... He stopped, looked at me. My eyes were wide.
The invasion?
I shouldn't have said that, he said. Please forget I ever mentioned anything.
Who's invading where? I asked. What's happening, Matthew? Why aren't you involving the department?
I'm involving the people who need to be involved,
he said in a stiff way that told me he had no control over who knew about the issues and who didn't.
I'm sorry, I really shouldn't have said anything.
Matthew seemed suddenly overwhelmed by it all. His eyes flashed with concern. His posture went rigid. There was a sadness in his eyes that stretched beyond anything physical or superficial and plunged deep inside his black blood veins. It crushed whatever fight I'd had in me. The adrenaline, the anger at being attacked, faded to helplessness. Matthew and I were arguing because of the circumstances. The distance alone wouldn't have been enough to make us argue. But add in attacks left and right, secrets we were forced to keep from one another, and the threat of total destruction, and it was enough to test the strongest of couples. I reached for Matthew's hand, squeezing the coolness of it. You're not a failure. Nobody thinks you're a failure, I promise. Least of all me.
I haven't been here when you needed me.
It's a season of life, I said. Hopefully a very short one. We both went into law enforcement to help people. We didn't become cops so we could have passionate love lives and a blooming social calendar. Matthew gave a thin smile.
So our passionate love life is just a side perk?
You could say that, I said with a grin back. Come on, King. You're the best captain the precinct has ever had. If you weren't, you wouldn't have been appointed temporary chief of NYPD. It's an honor, and you are right to take it. If that's what you want.
How do I know what I want?
Matthew asked. His eyes narrowed.
I want you. I want to help. I want to go where I'm needed. And I need to be by your side. What happens when those two things conflict?
I don't know the right answers anymore, Matthew. Everything is all twisted up.
So long as we untwist it together, we'll be okay, he said, squeezing my hand with renewed hope. You'll untwist it with me?
I smiled. I wouldn't untwist with anyone else. Matthew leaned forward, pressed a tender kiss to my lips.
I love you, Dani. I hope of all things you never doubt that.
I don't. Matthew's hands clasped against my cheeks as he pulled me deeper into the kiss. His touch said everything. Soft and malleable, the vulnerable side of the vampire that he reserved for me alone. I could taste his desperation, the immensity of the love we shared, his disappointment at not being there for me when I needed it, and the hope that we'd pull through this together as one stronger entity. There was a push and pull between us as our tongues tangled hungrily, our fingers grasping for one another with much less decency than was required in a campus library. Only when my calm buzzed against Matthew did he back away, giving me the chance to inhale a deep breath. I felt jolted, hazy as I swam through the after effects of the kiss, and fumbled for my wristband. DeMarco!
Dani! My mother screeched unhappily. Where are you? What are you doing? What in the world did you say to your brother? What are you talking about, Mom? I asked. I'm working. I'm at the library. Get over here this instant. I'm sort of in the middle of something. You won't be in the middle of anything once I get my hands on you, Rose DeMarco said. I think you can spare 5 minutes for your mother. Is someone shooting at you? No. Then whatever you're doing isn't that urgent, she said. 5 minutes. Move it. I disconnected the comm. Judging by Matthew's smirk, he'd heard every word of the conversation. Uh-oh, Matthew said. That didn't sound good. I groaned. I'm guessing it has something to do with Rob. He's causing trouble? I'm not sure yet. My gaze flicked down so I didn't have to meet Matthew's eyes. That's sort of what I'm trying to figure out. Oh? Matthew let his question hang. I glanced up, met his gaze. I'm sorry, I'd really prefer to not explain it until I'm sure. It's a family thing and... Dani, Matthew said softly, does it have anything to do with your case? I paused a beat, then nodded. Have you shared this information with anyone else? Not yet, but I will, I added quickly. Felix is running tests in the lab for fingerprints. If there's a match with my brothers, then I can't protect Rob. Nor do I want to. I understand it's a slippery slope, but Dani, if Rob is involved... I know, I snapped. I stood up and grabbed the few books I wanted to bring home with me. Don't you think I understand the weight of this, Matthew? I'm just saying we have to follow the book. The government is watching. We need charges to stick. If there's even a hint of a rumor that one of our officers was covering for a family member... Understood, Captain, I said stiffly. I've got to go. Sorry. Are you sure it can't wait? Maybe we can go somewhere and... I'm really sorry, I said, but I'm working a case. I know it's just my mom who called, but if Rob is involved, I need to know. If he's skipping town, I need to stop him. And, Matthew said, you can't put your whole life on hold just because I swoop into town for a few hours here and there. Matthew? Sorry, that wasn't fair. Matthew stood. Can I come with you? I frowned, wrung my hands together. Normally I'd say yes, but I think this is best handled alone. Matthew nodded. Of course. Stay safe, Dani. Let me know if there is anything I can do. Please. I will. I leaned up, kissed him on the cheek. You stay safe too. And when you can tell me something, please do. I hate not knowing what you're working on or if you're in danger. You and me both, Matthew said with a small smile. Good night. His hand trailed off my cheek, traced over my neck, and fell gracefully away as I turned toward the staircase and bolted down it. I couldn't bear to look back as I checked out my books, despite the fact I could feel Matthew's eyes on me until I stepped out the door. The crisp breeze was a welcome wake-up call, a slap to the face as it bit against my cheeks and stung my throat. It pushed away thoughts of Matthew and me, thoughts of Gray and Mason White and Primrose, and drew me with a single-minded focus toward my family. And toward Rob, a key witness who I suspected was holding information back about my high-profile homicide case. Chapter 19. Where's the fire? I asked, pushing the door open to my family's house. I don't have long, Ma. Why'd you come? The warmth of Christmas still bloomed from the living room and out into the front yard, with twinkling lights and a blinking star across the top of the Christmas tree. The house smelled like cookies. A newly decorated gingerbread concoction the size of a large dollhouse sat proudly on display along one end of the dining room. But something wasn't quite right. I knew exactly what wasn't right the second my mother stormed out of the kitchen, wiping her hands angrily on her apron. There was no Christmas cheer in my mother's eyes, not one measly ounce. What did you tell Rob? She demanded. You must have said something, so don't you even bother denying it. I say a lot of things to a lot of people, I said. You're going to have to be more specific. What did Rob tell you? It's not a matter of what he said, my mother said. It's what he's doing. Which is? Packing! Storming around the house, not talking to anyone. I can't help if he's got a bug up his butt. Rose DeMarco stepped close. She might have been a few inches shorter than me, but it didn't make her any less intimidating. He just came home for the holidays, and you kept digging. You just couldn't believe he came home to spend time with family, could you? I'm not an optimist nor an idiot, I said. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. What has Rob done to you? Nothing. Exactly nothing in the last 10 years. No calls, texts, letters, nothing, I said. Hence my skepticism for why he's back. How's he been making a living? He's not in any work employment database. You've been checking on your family? My mother's voice rose. Isn't that an abuse of power? Don't pull that card, Ma. You've asked me to check on plenty of people for you, and you had no problem then, I said. What's the big deal? I looked into Rob a few years ago because I wanted to find my brother. Is that really so hard to believe? My mother huffed, crossed her arms over her chest. Well, he's back now. We're family, Danielle DeMarco. You only get one family in this lifetime, and we're lucky enough to have a good one. Why are you trying to blow it? I'm not trying to blow anything. I threw my hands up. I don't understand why any of this is my fault. Yes, I talked to Rob today. Asked him a few questions. I was just doing my job. You questioned him as part of your job? My mother looked shocked. As if he were a common criminal? No wonder he's upset. You don't have the full story, I said. If Rob didn't do anything wrong, it shouldn't have been difficult to answer my questions straight away. Maybe he didn't answer them on principle. My mother looked truly mortified. If you came in here accusing me of a crime I didn't commit, I wouldn't answer your questions either. Come on, Dani. He's your flesh and blood. Time apart isn't going to change that. At least it shouldn't. No, it shouldn't, I said. But my duty is also to my job, to protecting the people. And when I have evidence in a murder investigation that points to my own damn brother, I think I have a right to ask questions. Sorry, Ma. Maybe I didn't go about it in the best way, but I'm not apologizing for doing my job. Dad and Nash would have done the same thing. My mother's lips fell into a thin line. Her eyes still showed signs of livid anger, her cheeks splotched with pink. She'd apparently run out of words to say, or she was too upset to choke them out. She turned briskly and smacked the kitchen door open, hurtling through it, probably before I could see the angry tears that were obviously pooling in her eyes. I hated seeing my mother like this, hurting over the state of our family. My heart tore in half. I hated having to question my brother in a murder investigation, but if Rob hadn't tangled himself up in something dark, then I wouldn't have the situation on my hands. I'd practically lived with Jack for the last 10 years, and not once had we clashed due to my job. The same went for most of my family and friends. Merry Christmas, Rob said from behind me. He offered a dark smile when I turned around. Nice one. I scowled at him. I'm not sure how you think this is funny. Did you see what this is doing to Mom? And you think it's my fault? Why did my witness pick you out of a massive crowd? Because I talked to Mason White, Rob said calmly. What does that have to do with your murder investigation? You were probably one of the last people to see White alive. Possibly the last person to talk to him before he was killed. Coincidence? I don't believe in coincidences. I also don't believe you randomly came back for the holiday spirit. Do you think I killed him? Rob's voice was harsh. I'm asking for your opinion as Danielle DeMarco, not Detective DeMarco, not as a cop, as my sister. I flexed my fingers. I don't have to answer that. Because you know the answer or because you don't? Which is worse? Rob raised his shoulders, a shadow darkening his face. You tell me, or answer the question and I'll let you know myself. I sure hope you had nothing to do with it, but I'm not in the business of letting my personal ties shape what I think of a case. I use facts, science, technology, magic. I follow what the path tells me. Even if the path doesn't make sense? Come on, Rob, I said. Can you please just talk to me? Put us both at ease. Let Mom enjoy the holidays. This is killing her.
No,
No what?
I'm not going to indulge you by answering your questions,
Rob said, looking more and more confident as he shifted his weight against the doorframe.
I shouldn't have to. I'm your brother, and that should be good enough.
You might be my brother, but I haven't seen you in a decade. I don't even know what you do for a living. Secrets, secrets, secrets. It's been this way your whole life.
Not all of us were cut out to be cops.
Is that what this is about? I asked. You're jealous of us?
I'm not jealous of anything,
Rob said, but his face twisted in a grimace.
I'm just saying, we don't all have that drive, Dani. We're not all black and white, right and wrong, good and evil. I'm sorry you can't fit me neatly into one of your boxes. So either learn to accept me as is, as your brother, or don't.
Rob spun in the opposite direction and moved with his typical smoothness and grace toward the edge of the living room, where he took the stairs 2 at a time until he disappeared out of view. I turned back to face the living room and stood staring at the Christmas tree until one particular ornament came into view. It was a new ornament, one I had not seen before. It looked exotic, not from here, and I suspected I knew exactly who had given it to my mother. I shuffled toward the fireplace and dug through the stack of Christmas cards on the hearth. I found what I was looking for quickly because my mother had put it right near the front as expected. Picking up the thick cardstock, I read the pre-printed Christmas message on it, along with the very thing I needed most. Clearly printed in Rob's handwriting was a message from him, explaining to my mother he'd picked up the ornament for her on his travels, and wishing her a Merry Christmas. He'd even included the name DeMarco in his writing, which could easily be tested against the Dani DeMarco scrawled on the slip of paper from Mason's notebook. Without a doubt, we'd know if Rob had written my name down or not.
If you wanted a handwriting sample, I heard from behind me, you could have just asked.
Shame flooded my face as I turned to find Rob at the top of the steps. It's not what you think.
It's exactly what I think, Rob said. I was going to come back, apologize. Maybe I overreacted, but I'm not sure that's true. Come on, Dani. You didn't have to steal Mom's Christmas card.
Did you write my name in Mason White's notebook?
Good night, Dani, he said. Merry Christmas to you.
I stood by the hearth in the living room for a long while after Rob left. I toyed with the idea of leaving the card behind. I considered everything, my mother's pleas, Rob's argument that if I just believed him, he'd tell me the truth. I considered my commitment to the badge, the hopeful way Primrose watched me work as if I hung the moon and stars, and the way Matthew had suggested I follow the book on this case. In good consciousness, I couldn't let my brother slip away. If he was innocent of all wrongdoing, he'd be proven innocent. I had faith in my abilities to get the job done. I might not have faith in myself for anything else. Sure felt like my relationships, my family, and the rest of my personal life was crumbling, but I had confidence that if nothing else, I'd nail Mason White's killer. I had a feeling that my family was uber aware of my presence in the house by the sheer fact that not a soul ventured across my path in the half-hour plus that I stood warming by the fire, fingering the card in my pocket. Sometime later, my poor father wandered unsuspectingly into the living room, oblivious of my predicament. He came to a dead stop and glanced around.
Dani?
I gave him a smile. It was a watery one.
What's wrong?
He asked, coming over to sit next to me.
You looking for your mother? I think she went up for a bath.
How did you know the right choice? I asked my father. When you were a cop? Did you ever have someone you loved intersect with work? Maybe they were involved in a case, maybe not. How do you not let this career destroy all of your relationships? My father put his arm around my shoulder, understanding sinking into his posture as he sat next to me. And that's all he did. Sat and sat and sat for quite some time.
You're a good cop, Dani, my father said. You'll do the right thing.
It sucks right now.
I didn't say it was easy, he said. But being a hero never is. And you're a hero for so many people, Dani.
They're all dead. I looked sullenly down. None of the living seemed to like me much.
The dead can't speak, my father said, except through you. Whatever's eating you, Dani, I can't help you. Only you can help yourself, and you'll know the right answer when it hits you. In the meantime, just focus on following your heart, your instincts, and the facts. The combination will never steer you wrong.
I hugged my father, and silently we stood. I let myself out of the house, feeling the weight of the Christmas card in my pocket, as I shuffled through the snow toward the pizzeria, which would be waiting for me, dark and lonely, the lights tucked in for the night, and the buzz of people gone for the day.
I always hated being alone around the holidays,
Gray said out of nowhere.
Can I walk you home?
I hadn't heard him approach. Either a testament to his quiet prowess or to my distracted state of mind. I looked over, grateful for the company. I'm not pleasant to be around.
I don't need to talk,
Gray said.
I like the silence, especially at night, especially in the snow.
Thank you, I whispered, and together we walked until we reached the pizzeria. At the door, Gray stepped close to me. I looked up, feeling his breath against my cheek as he smiled down. My voice came out a whisper. Why are you doing all of this for me?
I think you know the answer to that.
Gray's face pulled brighter with a rugged smile as he gently brushed a piece of hair back from my face, watching me for a long moment before stepping a safe distance away.
Good night, Dani. Merry Christmas.
Chapter 20. After letting myself into the second-floor apartment I called home, I went straight into the shower and took a steaming hot rinse. I let the water cascade over my shoulders, down my back, as my mind replayed everything from the day I'd just had. The attack, my visit with Matthew, my run-in with Rob. And that was just the evening. With a sigh, I shut off the water and forced myself to think back to the attack. If I had to guess, the curse in the library was related to the Mason White case. I couldn't rule out the Hex Files as a reason behind it, but it didn't feel right. Why wait all these weeks to go after me in a public place, only to fail? Surely the time in between events meant that whoever was behind the Hex Files was preparing for the attack to end all attacks. A little curse in a library didn't fit the mold. If I had to guess, I'd stumbled on something a little too close to the truth in terms of Mason's death, and someone wanted it kept quiet. But what had I uncovered? It could have been anything. My source identifying Rob in the street, or my visit to the dean, or the trip into the library archives. I shuddered to think it had anything to do with my brother, but I couldn't rule it out. I bent over, retrieved the Christmas card with his handwriting from my pocket. Slipping into a set of flannel pajamas my mother had given me for Christmas last year, I carried the card out and set it on the kitchen table. I stood and stared at it for a long minute.
Something interesting there, darling? Marla asked. It looks like a piece of paper to me.
It's this case, I said. Something's bothering me.
Something's always bothering you,
Fred said.
Something's bothering me, too. I'm empty. I thought you were going to make time for me now that you have a part-time job.
Does it look like she's working part-time hours?
Tammy, my toaster, squeaked.
Come, have some bread and jam. It'll relax you.
Thanks, but I had dinner out, I said. My stomach growled at the thought of food, and I moved closer to Fred and used his shiny exterior reflection as a mirror to examine my bruise. Or what I could choke down of it.
That's not the sort of necklace I advise wearing on dates, Marla said. In fact, a bruise like that will probably intimidate most men. Where'd you pick up that shiner?
A curse, I said. Hazard of the job. Anyway, I'm not looking for men. I have Matthew.
You do?
Marla asked, her voice rising higher.
I haven't seen him around in a while. I thought maybe the two of you were taking a break.
Why would we be taking a break?
Oh, I don't know, she said dryly. Perhaps because he moved to a whole new realm and the two of you never see each other anymore?
It's temporary. I frowned and, looking for a distraction, snatched up the books I'd checked out of the library. Mind your own business, will you? I'm going downstairs. I can't concentrate up here. I shuffled through the narrow second-level hallway and down the stairs. Passing through the kitchen and into the dining area, I made my way toward the booth in the back corner. It was the comfiest booth of all, and tucked so far out of the way it was rarely used. I slid onto the red cushions and kicked my feet up under me as I spread the books on the table before deciding that I was, in fact, hungry all over again. Popping over to the kitchen, I warmed up the leftover supreme pizza in the fridge and added a Diet Coke to the mix before returning back to the booth and setting up shop again. My brain was a little hazy when I thought about the time just before and just after the attack. I struggled to remember the article I'd been reading when the curse had hit me. It had been something about a disappearance, something that had captured my attention. I sat back in the booth, took a bite of hot pizza, and closed my eyes, enjoying the mixture of olives and sausage and a healthy dose of red sauce before I swallowed, carefully. When I opened my eyes, I let my gaze go soft as I focused on the holiday decorations flanking the restaurant. Willa and Jack had gone all out this year. Mistletoe dangled from every available space on the ceiling. Holly lined every railing. One big Christmas tree and two smaller ones had been fully decorated and left alight overnight, wiggled into tight corners. Empty pizza boxes had been wrapped like presents and stacked beneath them. Margot Pulley. The name hit me like a jackhammer. Somewhere in my brain's haziness, the name popped out at me from my earlier phone call with Evelyn. Margot Pulley had triggered the search for the article I'd been reading before everything had gone black. I ripped another bite of pizza off and chewed, while I flipped through the book to find the page I'd been reading when the strangler spell struck me. Margot Pulley disappears in tragic accident. With a warm feeling of satisfaction curling in my stomach, I leaned forward and reread the article from Wicked's local newspaper, this time in more thoroughness. It was long and in-depth and focused on nothing in particular, except for the fact that Margot Pulley's house had burned down in the 6th borough in the late 1800s. Everyone had assumed she died in the fire, but after a strenuous investigation, they hadn't been able to find so much as a bone from Margot in the remains. The conclusion had been that the fire was caused by an incinerator incantation, a spell possible to purchase from the void, and had consumed Margot's remains entirely. At the time, they hadn't had a reserve on the force to confirm residuals, nor did they have the magical technology necessary to determine the exact cause of the fire. It was the testimonials at the bottom, however, that caught my attention. Margot didn't die in that fire, Gary Bikersfeld said. I think she went and disappeared and left the fire behind to make us all think she was dead. When asked why Gary thought any such thing, his response was, "She's too old and too tough to die from a measly fire." While not scientific in his analysis, I wondered if Gary was onto something. Had Margot disappeared for other reasons and faked her own death? Or had it been faked for her? A twinge of excitement in my gut told me I was on the right track. The years were right. They were matching up. The fire had come a year after Matthew was rumored to have killed the vampire attempting to take over the borough via the Hex Files. They'd formed a council and then dispersed the files for safekeeping. What if Margot had faked her death in an extreme way for her to escape with one of the files? She could have relocated to the Isle, kept to herself, and set up a fortress to protect her file. Even more agitated, I wondered if that could be what was behind the door in the White's house. Had Margot Pulley passed down her guardian duties through the women in her family? Would Evelyn White become the next guardian of the file? I sat back, reeling from the information. I had more questions for Evelyn, but it was too late to call. I sent her a quick message over the comm so she'd know to call me in the morning. Then I read the article again. According to Margot Pulley's history, she was a witch. To my surprise, my comm buzzed. It was Evelyn, returning my message. "I hope I didn't wake you," I said. "Sorry to ping you so late." "I was up," she said. "What did you need?" "I found an interesting article on Margot Pulley tonight. Apparently, she disappeared from the 6th borough. The article speculates that she died in a house fire, though there was no evidence she was in her house at the time it burned down. Do you know anything about that?" After we talked this evening, I got to going through old family stuff, and I found a journal by a woman named Maggie Price. The weird thing was that it was in a box of stuff labeled with Margot Pulley's name. You think Margot Pulley used an alias when she moved to the Isle? I wondered. Let's pretend Margot was forced to disappear from the 6th borough. If she set up shop on the Isle and gave a fake name, she would have been good as anonymous. I was wondering the same thing, but do you think... Evelyn cleared her throat. "Do you think this has something to do with the locked door in the house?" I think it has everything to do with it. And I think it also has everything to do with why your brother died, though I can't say how just yet. It's a working theory. But I'm almost positive that Margot set up whatever's behind that locked door and has been passing the protective torch down through the women in her family, if you will. I can't believe my parents would be involved in something like that. Evelyn's voice came out hushed. I can't believe they'd protect that thing at the expense of my brother. When it's mine, and it will be someday, the first thing I'm going to do is destroy it. I glanced at the Christmas lights twinkling from the corner. I stared at one individual light, then let my eyes unfocus and take them all in at once. I wouldn't judge your parents just yet. You know what's behind that door, don't you? Do you think it was worth my brother's life? That's not what I meant, Evelyn. I'm just saying, give your parents a chance. Whoever killed your brother made a choice. Your parents had no say in the matter. They didn't know what your brother was or wasn't doing. His death isn't their fault, nor is it yours. It's no one's except for the man or woman who murdered Mason. There was a hushed silence. I suppose you see a lot of this in your work? People blaming others? It's easy to do. I think probably inevitable, I said. But no good comes of it. What I can promise you, Evelyn, is that we'll find the person responsible for your brother's death, and they'll be brought to justice. Thank you, Detective, she murmured. I looked through the journal for anything else that was interesting, but I didn't find much. If you want it, you can have it for evidence. If you don't mind, that'd be great. I'll swing by tomorrow and pick it up if that's okay. Sure, she said. I'll leave it... Actually, I'll take it with me to the shop. Are you afraid your mother won't want you handing it over to me? Evelyn exhaled sharply. She's been a little strange about this whole thing. I haven't told her I'm still talking to you. You've been very helpful, I said. I'll stop by the shop tomorrow. Thank you, Evelyn. I can't help but think your brother would be very grateful to you for your work on this. I hope so, she whispered, her voice clogging, because I didn't do enough while he was alive. Good night, Detective. We hung up, and with renewed hope in my current line of questioning, I cleaned up my dishes and books, hauling the former into the kitchen and the latter upstairs with me. I ignored my furniture as they peppered me with questions and headed for bed. It was late, and I had a big day tomorrow. Though I didn't love the idea of going to sleep with people out there wanting me dead, I knew that without rest I'd be useless. And if I wanted to find out what Angela White was hiding behind her locked door, I most certainly couldn't be useless in the morning. So I let my head hit the pillow, closed my eyes, and wished Matthew were in bed beside me. I'd grown used to those cool arms wrapped around my body, firm in their stance, gentle against my skin. And as I tossed and turned and longed for Matthew, I found myself wondering exactly what Gray had meant on my front steps this evening, and why he kept turning up to save my life. Chapter 21. I was at the office by the crack of dawn. I was pretty sure I'd gotten some shut-eye the previous night, but it had been interrupted by nightmares of poison green residuals seeping through every crack and crevice in my bedroom, meant to strangle, to kill. I'd woken up screaming once when a vision in black had pressed down on my throat. only to find the room empty, my apartment clear. I'd slept the rest of the night in a cold sweat and was relieved to find the sun rising just a few short hours later. The precinct was mostly empty when I arrived. Put on a fresh pot of coffee and grabbed an extra tall travel mug. A sleepless night didn't bode well for my caffeine intake, but that was another hazard of the job I'd learned to accept.
Couldn't sleep?
A voice asked from behind. I turned around, trying to hide the fact I jumped at the sound. Cripes, Primrose. What are you doing here so early?
I couldn't sleep either, she said. Sorry to startle you, but this case is getting to me. It's all I can think about.
How's Woofy?
Oh, he's a doll, she said,
then frowned.
But I'm trying not to get attached. Oh, and I got your message. You wanted me to bring him into the office this morning?
I nodded. I'm headed back to the aisle. I think Harry belongs with Evelyn White.
Is she a dog lover?
Primrose asked defensively.
You're not just trying to dump Woofy somewhere so I don't have to worry, right?
I took a gulp of coffee and smiled. No, she genuinely wants the dog. It might be all she has left of her brother. I can tell you're already attached, but...
No, it's a good thing,
Primrose said, stepping to the coffee pot and pouring herself a mug.
If I want to make detective sooner rather than later, I'll have to give everything I have to the job, and that's not fair to a pup. Can I come with you? I won't say anything, I'll just handle the dog.
I was hoping you'd volunteer for the trip, I said. Come on, carpet rental isn't open for another hour, and I want to see what you found in your research.
Oh, just you wait.
Primrose grinned again, her excitement already renewed.
I think I found something you'll like. I'll grab my things and meet you in your office.
10 minutes later, we were settled with our coffees. Beside our mugs sat pages and pages of Primrose's notes. You didn't sleep at all, did you? I asked. I didn't even send you this request until late last night.
I see the bruise on your neck and the bags under your eyes, Primrose said. I don't expect you got a lot of sleep either.
I hid a smile. So what'd you find?
I completed my preliminary search of all the students and teachers in the classes. The content search was a little bit harder, but I did what I could with the syllabi, she said. For the students, only 3 jumped out at me. I have a list here with their names and why.
I scanned over the list of names and saw that Primrose had highlighted 3 students, 2 men, 1 woman, who were in the classes Mason hadn't needed to take. All of them had some combination of an interesting background. The woman was repeating orientation for the 2nd time. One of the males had lived on the mainland for most of his life and was now taking orientation for no visible reason. He hadn't been married, no major life changes to speak of, a story similar in style to Mason White's. The other male Primrose had highlighted stuck out because he had perfect scores in every class, but just the written tests. He hadn't participated in any practicals either. This is excellent, I said. I'm going to put Renola on the line. I'll have you explain your findings to her. Maybe while we're on the aisle, she can pepper the dean's office with our questions about these particular students.
Me?
Primrose asked.
Renola has been here longer than me, and
if you become detective, you're going to have to give instructions to people older than you, more senior than you, or generally more intimidating than you. Get used to it. I fired up my comm. Renola, sorry for the early wake-up call. Can we borrow you for the day? I cleared it with your boss. He agreed to lend you to homicide until this case is wrapped. I've got Primrose here to explain the details. Following a thorough explanation, Renola agreed to head to the campus of magic first thing. I let her know to keep us posted if anything popped. Anything on the instructors? I asked Primrose after we'd hung up. The list is significantly smaller.
Yes, but somewhat less interesting, she said. I looked into Professors Bleecker, Petrie, and Harrison. Neither of the men had anything particularly interesting in their pasts, at least on my first scrub.
We've got magical maladies with Professor Petrie and paranormal history of the 6th borough with, Professor Harrison? She nodded in confirmation.
Professor Petrie has been working at the school for some 30-odd years. I get the feeling he's waiting to retire. His students don't have any complaints. He rarely fails people, but doesn't seem to be extraordinarily easy either. His only personal or social life to speak of is one sister who lives on the Isle. and 2 cats whom he cares for at his home on campus. He's a member of a book club. That's about it.
And Harrison? I asked.
Younger guy, but from what I can tell, he's going for tenure. Been there a couple of years. Students really love his class. He's regularly voted best professor on campus. His family life is also somewhat bland. He has one brother who lives in the borough, but from what I could tell, they're not super close. No significant other that I could find. He also hosts history club once a week, which has quite good attendance from students.
And Bleecker?
She's known to be a bit of a hard-ass, Primrose said, wrinkling her nose. But again, not entirely surprising. Though I did notice something a little odd about this semester. Her students have a significantly higher than average grade in her class as a whole.
What do you mean? She's giving them all A's?
Not quite, but that's the gist of it, she said. Her class average is usually a C. This semester, it's a whopping B+.
Interesting, but I'm not sure that conclusively gives us enough to be suspicious.
I didn't think so either, Primrose said, but I got to wondering why that might be. You know that 4 a.m. hour when you're still drinking coffee and getting a little loopy? The brain works in weird ways sometimes.
Primrose.
Right. What I was trying to say, she said, is that I had an epiphany. Or rather, I thought more about why it was so strange. If it were genuinely a blip in Bleeker's pattern, what was causing it?
I remembered Bleecker last night, strolling into the library and then leaving conveniently before my attack. It seemed a bit too obvious to me, but then again, Matthew had a point. If she'd expected me to be dead, it wouldn't have been obvious because nobody else would have known she was upstairs in the first place.
I thought maybe the professor was distracted. You know, it's highly unlikely she just got nicer or graded easier overnight. But maybe if her mind was elsewhere and she didn't care so much about keeping a diligent watch on her students, really pushing them like she had in the past, maybe she inadvertently started letting things go because it was less work for her.
I'm hoping you have more to back up this theory.
I do.
Primrose proudly produced a sheet of paper and pushed it across the desk toward me. A big red X was stamped across the top.
Bleecker put in a request for a sabbatical. At the campus of Magic, they allow teachers to request sabbaticals for different areas of expertise they want to pursue. Different research projects, that sort of thing. It's basically a semester off to dig into a personal interest that relates back to the school.
Yet she was denied. I thumbed the page. Did you find out why?
Well, it's not entirely unusual that a request is denied, but for all intents and purposes, it looks like Bleecker had never used a sabbatical. She submitted all the correct forms. There was a space open. From what I can tell, it looks like she should have gotten permission granted. No real questions asked.
Yet she didn't. You're wondering if she's bitter about it? Maybe exploring her project of interest on her own time as payback? I wondered, thinking that made some sense with her visit to the library, though it didn't explain her imaginary meeting with a friend who didn't seem to exist. And because she's busy, she doesn't care as much about being hard on her students.
Exactly.
Do we know what her proposal was for? I asked. What was her project about?
The plans were unfortunately private, she said. I assume with a warrant and the correct paperwork, you could get the dean to give on that. But obviously, I didn't have time to pull it last night.
We'll get started on it, I said. Maybe while Renola's on campus, she can hunt down a few alibis for the folks on your list. It'll be good to start ruling people out. We can find out where they were on the night of the murder. And last night, for that matter. Primrose's eyes went to my neck.
I see.
One more thing, I said. Do we know who took the open sabbatical spot that was supposed to be Bleeker's? She frowned.
I don't, but it should be easy enough to check. Good thought. I was only focused on the people on my list, but I suppose that's why you're the detective and I'm the rookie.
You'll get there, I said. I have to run down to the lab for a second. Can you get Renola up to speed on the rest of this stuff?
I know I'm just a rookie,
Primrose blurted, shooting to her feet as I stood up across from her.
But Detective, I want to help you. I don't think you should be on your own until the case is wrapped up, for safety reasons.
You sound like my boyfriend, I snorted, then raised a finger. Don't comment on that.
I'm not commenting on your boyfriend, but maybe your captain is right, Primrose said. Someone came after you, didn't they? Doesn't that mean you're getting close to the right answer?
No, Primrose, I said, making my way to the door before turning to face her. We're getting close. Chapter 22. It was a much tighter squeeze on the magic carpet with 3 of us, 2 cops and 1 dog, than I had anticipated. Primrose had only kept Harry the dog for 1 night, and already his things had multiplied tenfold. He had a carrier, treats, and a new leash, and something that resembled a raincoat, which Primrose shoved into her backpack with a sheepish look when I questioned it. The journey was quite routine. Our magic carpet cooperated more this time around. Harry seemed to enjoy sticking his head out of the cage and catching the cool air on his slobbery tongue, and Primrose seemed to enjoy much of the same thing. Instead of landing in the same spot as our previous visit, I grounded the carpet on the street before the Whites' house. I kept us out of the line of sight from the windows and doors, tucked behind a large tree shielding their front yard.
I thought we were going to the magic teapot, Primrose said, glancing around. Why park so far away? We'll have to haul everything with us.
Oh, we're headed to the magic teapot, I assured her. But I want one more crack at Angela before we get the diary from Evelyn.
Are we sure that's a smart idea?
I glanced at Primrose. I don't know what we think, but I think it's a great idea.
I thought Evelyn didn't want her mom to know she was helping us.
Oh, I'm not spilling any beans about Evelyn. This is a completely separate visit. I have some information about the White family that I acquired without Evelyn's help, and I am just dropping in to discuss it. They can turn us away, but why would they if they want to help solve their son's murder?
No offense, Detective, but I think you're stretching it. It sounded like Evelyn made it clear that her mom's been weird since Mason's death.
Which is the exact reason I need to press on a few more buttons, I said. Something's not adding up.
You want to look at that door.
That too.
What will Evelyn think?
That we're doing our jobs? You don't have to do anything, Primrose. In fact, it's best if you stay here with Woofy. I doubt this will take long. I just want to put a bug in Mrs. White's ear. The rest of it is just sitting back and waiting for her to react.
If you think I'm going to follow your commands and sit here like a dog after all this, then you are wrong.
Primrose flew to her feet.
I'm going with you. I was just expressing my opinion.
Primrose,
I'm sorry if you're not happy with my decision, but someone is after you, and I want to be by your side until this case is over. Even if it means...
Primrose, I interrupted, clearing my throat. I didn't give you an order to stay, I gave you the option. Oh, but speaking of commands to sit or stay, I don't think Woofy has them down. I nodded at Woofy's carrier. Primrose had knocked the lock open when she'd stood, and the dog had sniffed his way out. Do you mind putting him back in that thing for now?
Oh, right, yes, of course.
With a blush, she bent over, but as she moved, Woofy squirmed his little body with his big poofy hair out of her grasp. For a fluffball, he was a wiry thing and quite quick. His yips carried across the street, along with Primrose's grunt as she swiped again and missed.
Woofy, she called, come back! Harry, you little rascal, I thought we were friends.
Without a glance behind her, Primrose chased after the dog. I stayed behind just long enough to shove the carpet out of the way and into the bushes. Then I followed behind Primrose at a walk, until I saw where our brilliant little dog was headed. I picked up the pace and fell into a jog when I caught sight of the Whites' front door sitting somewhat ajar. There was nobody in the yard that I could see, nobody standing in the foyer, peeking a head out to see what the commotion was all about. At a closer look, I caught sight of a scorch mark around the door's front handle. Breaking into a full run, I joined Primrose's side as she hurtled after Woofy, who was also headed straight toward the somewhat open front door.
I guess he knows he's home,
Primrose said.
Either that or they're cooking dinner. This dog might be little, but he sure can eat.
We slowed as we reached the steps of the White House. Woofy wiggled his way straight through into the entryway, staring at us from the other side of the door with what I swore was a smug little smirk on his face. "Primrose," I hissed, nodding forward and holding a finger over my mouth. "I think they're in trouble. We've got to check it out."
Are you just saying that so we can go inside without getting in trouble? You know, making up a fake cry for help so you can get inside the house without a warrant?
I directed Primrose's gaze to the knob. The exterior of my finger brushed against the charred remains, turning the entire doorknob to dust at the lightest touch. Bits of ashes blew down, swirled around our feet. "There are locklifter residuals," I said. "When they must not have worked, they went for some sort of fireball to incinerate the doorknob." Primrose's face paled, then she nodded. She glanced down.
"Woofy," she whispered. "Please, come wait outside."
The dog gave a full-body shiver and made his way over to a rug full of shoes. He curled up there, looking perfectly comfortable. I took the lead, pulling out my stunner as I pressed the door wide open. Because the signs of attack were so obvious, I thought it best not to call out in case the intruder was still inside. It would be easy enough to explain our presence if the whites appeared intact and undisturbed. Nobody would mind if the whole thing was some giant misunderstanding. A rustle sounded from the back hallway. I nodded toward it. Primrose had her stunner pulled too, her hands shaking as she watched my back around the first corner.
"The secret door," she muttered. "Is that what they're after?"
I shook my head, raised my shoulders, and crept closer to the noise. We passed one bedroom adorned in light blues and yellows. I ducked inside while Primrose took the room across the hall. A quick glance around told me it belonged to Evelyn. "Clear," I muttered as I rejoined Primrose in the hallway. She nodded to the room across from me and murmured, "Clear," at the same time.
"Spare room."
The White's house looked like any other residential family home I'd been inside. Family portraits and photos of the couple's children lined the walls. Christmas decorations spruced up the rest of the place, with little lanterns lining the stairwell to the second floor, and holly boughs twisting around the railings, sparkling with itsy-bitsy white lights. Primrose and I made quick work clearing the rest of the first floor. I nodded toward the lit stairwell as we reconvened at the bottom. A sharp creak sounded on the floorboards above us, sending both Primrose and I into a crouch on the landing. I made my way up first, shielding Primrose behind me as I raced quickly up the stairs. There was no way I was letting my rookie get hurt on the job, especially when she hadn't wanted to be on this particular mission in the first place. I kept my stunner sweeping the second-floor landing, but saw nothing as I inched upward. The house was silent. There was a bend in the stairwell, and I rounded it quickly, then paused, sweeping again before continuing my ascent to the top. When I reached the landing, I saw it. There, at the end of the short hallway, was the door. It was so obviously the locked room in question, I let my attention lapse. A mistake that nearly killed me.
"Get down!"
Primrose called in a hoarse shout. She leaped for my legs and pulled me to the floor just as a streak of orange residuals shot over my head with laser-like precision. It was a defensive spell in the paralysis potion family, one of the charms guarding the door that had been triggered by my presence. If Primrose hadn't yanked me out of the way, it would have rendered me unconscious in an instant. I breathed in the scent of carpet as I dragged myself upward, pulled myself off to the side of the hall into a little nook that shielded us from any possible intruders. Primrose squeezed in next to me.
"Was that it?" she asked breathlessly. "What'd you see?"
I just shook my head.
"I'm sorry, Come on, we're partners. You'd have done the same for me," she said. "Snap out of it, detective. Is that the door?"
I nodded. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. No wonder the poor kid was confused. In all my years on the police force, I've never seen anything as heavily guarded as that door. Whatever's behind it
is important, Primrose said, and someone's after it.
You could say that. I inched around Primrose. I need another look. I was so shocked by the layers and levels of residuals, I didn't even see the paralysis potion.
Don't be so hard on yourself, Primrose said. I didn't see it either. I just reacted.
I poked my head carefully around the corner and caught sight of the brilliant display at the end of the hallway. I imagined that if I had Mason's nifty glasses to cut out the residuals, it would look just like any other closet door in any other house. But without those glasses, it looked like a constant display of fireworks. It was mesmerizing, dangerous. I now understood why Mason claimed to be different, why he could sit for hours in front of this door, why he'd searched for a way to fit in normally with the rest of the magical population, and then finally an unmagical world. The doorway was a kaleidoscope of constantly changing colors and figures, patterns bursting with light. Small explosions with glittering residuals told me the defenses were constantly in motion, charging, replenishing, strengthening. I imagined that it had taken 100 years for all these enchantments and charms to weave so thickly over one another. There was no hope of untangling these spells, not in the amount of time we had. And I imagined the same went for anyone else after the contents behind that door. Whatever was hidden there was more heavily guarded than most jail cells. Okay, it looks like the defenses were activated, I said. The paralysis potion wouldn't have gone off without a trigger. I don't think we activated it. I think we came after.
Whoever came after the contents of that room hasn't gotten inside yet?
Not a chance, I said. But they might still be here. And if they are, they might have the whites captive in one of these rooms. We've got to clear this level before we head out.
If the door shoots defensive spells at us, how are we supposed to get down the hallway?
I hesitated. Got an idea, albeit a far-fetched one. A second later, I had Evelyn on the comm. I can't explain everything now, but I think your parents might be in danger. I'm at their house with Officer Primrose trying to help them, I said. I'll go into details later, but for now, I need to know the answer to one question. If the defenses around the closet are activated, is there any way past them? Not through the door, just on the second-level landing.
My parents are in trouble?
Evelyn's voice rose an octave. She muttered aloud to herself, obviously in an attempt to calm down.
I'll be right there. Yeah. My mom said if something ever happened, the knob on the banister at the top of the staircase turns. There's a single potion inside of it that'll shield a user from, I don't know, whatever's up there. Help them, will you? I can't lose them, too. I'm coming home now. I'll be there in a few minutes.
I reached up, turned the knob, and sure enough, the spherical bauble covering the post opened with a hiss to reveal one tiny vial of potion. I pulled it out, handed it to Primrose.
What do you want me to do with it? She asked. You need to take it.
I can see the residuals. You can't. And I'm not letting anything happen to you on my watch.
But...
Take it, Primrose. That's an order. She took the bottle of clear liquid, raised it to her lips. She took half of it, then handed it back to me.
That's all I'm taking. You drink the rest. With any luck, it'll save us both.
Because I couldn't force Primrose to dump the rest of the portion down her throat, and because she had a good theory, I agreed. A hint of the protection spell was better than nothing. Maybe we wouldn't walk away unscathed, but it might help get both of us out alive. Holding my hands out before me, I muttered the words to a spell under my breath that would give us a hint of a shield. It wouldn't hold against incredibly powerful magic, but it might be enough to help us dip and dodge between the rooms to clear the floor. A guard against all pain and harm. Give me a resilient deflector charm. A flash of light beamed between my hands, then bloomed into a clear half-sphere that extended before me like a shield. Wait here, I said. I can see the residuals. That's an order, Primrose.
It's better if we stick together.
Wait here. I stepped into the hallway, keeping to a crouch and moving slowly, my gaze not leaving the doorway laced with residuals. When nothing happened, I inched further into the hallway, preparing to dive into the room across the hall at the first sign I'd triggered a spell. As I watched, the glimmer of poison green residuals, sickeningly familiar by now, began to line the edges of the door. Smoke poured from behind the wooden frame, easing into the hallway. My deflector charm was useless against a strangler spell.
Dani! Shouted Primrose. Move!
I hadn't realized I'd frozen in place. The smoke curled around my ankles. My legs tinged with the touch of toxic residuals. At Primrose's cry, I leaped across the hallway and rolled into the first room at the top of the stairs. As my concentration lapsed, so did my deflector charm.
Clear!
Primrose called breathlessly a second later.
The smoke has receded. It must only attack when someone triggers the defenses in the hallway. You should be good as long as you move quickly and the potion from the banister doesn't wear off.
I'd come to the same conclusion. Teeth gritted, I cleared the first room, which looked by all accounts to be a study. A desk was pushed against one wall and an overflowing bookcase against another. The windows were cracked open to let the slightest hint of a salty breeze seep through. It was jarring, the fresh air in the tense house. "Room's clear," I said. "I'm going to the next."
I'm already headed there,
Primrose said, pulling up a deflector charm between her hands and stepping cautiously into the hallway.
We're in this together, Detective. I'm not letting you go alone. The potion can probably only handle so much before it wears thin. It's my turn.
I reached the doorway just in time to see a lavender burst of residuals shoot straight for Primrose's shield. The first round bounced off, successfully deflected from killing Primrose with its laser-like burst of energy, but not without consequence. Primrose let out a piercing scream, her arms shaking as her deflector evaporated. The sheer energy of the attacking spell had sent high levels of electricity through Primrose's arms, electrocution style. I caught sight of the doorway just as the lavender residuals recharged and the spell intensified to blast a second round. I lunged for Primrose's legs. There was no time to get my defender charm up and running again, so I moved fast, hoping I'd beat the attacking spell. Unfortunately, I was a beat too late. The spell finished charging as I made contact with Primrose's lower half. I bit my lip against a scream as a jolt of electricity hit my right foot and sent a shock of pain through my body. Primrose and I went down in a jumble, rolling to safety in the room across the hall from the study. I stood on a shaky leg, quickly clearing what appeared to be a guest bedroom. When I determined we were alone, I spun to face Primrose. "That's why you listened to my damn commands!" I limped toward her, the feeling in my right leg still jittery. "It's not time to be a freaking hero, Primrose. Got it?"
I wasn't trying to be a hero,
she said, trembling in a ball on the floor.
I'm sorry.
I ran a hand over my forehead. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I know you weren't trying to be a hero, but..." I trailed off, cursed as I shook my leg out. I couldn't get the jittery feeling to subside. "Orders are orders, Primrose."
"But if the potion wears off..."
The officer pulled herself to a sitting position, her lip trembling.
"If you take enough hits, it might weaken the potion. I just wanted to help."
"Can you get up?" I extended a hand to the rookie. She accepted, her face flushed.
"I'm sorry."
"That was stupid," I told her, "but thank you." Primrose looked up, surprised.
"Really?"
"I don't doubt you've got my back, Primrose, but we've got to work together from here on out or it's going to get one of us killed."
"Fair,"
Primrose said.
"There's one room left. How are we going to get there?"
"We've got to be wearing the protective potion down," I said. "Here's what we're going to do. Can you project a deflector charm?"
"I've never tried to project one, but I've used them on my person a million times. I'm sure I could do it. I've projected other spells."
"Project it as far as you can across the hall. I'll add my own. I'm going to dive into the room, clear it."
"What if it's not clear?"
"Then I'll let you know that, too," I said dryly. "You stay here, not because I don't trust you, but because I'm going to need your help to get out of here. If that room is clear and we have to get back downstairs, it's going to take both of our strongest deflectors to get out in one piece." Primrose nodded.
"You ready?"
"Let's move." We both got our deflectors set. The spell hovered before us, shielding our hands with spheres of light. At my nod, Primrose moved toward the doorway and tossed one of the energy spheres across the open space, where it adhered to the other wall. Then she raised her other hand so the shield stretched clear across the hallway. I caught a glimpse of sparkling white residuals building at the door. I didn't recognize the spell, which meant it was probably more dangerous than anything we'd seen so far. "This is gonna sting," I said, then held my deflector out before me. "Hold on tight!" With a count of 3 under my breath, I dove across the hallway, praying our deflectors held against whatever spell the defenses on the door threw at us on this round. I tumbled through the doorway in the nick of time, rolling to a stop inside the last open room on the 2nd floor, just as a wave of heat blew behind me, covering the hallway in a mess of black and red and orange flames.
"Detective!"
Primrose screamed.
"I can't get through the fire!"
"Stay put, Primrose," I yelled back. "I'm all good." At least, I was all good until a fireball smacked above my head. I brushed a hunk of burning ashes from my shoulder before pulling my own deflector up just in time to shield myself from a second fireball attack. The second ball of flames bounced off the deflector and shot back against the opposite wall, where finally I caught a glimpse of my attackers. I stood, hands raised, letting my deflector lapse. "Mrs. White!" I called, squinting through the smoke filtering into the room. "It's me, Detective Dani DeMarco. I'm here to help. Hold your fire." A third ball of flames lit in the corner, but it didn't get thrown. A pale hand reached through the smoke and landed on my second attacker's arm.
"Honey, it's okay."
I used a quick incantation to blow the smoke to the side of the room, leaving me with a clear vision of 2 figures cowering against the back wall. Mr. and Mrs. White. Mr. White had a bruise forming over his left eye. Mrs. White's clothing was torn and charred, and she was bleeding from her arm. "It's me," I gasped again. "I came with Officer Primrose to ask you a few questions, but when we went to knock on the front door, we found it open and charred. We just came in here to check on you."
"How'd you make it through the passageway?" Mrs. White demanded. "You must have used the potion."
I calmed Evelyn, asked for help, and she explained where to find it. "She'll be here any minute."
"The girl is lying,"
Mr. White said, nodding toward me.
"She was trying to get behind that door."
"No," I said. "I'm trying to find out what happened to your son, and I'm pretty sure I know why he was killed." Mrs. White pressed her hand against her husband, holding him back.
"Was it?"
I nodded my head over my shoulder. "I don't think there's any way your son's death wasn't related to what's behind that door. Now, can we find a place to talk where my colleague and I won't get blown to bits?" Chapter 23. Half an hour later, after a lengthy deconstruction period, in which Mr. and Mrs. White appeared to be performing some ancient art of Tai Chi in the hallway, while stringing defensive spells back in place, they declared it safe for us to exit. I met up with Primrose in the hallway. She raised her eyebrow at the sight of my charred jacket sleeve. "Bit toasty in there?" she mumbled, elbowing me with a small smile. I just shook my head back, unable to keep a smirk from turning up the corner of my lips. We all trooped downstairs, where we found Evelyn waiting at the bottom of the steps with an anxious look on her face. "What happened?" she demanded, first of me, then of her parents. "I'm not really sure," I said. "We're hoping we can have a little chat and clear a few things up before someone else ends up dead." Mrs. White went to the kitchen to put a kettle on, while Mr. White fished out an ice pack and slapped it on his head. Evelyn didn't seem overly concerned with her parents' injuries. She seemed a bit dazed and confused, actually lost in her own world, until Woofy appeared from his favorite new rug and leaped onto her lap. "Is this—" Evelyn looked up, tears in her eyes as the dog licked her face. "It's Harry," I said at the same time Primrose said,
"That's Woofy."
"Your brother named him Harry," I said with a grin. My colleague called him Woofy while she watched him overnight. "Aw, Harry Woofy White," Evelyn said, a smile gracing her face. "Welcome home. I can keep him, right?" I nodded at her anxious tone. "Of course, we're happy he has a good home."
"All of his playthings are outside."
Primrose swallowed hard.
"I'll get them shortly. But you should know, he's really a sweetie. I'm sure your brother was a great guy, too. Great guys tend to have great dogs."
Evelyn just smiled and tickled behind the dog's ears. The two were clearly a match for one another. And though my work so rarely brought hope for the living, this was one of those moments that made everything worthwhile. I could never bring Mason White back, but at least his sister had a very real, tangible part of him in her life. I pulled Primrose to the side. "You see that? That's all you," I said. "If you ever find yourself wondering why you got into this job, remember this moment. Nice work, Primrose." Primrose nodded, seemingly unable to find the words to respond. She swiped a hand across her eyes.
"I should go get his things."
"I think so," I said. "That would probably be best. Woofy will be happy here, and I'm sure Evelyn would love if you visited him at the shop sometime." Primrose just nodded again. The second Primrose stepped outside, I closed the door behind her and faced the room. "You've got one of the Hex Files behind that door." Mrs. White cursed as she reached for the teapot with a bare hand in surprise, scorching herself against the hot metal. Mr. White nearly dropped the ice pack in shock. Evelyn just looked up in confusion at her parents. "Officer Primrose is a good cop. She's just a girl and she doesn't know a thing about the files," I warned in a low voice. "Very few of us do, but you're lucky. I'm one of them. And I'm not dragging Primrose into this mess, so you've got until she's back to talk." "How do you—" Mr. White trailed off, then looked to his wife as if the conversation should default to her. Indeed, Angela White straightened her shoulders. While she'd likely enlisted the help of her husband to protect whatever was behind that door, it was she who'd been willed protective custody of the file, and it was she who would make the decision to help or to hinder my investigation.
"You say you're involved in the files," Angela said. "Prove it."
"How? I didn't bring them here with me, but two of my best friends are the files. I am one of them. We need to find the rest before our enemy does. You know what will happen if the prophecy isn't fulfilled by the right side." "Mom?" Evelyn interrupted. "What's she talking about?"
"It's not time yet," Angela said in a whisper. "She can't know."
I didn't want to know either. Neither did my friends. But my best friend's mother died over the files, and that's just the start of the destruction they've caused in my life. See this? I pointed toward the purple bruise around my neck. Someone knows I'm getting close to solving your son's murder, and they're willing to kill a detective to make sure that doesn't happen. You and whatever is behind that door are my best lead."
"I will not speak more on the subject,"
Mrs. White said.
"I cannot. I have been willed to protect precious cargo, and it would be a disservice to our people not to fulfill my duty."
"Someone tried to break in here today before me," I said. "Yes?" The silence that followed, along with the bloodied, bruised bodies of the Whites, was the only answer I needed. "We're all going after the same thing. I can help you protect your file, but not if you don't trust me."
"I trust you, but that doesn't mean I will hand over anything to you. My life's work is keeping that door safe," Angela said. "Just as it has been for every woman in my family before me, and just like it will continue with my daughter."
I glanced at Evelyn. "It doesn't have to continue." Angela frowned.
"What do you mean?"
"The time has arrived for the prophecy to come into fruition. One of us is going to get the file, me or whoever attacked you first." I shrugged. "It's your choice who is the victor."
"Mom!"
The voice was soft, desperate. "Was Mason killed because of whatever's behind that door?" Angela looked at her daughter, her expression torn. Evelyn turned the expression to me. "Was he, Detective? Be honest." I cleared my throat, looked straight at Evelyn. I ignored the White's piercing gazes. "I believe so. When he died, he had a slip of paper in his hand with my name written on it. I don't know exactly why yet. I'm still working on the details, but if I had to guess, I would say he figured out that I am involved in the files. I think he connected the dots."
"How?"
she whispered. "Mr. and Mrs. White, your son was a reserve. He could see the spells protecting that door. Believe me, as a fellow reserve, it's like a constant fireworks show up there. He knew something big was behind the door. I think he died trying to warn me, a fellow reserve. After all his years escaping the magical world, he probably didn't have anyone else to turn to with his questions.
How do we know this isn't all lies? Mr. White asked. My wife's family has defended that file against the trickiest, sneakiest, most powerful people in history. You wouldn't be the first dirty cop to come after them.
I racked my brain for a way to prove my innocence, but Evelyn beat me to a response. She stood, clutching the dog to her chest, her eyes filled with tears. Are you really going to let that stupid door tear more of our family apart? She looked hard at both of her parents. This detective is trying to help you. It's already taken the life of one of us. Are you going to risk it taking more? Evelyn, Mrs. White began, please, someday you'll understand. Evelyn shook her head resolutely. Someday I'll be deeded the responsibility of protecting that door, and the first thing I'm going to do is unlock it and let whoever the hell wants in have free rein. They can have it, and good riddance to them. Hopefully it won't be too late, and the detective will still be willing to help us then. Evelyn turned from the room and stormed out, heading down the hall, presumably to her bedroom. Behind her, she left a whirlwind that calmed into silence. I don't have anything left to say, I murmured. I'm not going to steal your file. I understand you're protecting it. If you need proof I'm on the same side as you, let me know what that looks like and I'll get it for you. In the meantime, good luck with your defenses. The door opened behind me, and Primrose entered with her arms full of things. I helped her set them down in the entryway before turning back to the Whites. Whatever you've seen, the things you've defended yourselves from, I said dully, it's only the beginning. When you're ready to put an end to it, you know where to find me. Your son most certainly did. Chapter 24. Primrose and I arrived back at the precinct after a somber flight from the aisle. As I turned in the magic carpet to the flight deck employees, I felt Primrose's quiet stare on my back. You're not going to tell me what happened in there, are you? I sighed as I turned around, gesturing for her to follow me away from the interested eyes and ears of those on the flight deck. Not yet. I'm sorry. If it's any consolation, it's not my choice to keep it a secret. I thought we were working together on this case. We are, I said carefully, but I think we've just blown it wide open into a whole new case. This one involves things that are, no offense, above your pay grade. I thought you said I was doing good work. Primrose jutted her chin forward. And you told me that I shouldn't ignore my instincts. Well, this is me not ignoring my instincts. You and I have made it this far on the case together, and to take me off it now would be a mistake. I know, Primrose, and I'm sorry. I'm not kicking you off the case. You're just withholding crucial information. Not by choice. I see. Primrose nodded, obviously not convinced. I think that if you truly trusted me, you'd let me finish working this with you. Primrose, you're a rookie. I'm doing this for your own good, I said, feeling suddenly tired. I need to sort through what comes next. Today was enlightening and disheartening. They didn't give you what you needed? After a pause, I shook my head. Unfortunately not. They're keeping the door locked. You could say that, I said grimly. So it looks like we'll need to solve this case while simultaneously working around the Whites' stalemate. I think someone was after whatever's behind that door, and Mason was trying to warn me. Can you follow up with Renola and see what she found at the campus of magic today? I'm going to run down to the lab and check in with Felix. I'll come with you, Primrose said. I'll meet Renola after. I really think it'd be best if we split up and multitask. I'll meet you at my office in an hour. Primrose clearly suspected I was leaving her out of crucial information at the lab. She wasn't wrong. Unfortunately, there was no way around it for the moment. No doubt Felix would have news for me, and I needed to learn the truth alone. Sure enough, there was a message on my comm asking me to stop by Felix's office, not the lab, when I got back to the precinct. I waited until Primrose was off hunting down Renola before I circled back to Felix's office. I let myself into the dingy, closet-sized space next to the lab that Felix had made his office. There were no windows and not much air to breathe, but it was just the way the tech genius liked it. Haphazard shelves had been nailed to the wall at all angles, and then laden with a mix of gadgets, books, and papers. Felix was barely visible behind the chaos. He said when he finally glanced up from the paperwork he was reviewing on his desk.
You're back.
You don't sound thrilled to see me.
What the hell is this?
Felix held up the Christmas card I'd adopted from my parents' mantle. I matched his gaze. A handwriting sample.
From your brother?
It's my job to work this case, Felix. Whatever it takes, I said. I'm running down a lead.
Dani.
You're not getting in the middle of anything. Do your job, Felix. Did you run it?
I did.
And? He blew out a huge breath.
It's a match. But I think you already knew that.
I cursed, spun around, and folded my hands over my chest so Felix couldn't see my face as I digested the information.
You wouldn't have submitted this if you weren't already sure,
Felix said softly.
What's Rob doing back in town?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, I said. He says he came back to town because of the Christmas cheer, but I'm having a hard time buying it, especially when I find his paws all over one of my cases.
You don't think...
I reached over, swiped the card from Felix's hand. Of course he didn't kill anyone. You repeat that to anyone and you're a dead man, understand?
I'm just doing my job.
I know, and I'm sorry. I spun back to face him, expelled a long, slow breath. It's hard. I know he'd never kill anyone, not like this at least, but still. I can't ask him for an alibi. He's family.
An airtight alibi would make things easier for everyone.
I leaned forward, knuckles curled onto his desk as I met his eyes. He doesn't need an alibi, Felix. He's my brother. He didn't do it.
Have you told him that, Detective? If not, you should give it a try.
Felix's expression beamed into a grin.
Maybe then he'll talk.
I left Felix's with the handwriting sample in my pocket. I intended to head back to my parents' house and return it to the mantle before anyone else noticed it gone, and while I was at it, see if my brother was up for a talk. Maybe an apology of sorts. I'd asked Felix to give me until the morning before he turned the report into the chief, matching my brother's prints with the notes. There was a chance I'd be recused from the case once that happened, and I needed just a bit longer. A few more hours. I was so close. If only I could find out who had known about Mason White's connection with the Hex Files, I'd be well on my way to tying up loose ends. I had some time before I was supposed to meet with Primrose, but I calmed her anyway and told her I'd be running late. As suspected, my brother wouldn't be in an incredibly forgiving mood, and while I hated to admit it, I needed his help. Despite my general rule to avoid the marketplace at all costs, the last time I passed through, I'd run smack into my brother. Seeing as he probably wasn't wanting to hang around home, surrounded by our mother and Christmas cookies and his annoying sister, the chances were good he'd be out and about in his old stomping grounds. It might have been a decade since he'd spent any amount of time here, but old habits died hard. Sure enough, when I pushed open the heavy door of the dirty charmer, I found the bar frozen in time, just as it looked the last time I'd stepped foot in here to meet my brother. Low music pulsed through the speakers in the background, and the bright light of the wintry mid-afternoon sun was blurred out by gunky windows and heavy curtains. Big boots of beer and other substances sat on a sleek bar, stools with deep grooves on the seat pulled up before them, and on one of them was my brother. I sidled over to the empty bar stools on either side of Rob and chose the one on the left. Since I was technically on duty, I ordered a tomato juice from the bar with a side of olives. Rob didn't even flinch. He might not have gone the cop route with his life, but he'd inherited many of the instincts from our father. He'd likely noticed my presence the second I'd stepped through the door. We sat there in silence for a long time. Rob was sipping a frosty mug of dark beer. I took a few gulps of my tomato juice. We didn't look at one another. Finally, I pulled the Christmas card from my pocket and tossed it on the counter. It's a match, but you already knew that.
Is this your idea of an apology? Rob muttered. You're good at many things, Dani. Asking forgiveness isn't one of them.
A part of me doesn't feel like I need to apologize at all, I said. I was just doing my job. I'm trying to catch a killer.
Right, so am I under arrest?
Don't be stupid. I swiveled on my seat to face Rob. I know you didn't kill Mason White. I always knew that. I don't know why you've got to be so stubborn about it.
Oh, I don't know, he said dryly. Just doesn't sit right when my sister comes flying into the room, accusing me of killing a man when I come home for Christmas.
I got an extension on the report, I said, but I'm going to have to let Felix turn it in. I can't hide evidence.
I'm surprised you even took this out of the lab.
Rob reached out, fingered the edge of the card.
Doesn't it need to go in your fancy evidence case?
I don't plan on needing it. I'm going to catch this guy before that report is ever filed.
That won't keep my name out of things, Rob said. You're a straight shooter. You're not going to hide evidence.
I'm not hiding anything. I'm just saying it won't be necessary to include this particular detail, I said. Can you please talk to me, Rob? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come at you with guns blazing. It was wrong of me, but when that kid from the library ID'd you, it just threw me off. Until that point, I was so sure that the guy who wrote my name down was our killer. Nothing else had even crossed my mind, and that was my short-sightedness. I'm sorry. Rob gave a deep nod, and then took a long pull of his beer.
I wish I was as innocent as you think.
What's that supposed to mean?
I did talk to Mason White the night he died.
Rob nodded, stared deeply into his beverage.
I didn't know that was his name at the time, nor did I know that he died just after I talked to him.
I waited in silence, sensing there was more to come.
I guess I owe you a bit of an apology myself.
Rob tilted his head toward me, gave me a sideways smirk.
I'm sorry, little sis. I guess you shocked me too and I got defensive. Once I dug my heels in...
It ain't the DeMarco way to give in easily, I said with a grin. Thanks, Rob. And for what it's worth, I knew you never did anything. I mean, I knew you didn't murder anyone.
I know that.
So we're good then? I asked hopefully. To my surprise, Rob hesitated.
Hear me out before you decide that.
My fingers clenched around my tomato juice. I'm listening.
I sold him the hex.
What?
The Heartstopper hex, Rob said. I sold it to Mason White a week before he died. Maybe it's a coincidence that he died from the same thing, but I doubt it.
The spell can't be traced to you, I said. I was there myself. I saw the residuals. It's anonymous.
I didn't create the hex, Rob said with a shy smile. Consider me a third-party salesman for your records.
Ah.
Having a sister who could spot residuals and tattle on her big bro when we were growing up taught me a lot about how to make spells invisible.
Rob winced.
Sorry.
You can't help being good at your, job.
Rob gave a caustic laugh. Yeah, you could say that. Too good.
That doesn't make sense, though, I said. Mason wouldn't have purchased the Heartstopper hex to use on himself.
No, Rob said. I didn't think so either. In fact, I thought he was an odd choice to be coming to me for a charm in the first place. He didn't know how the system worked, and was clearly a newbie when it came to buying, shall we say, illegal? Gray area magic.
We both lapsed into a quiet smile, and for old time's sake, we silently agreed to disagree.
I looked into it after I learned of his death, Rob said.
There wasn't a ton to find, but it seems like that was the only hot Heartstopper hex on the market. I sincerely doubt there were 2 of them. If you ask me, Detective, whoever murdered Mason White used his own spell against him. Why did Mason need the spell? I asked. And how did he find you to purchase it? People have a way of finding me when they need me, Rob said. My name's out there. You could call me a specialist in finding things for people. Like illegal spells? I didn't say illegal things, more like specialty things. Obviously, Mason was resourceful enough to dig around, ask the right questions to get my name. He sent me a comm to set up the initial meeting. I've seen the guy 3 times. The first time? We met at a little roadside bar in Texas. Best burger I've ever had. Rob grinned at the memory. My companion was a little twitchy, though. He'd never done anything like it before. He wasn't a killer, I can tell you that much. What other reason is there to purchase a Heartstopper hex? That's what I asked him. I don't sell to murderers, Dani. That's why I have these meetings. I might not agree with what you do, but I believe that, I said. I know you're a good guy, Rob. He curled his lips into a thin smile. He said he wanted to study the effects of deadly spells for a class he was taking in the 6th borough. You did some checking around after his story, I said. Found that he was enrolled in classes at the campus of magic. Figured he was telling the truth. Pretty much. And that made my decision for me. I don't pretend to play God, Dani. I sell dangerous potions, I get it. But the people buying know the risks. I just do my best to make sure they're not intended to harm anyone else. I had no idea that this Heartstopper hex would be used to kill anyone. I can't believe I'm saying this. I reached over and rested a hand on my brother's arm. It's not your fault. None of this. I mean, I'm not a fan of you selling such dangerous stuff. It'll get you hurt someday, Robbie, but it's your decision. Just know this wasn't your fault. Whoever was going after Mason wanted him dead, no 2 ways about it. If they didn't use the Heartstopper hex, it would have been something else. Possibly worse. You can't blame yourself. Rob just shook his head. The second time we met, it was a quick exchange the week before he died. We met in New York. We were probably both on our way here, as a matter of fact. Didn't talk. Met at a Starbucks and pulled off the exchange like usual. How'd he seem then? A little calmer than the first time, but still twitchy. Not unusual for the drop. The less nervous a person is, the more nervous I am to sell to them. It means they've done it before. You know, if you ever felt like changing careers, I really think your instincts would fit in well with the precinct. Right, like they'd take me. Rob snorted. Are you interested? Rob didn't answer. His eyes flicked toward me as if to test out whether or not I was serious before shrugging it off entirely. I never intended to meet White a 3rd time, but he asked for it. He asked to meet you in the library? Rob nodded. I thought he had a question on the hex itself. How to use it, something to do with his research. Maybe he got cold feet and wanted to try and sweet-talk his way into a refund. It wasn't any of those things? He wanted to know a cop he could trust. And you gave him my name? I studied him. After you'd sold him a gray area hex? I'm not afraid of consequences, Rob said. I do what I do. I face what I need to face. Something about Mason told me he needed some real help. So, I pointed him to the best cop I know. I shrugged off the compliment and took another gulp of my juice. Well, your instincts were right. He needed help. He just didn't make it to me in time. Listen, Rob, this next question is really important. You want to know if he gave me any hint why he was looking for a cop? Yes. I think you probably already know why. I squinted at him. What's that supposed to mean? Dani, you've got this case figured out. You're so close, I can see it in your eyes. You always get like this when you're there. In answer to your question, no, he didn't say anything that would give his troubles away. Not a thing? Think, Rob, this is important.
He said he needed to warn someone, Rob said. That's all. He asked to meet. I popped into the library at the designated time. We didn't even get into a private conference room before he nabbed me and pulled me off to the side.
He was nervous? Rob took his time answering.
On edge, yes, but different. Not twitchy nervous like when he was meeting with me to buy the spell. Sure, he was on edge, but he was calm, resolved. Does that make sense?
It does, I murmured. I think he figured out what he needed to do. The right thing, if you will, and got a certain level of confidence from it, even with the knowledge that it was dangerous.
Exactly, Rob said. He told me he discovered something big, and he needed to let someone know, someone who wasn't crooked.
I considered. Do you think that means something? Did he discover a crooked cop and get scared off?
I sure as hell hope not, Rob said, and I don't think that's necessarily what he meant. I think what he was intending to say was that the information he was going to share in the wrong hands could be dangerous.
I nodded.
You're not surprised, Rob said. I was right. You already know what he was going to say to you.
I think so. But even that confirmation still doesn't explain why he was in orientation. He could have just come to the precinct and talked to me.
I thought that was weird, too.
Rob jerked his head up in surprise, glanced at me.
I actually asked him that when I saw him in the library. He said he was investigating something.
I went stock still. That's it. The campus is the key. The students or the teachers. It has to be. I shot to my feet, pulled money out of my pocket, and tossed it on the counter. I've got to run.
I figured as much.
Rob, I hesitated. Thank you, and I'm sorry.
Hey, be careful out there, sis.
Rob leaned over, kissed me gruffly on the forehead.
Using that Heartstopper hex is no easy task, especially because I fingerprinted it to be in Mason's possession. Whoever's out there ain't a good guy.
I gave a dark smile. They never are. And hey, Rob, I'm glad you brought some Christmas cheer this year. We could all use a bit of it. Then I turned, left the dirty charmer behind, and pointed my footsteps in the direction of our killer. Chapter 25. Primrose, I said into my comm. I don't have time to explain, sorry, and I don't have time to meet you just yet, but I need to know what you found out from Renola. Where are you? I hesitated, glanced behind me to the crowded marketplace. I was out interviewing a witness. A witness to what? Primrose, the information. Right, she said. Okay, the students in question all had alibis. There was an event going on at the school the night White died, some free dinner or whatever, and you know college kids. They were all there for the food. Lots of alibis. The teachers? Fewer alibis, Primrose said. Petrie said he was home with his cats during Mason's murder. Not exactly airtight. The others? Harrison was holding office hours. He gave us the name of a student who was apparently with him. We're running down the lead now. I haven't gotten a hold of a student to confirm that yet. And Bleecker? That's the odd part, Primrose said slowly. She's nowhere to be found. First time in her career she didn't show up for work today. Her classes were canceled. The school didn't even know who to use for a sub. She's never sick, Detective. Shit, I said. Is she on the run? Primrose asked. Is she our suspect? I don't know, Primrose, but it doesn't smell right. I'm on my way to campus. Work with Renola to finish your interviews. You're loading me up with busy work? If I can't find Bleecker, we're going to need to know where to look next. Find me that spot, Primrose. Of course, Detective. And good luck. I could hear the tightness in her voice. She wanted to be in on the action, but I wasn't sure there would be any action at all as of yet. If Bleecker was on the run, she could be anywhere. It wouldn't be an easy chase. Still, things weren't quite adding up. Why had Bleecker killed Mason? Was she after the files and I just missed the signs this whole time? I jumped on a trolley and rode the short distance to the campus of magic. I hopped off, made my way through the lobby where the nervous pixie at the front desk looked up and sighed. "Professor Bleeker," I said. "I understand she didn't show up for work today. Do you know anything about it?"
No, she said. I mean, I heard, but I just worked the front desk.
Who would know?
I don't think anyone really knows anything. The dean's been asking around, but if he doesn't know, then I don't know who would. Did something happen to her?
I didn't respond. Instead, I rushed past her down the hallway and through the chapel into student housing. From there, I burst through the first set of doors I could find to the quad at the center of campus. It took a second to orient myself, but once I did, I realized I was just a few paces from Bleeker's classroom. I hustled inside, made my way down the hallway, and paused outside the door to the professor's classroom. There was a sign posted that read, "All of Professor Bleeker's classes canceled for today." I ignored it, pushed the door open, and stood in the darkened, abandoned classroom for a long moment. I hadn't expected to find her here. I wasn't sure what or who I'd expected to find. Renola would have already covered this territory, but at the time, Bleeker hadn't been our primary suspect. I hadn't informed anyone outside of Gray and Matthew about the attack on me, or her presence just before the strangler spell had launched. I moved toward the teacher's desk and tried to picture the blonde professor standing there, impeccably organized, speaking to her students. Had she been distracted this semester? If so, what was so important it had caused her grade average to spike? I sat at the desk and tried to think. The moral of the story was that we didn't have enough information on Professor Bleeker. I hadn't been focused on her as a person. I didn't know her story. I barely knew her first name. If I wanted to understand why Bleeker was after me, why she might have needed Mason dead, I had to understand her motives. I opened the drawers and ruffled through. To my dismay, several of them were already messy. That struck me as the exact opposite of the way Bleeker had kept her things. I prayed Renola had rummaged through here and not someone else looking for the professor. For a moment, I wondered if it could have been Mason. If he wanted to investigate Bleeker, it made a ton of sense for him to enroll in orientation so that he could take her class and study her up close and personal without suspicion. I quickly dismissed that idea because Mason had died before Bleeker disappeared. If he'd rifled through her drawers, surely she would have put them back in order before taking off. Bleeker was a smart woman. She wouldn't leave any evidence behind. I gave a sigh, coming up empty-handed. Nothing stuck out at me from the professor's drawers. I raised the comm to my lips to get Primrose on the line to request a warrant for Bleeker's personal residence. It was unlikely she'd keep private affairs at school, where it was too easy for someone like me to stumble across it. Before I could connect with Primrose, my comm buzzed and showed it was the one and only rookie beating me to the punch. "I was just going to calm you." I spun around in Bleeker's chair and stared at the blackboard, which had been wiped perfectly clean. "Can you get a warrant in the works for Bleeker's professional residence? I'm in her classroom now looking through her drawers, but it looks like I'm not the first person who's been here. If there was something helpful, it's gone." "Like a diary?" "Yeah, like that," I said, then stopped. "Wait, what?" "I calmed you, remember?" Primrose said, a hint of smugness to her words. "Renola's a smart cookie. She sensed something was wrong when Bleeker didn't show up to work and had no history of doing so. She went through the desk, grabbed her scheduler." "You're kidding me." "I am not, Detective," Primrose said with a cough. "That's not all she found either. Renola and I have been poring over the class list since we got back from the Isle. We've found something strange." I sucked in a breath. What was Bleeker working on? "It's not that," she said. "It's her alibi. When Renola couldn't get a hold of Bleeker, she grabbed the diary on her desk." "She won't get in trouble, will she?" Primrose asked anxiously. "I know she didn't have a warrant." "Renola was worried about Bleeker's safety," I said impatiently. "It was a smart move on her part. What'd you find?" "We didn't find any entries on the night that Mason White was killed," Primrose said. "So, as far as we know, she doesn't have an alibi for that time."
Then we checked her alibi for last night, like you said. Were you at the library when you were attacked?
I swallowed, realizing I shouldn't have tried to hide my attack from Primrose, especially as there was a bruise the size of Italy across my neck. Yes, a strangler hit me. Someone had planted it in one of the books I was looking at.
Guess who had a meeting scheduled at the library at the same time? Primrose said. Bleecker.
I know, I said. I saw her there. I'm sorry, Primrose. I didn't want to bring you into it. There was a long silence.
You already knew. And suspected her.
Some, I admitted. But there was no proof. I couldn't go swaying your opinion based on nothing but a theory. Another long silence followed. I'm really sorry, I said again. I should have trusted you. It's just, there have been some personal aspects that have been uprooted as things have unraveled. And it's hard to know when to bring you in and when to leave you out of my private issues.
I understand,
Primrose said briskly, though she clearly wasn't happy about it.
Did you see Professor Harrison there?
Where?
At the library,
Primrose prompted.
That's who she was meeting.
I assumed the meeting was a farce. Nobody ever showed up to meet with her. She sat in the conference room alone for a while and then left. I checked. Nobody else was there.
Well, according to her diary, it was Harrison who set up the meeting.
I digested this. Maybe she was covering her ass. Maybe there never was any meeting.
Maybe, Primrose said. But I don't think the story ends where you think it does. We began cross-referencing teacher and student records. You know, those were our only two real leads. They were the only reason it made sense for Mason to enroll in orientation, to get close to one or the other. Sure, it might have been the class content, but that information was nothing he couldn't find somewhere else. You uncovered something? I think so, she said. There are a subset of orientation students that seem to have been dropping out lately. Renola and I ran the numbers. Orientation completion rates used to be almost 100%, barring medical leave or something unforeseen and drastic. Recently, completion rates have dropped as low as 80% overall.
Is something or someone causing them to drop out? I wondered aloud.
That's what I wondered, Primrose said. Lo and behold, we found a pattern in the students who dropped out.
Which is?
All of them scheduled office hours with Professor Harrison repeatedly. In fact, most of the students who dropped out visited with him 2 to 3 times a week, and all of them joined the history club. Even weirder, not one of the students who participated regularly in Harrison's history club finished school.
A chill ran down my spine. That's quite strange, considering usually the students who care enough to join extracurriculars care enough to finish the program. Any obvious reason why they dropped out? Low grades? Poor class participation? Disciplinary troubles?
Nothing. The students were all across the board in terms of attributes, from high achievers and middling students to the bottom of the barrel sorts. All species. None of that seemed to make a difference. The only thing tying them together was Professor Harrison. Some of the students didn't even have Bleecker as a teacher. And guess what else?
Do I want to know?
Bleeker's been teaching for ages. Harrison arrived 2 years ago. Guess when the graduation rate fell? If you're going to say 2 years ago, you'd be correct.
Shit. We've got the wrong person.
There's one more thing, she said. I ran those students' names through the criminal databases. Over half of them have a criminal record since dropping out. Most of their crimes are pretty minimal, B&E mostly, some minor theft, but it's too high of a correlation to ignore.
Bleeker's in trouble, I said, rising to my feet. We've got to find her. Good work, officer. Same to Renola. Dig up everything you can on Harrison. He's framing her. He'll kill her if he finds out we're onto them, so be discreet. Call me the second you have something. I want to know where he lives, what he eats, any vacation homes or second residences, any trips he's taken recently. He's holding her somewhere, and we need a lead as to where. Yes, sir, Primrose said.
What about you, Detective?
I've got one more visit to make before I return to the precinct.
You're not going to confront him alone, are you?
Primrose's voice tightened.
With all due respect, Detective, I think that's a very bad idea.
I'm just going to keep an eye on him. I won't make the arrest until we have Bleecker and backup. Let's wrap this up so we can get on with the holidays, yeah? Christmas Eve starts in a few hours, and I want Harrison in prison while I'm home with my family sipping on some eggnog.
Yes, sir.
We disconnected. I gave one last cursory glance over the desk, knowing both Renola and Harrison had been over it. It was unlikely I'd find anything the others had missed. I straightened, wondering how Harrison had stumbled across the Hex Files, and more interestingly, how Mason had figured it out. Had Harrison attacked the White family in their own home? And if all the evidence was pointing me in the direction I suspected, could Harrison be using his orientation classes as recruiting grounds for a small army?
Very good,
a voice said behind me.
I thought you might never catch on.
I hadn't heard the door open. I'd been lost in thought, rummaging through the drawers and trying to file away the new information I'd gained from Primrose. I spun around and found Harrison standing in the doorway. He was somewhere in his mid-30s with sandy brown hair and an athletic, though not intimidating, build. He had a round face, slightly reddened cheeks, and cuttingly intelligent green eyes. Working in homicide, I see a lot of crappy things, I told Harrison, my hand shaking as I reached to depress my calm. Harrison's eyes followed me, so I abandoned the task and let my hand drift toward my stunner instead. But this is a new low. Using a classroom to recruit innocent students to be part of your plan to what? Take over Wicked? What was your plan? You should know better than most, Harrison said. However, while I'd love to sit and chat with you, we don't have time to waste. So I'm going to correct you on one little thing before we go on. What's that? None of those students I recruited, not one, were destined for anything but a life of crime. I didn't touch the righteous ones, the ones like yourself who can't understand the flexible line between good and evil, the ones who see things in black and white and can't fathom a single shade of gray. I don't know about that, I said. I think I've learned a bit about shades of gray on this case, thanks to you. Speaking of... I cut myself off and muttered a tearjerker, a curse we weren't technically allowed to use on the job, but what could I say? Harrison had inspired me with his shades of gray speech. I released black spider webs of smoke from my fingers and arched them across the room toward Harrison, hoping to catch him off guard. Unfortunately, I'd underestimated the professor's reflexes. He pulled out the same deflector charm I'd used yesterday against the protected door in the White's home. The tearjerker shot back at me, tendrils of black streaking from my face, grasping at my arms. It just barely hit the floor and dove under the desk in time for the brunt of the spell to bounce off metal. I took a shallow breath, blinked away the sting in my eyes. We can do this the hard way or the easy way, Harrison said, but there's only going to be one ending. What's your endgame, Harrison? We're already on to you. My colleagues have your name. Frankly, I'm disappointed it took so long for you to turn your attention to me. As if Bleecker, or worse, your brother could have pulled off what I have over these last few years. What's that? I called, depressing my calm to Primrose. When she answered, I spoke louder over her voice, hoping she was sharp enough to understand what was happening. What have you accomplished, Harrison? So you managed to convince a couple of kids to follow you in your quest? You're not exactly preying on the powerful. What is it that you're after? I know you're not stupid, DeMarco. You know what this is about. Seems like you're trying to amass an army of low-achieving students, but I'm not sure what that's going to get you. According to the files, not a whole lot. Petty theft, B&E, not exactly the resume of great leaders. Primrose had fallen silent on the other end of the comm. I could only imagine she was getting Ranola or someone else to listen. Hopefully they had hit record. If I could get a full confession out of Harrison before things went south, we'd be in good shape once we hauled him into the precinct. With Primrose aware of the situation, it'd be minutes before we had other officers on the scene. Unfortunately, I wasn't the only one thinking of timing. When Harrison spoke again, he was on the other side of the desk. I kept the comm button depressed, but eased myself further underneath the desk, holding the words to the deflector on my lips.
"Let's move, DeMarco," he said, his voice a slither.
Any hint of the charming professor was long gone, replaced by the man's true colors.
"You've got two options. Slip on some cuffs and come with me, or Bleecker dies. This isn't happening any other way."
"Let Bleecker go and I'll come with you," I said. "How do I know I can trust you to let her go once I've got your magic-proof cuffs on?"
"You don't," he said. "That's the advantage I win for outsmarting you, detective. Cuffs or not. Make your decision now. If you kill me, if I don't make it back, my little army, as you so fondly called them, knows to get rid of any loose ends. Bleeker's a loose end, and I know those kids won't mind taking their time with their least favorite professor."
I'd stalled for as long as possible. I could see residuals trembling around Harrison's figure. In one of his pockets, I could see a lump that probably signified a vial, a spell or potion. Judging by the black sparkles clinging heavily to the fabric of his clothes around the canister, it had come from the void. The presence of dark residuals sent a shiver down my spine. With a spell that size, he could probably take down half of campus with the blink of an eye. He'd prepared for this moment, and something told me he didn't mind going down in the fight. I'd have to tread carefully to make sure that wouldn't happen, because he wouldn't die without taking me along for the ride. "Give me the cuffs," I called. "Swear to me you'll let Bleecker go." Harrison tossed the cuffs over the desk, and the black metal landed on the chair. I closed my eyes, expelled a breath. While slipping into magic-proof bracelets was the last thing I wanted to do, I didn't have a choice. If I didn't cooperate, he'd blow us both up. He was heavily armed, and if I so much as breathed for help, he wouldn't hesitate to pull out his stash and use it. Grabbing the cuffs, I slipped my hands into them and tightened them appropriately. Then I held my hands above my head and moved slowly out from underneath the desk.
"Good, but not quite good enough."
Harrison's greedy eyes went toward my wrists. He gave them each an extra tug until it was painfully tight against my wrists.
"There we go, detective. Now, drape Bleeker's shawl over your hands. We're going to march right out of here."
Harrison fetched a navy blue shawl from the back of the desk chair and draped it over my cuffs, but not before he unhooked my comm and let it fall to the floor. Then he gave it a stomp for good measure, completing his little routine with a smug smile.
"Move it. Back entrance. Through the chapel side door."
I shuffled before him, doing my best to look miserable. It wasn't lost on Harrison. He reached up and slapped me on the back of the head with enough force to send me stumbling forward.
"You give away our little arrangement and this whole quadrant is dead," he said. "I know you can see the residuals on me, and I haven't even taken half the artillery out of its packaging. You don't want to test me."
I straightened, adjusted my exterior attitude enough to pass Harrison's examination, and then led the way out through the side of the chapel. As I did, I caught sight of an officer or two moving quickly toward the admissions office from the other end of campus. A faint flicker of hope rose in my stomach. Primrose had alerted the right people. Not for the first time in the last few days, I was grateful for the rookie. If I made it out of this alive, I'd owe her a really, really good letter of recommendation. Harrison noticed them too and turned sharply toward me.
"Here we are."
He made an abrupt 90-degree turn straight in what appeared to be the side of the building. What I hadn't realized initially was that behind a massive display of overgrown ivy was the outline of a door. Not a soul would know this was here, unless they knew exactly where to look. If Harrison had disguised it himself, he'd done a bang-up job. Quietly, I slipped the shawl off my wrists, let it fall to the ground. It was the only cookie crumb I could afford to leave behind, and fortunately, Harrison was too busy shoving me forward and grunting in annoyance at my stumbling to notice the lack of clothing item over my fists. With a clank, he closed and sealed the door behind us.
"Inside we march, DeMarco," he said. "If you think your friends can find where we're going, think again."
Chapter 26. We wound down and around for 20 minutes, by my best estimate. It wasn't long enough to make it off the campus of Magic Properties, yet I couldn't quite place our exact location. We were obviously in some secret tunnel that would lead off campus property, but we didn't make it that far.
"In here."
Harrison gave me a shove forward and grinned when I stumbled and fell to my knees.
"You can crawl the rest of the way. It's just around the corner."
I'd never give him the satisfaction. I stood, still painfully bound by the cuffs. My wrists had wrenched when I'd landed against them on the floor. I kept my mouth shut, bit my lip until the stings subsided. No sooner had I gotten to my feet did Harrison raise his leg, bent at the knee. I felt the impact before his foot hit my back. My neck jerked forward, and this time I couldn't catch myself before I hit the musty cement floor. The very room smelled like despair and mold and stale air. The stench of hopelessness was strong. My head cracked against the ground, but thankfully I didn't lose consciousness. I raised myself to my knees and paused there. A wave of dizziness caused me to wobble and steady myself against a damp wall as water slithered down the side from God only knew where. I'd been in worse predicaments, I reminded myself as a headache bloomed. At least Primrose knew I was in trouble. She had Harrison's name. It was only a matter of time before word got to Matthew and Gray. Once they were on the case, their supernatural ability to track via scent would lead them here. If only I could hold out long enough for help to arrive. So, you know about the files?
Aha!
Harrison looked at me, renewed interest in his eyes.
"I knew you weren't as stupid as you were letting on. How'd you figure out Mason's death was connected to them?"
Look, buddy, I know you're not letting me out of here alive. I'll only talk if you reciprocate. It's the least you can do. Harrison didn't look as if he agreed, but after a second of thought, he gave a shrug as if it didn't matter either way.
"You've obviously figured most of it out already."
"How'd Mason White come after you?" I asked. By all accounts, he'd sworn off magic.
"True, but he had a gift you're very familiar with. One he couldn't turn off," Harrison said. "You know, I've always loved history."
I waited, sensing this change of subject was leading toward a story that Harrison needed to tell. His little pack of students were great to boss around like minions, but he needed to share his bigger tale, get a pat on the back from someone he deemed an intellectual equal. For better or worse, I was that person.
"I loved history. Adored it. The stories, the myths, the hints at these huge life-changing prophecies. Then I got to wondering, what if some of these prophecies weren't myths? What if they were real?"
You dug through history, found a reference to the Hex Files.
It wasn't easy. Everything's been wiped from textbooks, history books, you name it. But you find the right person, and there are people still alive who remember it. They'll talk for a price.
"I don't think you came up with any of that on your own," I said. "The Hex Files are too well hidden for a simple history professor to uncover. Someone held your hand, led you to the files."
"What are you talking about?"
Harrison rounded on me.
"Of course I found them myself."
"You're not working with someone else? Someone who might call themselves the Master?" I suggested. "I know you're not the real mastermind behind this whole thing, Harrison. You're a college history professor with a small army of dropouts getting caught for B&E. Don't tell me you came up with this whole plan alone."
"Shut up!"
His rage was accompanied with a slap to the face that sent my head rocketing back into the stone wall. I slumped further onto the floor and attempted to look as pitiful as possible. I wasn't hoping for sympathy, but I was crossing my fingers he'd get bored of smacking me around if I looked weak enough.
"This was my plan," he said. "All mine. And I'll take over Wicked, just you watch. Maybe I'll keep you around just so you can see it happen. Make an example out of you."
"Go ahead," I said. "I'd love to watch you get taken for a ride."
"He's a partner, not a master, or whatever you called him."
Bingo, I thought. Something I'd said had struck a nerve. My words had hit home, made him realize that maybe there was a kernel of truth to my words. Worst yet, he'd probably always known it and was just now realizing it. "Right," I said. "Sure. Okay, then."
"We're partners,"
he repeated, his voice growing stronger.
"He has others call him master, but not me."
"What do you call him?" His lips spread into an ugly smile.
"Very nice try."
"I'm just saying, here you are keeping his identity a secret while yours is blown wide open. Why are you the face of this plan? Why are you subjected to teaching at a piddly little school and managing a group of misfit kids? Where is he during all this?" Harrison's eyes narrowed. "I'll tell you why, buddy. It's because he doesn't have time to deal with this crap. He's busier with the big picture. And when you get caught, because it's only a matter of time, he'll let you burn for it all."
"That's not true."
"Tell me this. Has he confided his real identity to you?" I watched Harrison's face morph into an intense shade of angry purple. "Exactly. So, what's your leverage against him? When the cops come find you, before or after you've killed me, what will you be able to tell them that will get you off the hook in case your partner's promise to rescue you falls through? He did promise, didn't he?" When Harrison didn't respond, it was my turn to offer a bloody smile. One of his slaps had split my lip, and I tasted metal. "Nothing," I said. "You won't have anything to offer them, because he set you up as a pawn to take the fall for yet another of his schemes." Harrison leaned forward, yanked me up by the handcuffs in a painful jerk. Then he threw me unceremoniously through the door and into a small cavern where I landed hard on the floor. Each time he tossed me around, I got slower at peeling myself up, and unfortunately, not all of it was an act. While my plan to anger Harrison and make him see reason was working, my body was paying the physical price. I gave Harrison a moment to calm down as I glanced at my surroundings. We'd entered into an offshoot of the below-ground tunnel system, a small room with only a flicker of torchlight separating us from total blackness. Pale legs extended from the opposite end of the room, a body on the ground. It had to be Bleecker, though whether she was alive or dead, I couldn't tell. I fought the urge to rush toward her, but instead glared up at Harrison, who had regained his sense of power and was calm and smiling again.
"She's alive," he said, reading my mind, "but she won't be for long."
I gritted my teeth. I knew he'd lied to me about letting Bleecker go if I cooperated, but ultimately it hadn't impacted my decision to give in to Harrison upstairs. If I hadn't, we all would have ended up dead, only sooner, thanks to the massive black magic he carried. "You never finished your story," I said. "How you connected with Mason and what Professor Bleecker did to deserve all of this."
"I'm sure you can guess, Detective."
Harrison looked mildly annoyed.
"After hunting around, I found intel on one of the files. It had been given to a witch."
"How'd you find that information?" I couldn't help interrupting. Even when I knew what I was looking for, it was difficult to find. Harrison paused in thoughtful silence, but when his eyebrows twitched in frustration, I knew my point had finally sunk in. He'd been fed information on the sly, led to believe he'd discovered it all himself, when really he was nothing more than a pup on a leash for his master. "Not that it matters," I said. "You found Mason, but how did he come after you?"
"He saw me," Harrison said. "I went to Texas to study him. I needed to find the location of the missing file, so I followed him around for a bit, Discovered the guy was quite peculiar. He didn't seem to care a lick about magic. I wondered if that was the catch until I realized that I had the wrong white. It was his mother who had hidden it, not him.
But it was too late by then, I said. He'd taken off his glasses and spotted you. He was probably spooked by the residuals you had coming off you. As we've discussed, the black magic makes it quite noticeable.
I wondered if he might be a closet reserve, Harrison said, an interested lilt to his voice. Unfortunately, I hadn't realized he'd seen me in Texas. Then, the next thing I knew, he'd enrolled in orientation. That was a bit of a surprise.
He must have done his homework and figured out where you worked, wanted to get close to you, I said. But that was too dangerous, so you killed him when you realized he had recognized you.
He hadn't figured everything out,
Harrison said, sounding defensive.
He didn't know about the files. All he knew was that I wanted whatever was behind that door in his parents' house. I went after it one day. That must have been what triggered him into looking for a cop. When I heard him talking to your brother in the library, I knew he had to go. I was already watching him. He knew it, but there was nothing he could do. There never is, Detective. Not once I set my sights on you.
Harrison stared at me with an overt threat in his twisted smile. Mason must have recognized the defense residuals from the door in his house clinging to you, I said softly. That's what finally clicked the puzzle together for him. But Bleecker...
She took an interest in history at an unfortunate time, he said. She wanted to take a sabbatical and research prophecies in the 6th borough.
That seems too coincidental to be innocent.
I was onto him,
a voice croaked from the corner.
You think I didn't notice you creeping around, Harrison? It wasn't difficult to put 2 and 2 together. It was naive of you to think nobody would notice that every student you took under your wing dropped out at some point. All of them lost interest in my class, one after another. If only I'd had more time, I would have figured out why.
And now you know, Harrison said matter-of-factly, and so you must die.
You promised to let her go, I reminded him. I came down here willingly.
That's stupidity on your part, or fear. Rightfully so, Harrison admitted. As a cop, you have limitations. I, however, am not afraid to use any means necessary to make sure nobody interferes with my plans.
You think you're clever, I said. It wasn't a bad idea, framing Bleecker with the strangler spell. Setting up a meeting to make sure I saw her, but really it backfired. All that did was turn our attention toward the professors on campus. And now we have everything on you.
It doesn't matter if they can't find us, he said. We're safe down here.
Are you? I asked, letting my own smile slip out as I raised my hands. Aren't I missing something? Harrison studied my hands for a long moment, the confusion finally clearing.
A piece of fabric isn't going to help anything.
Not even if it was left right outside your secret door? You forget. We have reserves, werewolves, and plenty of other supernaturals on our side. We have ways to track you that you can only imagine. But I bet your master didn't tell you that. In fact, I bet you don't know why you were supposed to come after me.
You were getting too close to cracking the case open, to discovering the truth.
I bet he tossed my name out, didn't he? I prompted. And do you want to know why? The silence told me he did, but he'd never admit it. Sure, I was close to cracking the case, I said, but that's not a big deal. I did it with a partner. I work with a slew of other cops. They all have your name, so why come after me specifically? It's already over for you, Harrison. Murdering me isn't going to change any of that. The only reason someone would send their minion after a cop...
I'm not a minion!
What are you, Chief of Staff? Pick your title, I said. You're not running the show, so it doesn't matter. The only reason he'd send you after me, a well-known cop, is because he's done with you. It's suicide to go after someone in law enforcement. You'd never get away with it.
I have a way out.
What is it? Where is he? I asked. After you kill us, what happens? Harrison eyed me, frothing with fury. both at me and, if I had to guess, at himself, for falling for a plan that had ruined his life. It was over now. We all knew it. His only hope was to get out of here alive and run off, tail between his legs, and hope the 6th Precinct tired of chasing him. He must have come to the same realization because he turned suddenly and stepped through the doorway. A second later, a heavy wooden panel swung shut, followed soon after by the click of a hefty lock. He'd locked us in the cavern. "I'm going to get you out of here," I told Bleeker, as echoing footsteps grew more distant on the other side of the thick door. "Just hang on. Are you hurt badly?"
"I don't feel great."
Her voice was weak, stiff.
"But I'll live. Detective, are you saying the Hex Files prophecy is real?"
"I don't know anything about that, and it's best if you don't either." I heaved myself upward and made my way toward Bleeker. I studied the professor under what little light we had from the flickering torch fastened to the wall. She had bruises up and down her pale skin where it was visible, a split lip and a blackening eye, but otherwise looked okay. "I don't have any way to get our cuffs off yet," I said, "but I have friends on the way, and a partner who I'm sure will be here in a few minutes. I'm guessing Harrison ran upstairs to grab the shawl I left at the door. There are cops everywhere by now. They'll find him."
"If they don't?"
"I've got to be prepared in case he comes back. You okay to lay here a little longer?"
"Been doing it for long enough now. I'm practically an expert at it."
I reached for my stunner. It had been an oversight on Harrison's part not to disarm me, which told me 2 things. First, he was a rookie at this whole leading an evil empire thing and hadn't taken many prisoners. Second, he hadn't planned to keep us alive for long. So I had to be ready if he succeeded at retrieving the shawl without getting caught. I raised the stunner and fired it at the back of the doorknob. It sizzled once but didn't open. I cranked the setting up to lethal and fired again. That busted the lock straight off the handle. A kick against the heavy wood panel and the door swung open. I poked my head through and squinted against the darkness. I couldn't see a thing. And with magic-proof cuffs on, I had no chance of using magic to add light to the place. I waited there, hesitant to venture out and leave Bleeker alone. It turned out to be a good decision to stay because it wasn't another minute before footsteps sounded from the murky beyond. I slunk back behind the door and eased it shut. My only hope was to pounce the second he entered the room. The knob on the door was broken, but hopefully in his fury, combined with the all-consuming darkness, he'd be too distracted to pay it much thought. I held my breath and moved into a crouch. The gun was steady in my grasp as I situated it against my knee, finger on the trigger. The footsteps were closer now, quiet, stealthy. I glimpsed a shadow in the torchlight as Harrison pressed open the door and stepped into the room. I exhaled a breath, lined up the gun with his chest, and stumbled backward in shock. "Primrose, what the hell?" I leaped to my feet as gracefully as possible with both hands cuffed. "I just about stunned you into the next realm! Make a little noise next time, will you?" She grinned broadly.
"Good to see you, Detective. You okay? I'm glad to hear your voice."
"I'm fine, but Bleeker's hurt."
"I'll survive," Bleeker croaked. "Did you get him?"
"Harrison?"
Primrose asked.
"He's not here?"
"Shit," I said. "He must have taken off through the tunnels. Do you have a set of keys, Primrose? Get these cuffs off me, will you?" Primrose made quick work of unlocking the magic-proof cuffs.
"Nice work on the shawl, Detective. Took me a bit longer than it probably should have to find that door, but—"
"Your timing is impeccable," I said. "I've got to get Harrison. Stay here with Bleeker, will you?"
"Yeah, right."
Primrose muttered the words for a signal spell, often used to mark crime scenes, and it bloomed in her palm. She dumped it on the ground.
"Renola, you see the flare? We've got one injured in here."
Renola appeared moments later, breathless. "Others are coming. I heard footsteps heading the other way. Was it Harrison?" I nodded. I hesitated, cast an apologetic look to Primrose. "We're going after him." "Good luck," Renola said. "I'll wait for the others, then get Bleeker medical attention."
"He would have gone left," Bleeker called from the corner. "That's the way he always moves when he leaves here. I think it gets him off campus."
I thanked Bleeker as I pulled up a tiny torchlight in one palm and gripped my stunner tight with the other. We took off at a jog down the dark passageway. Thankfully, the ground was gritty with dirt and oil, and Harrison had been in too much of a hurry to worry about leaving evidence behind. The footprints were easy to follow. Primrose kept pace just behind me, her stunner in hand, the beginnings of a deflector hovering in her palm. "If we find him," I said, "get your deflector up and let me take the offensive."
"When are you going to stop telling me what to do?"
"Sorry," I said, "when you're not a rookie?"
"Yeah, right,"
Primrose said with a snort.
"I'll always be a rookie compared to you."
"I appreciate all you've done. Trust me, I wouldn't spend my time partnering with someone unless I thought they had potential. You've got loads of potential. Don't let your feelings get in the way of it."
"I was joking, Detective, but I appreciate that."
Shit. It came to a stop where a low trickle of water suddenly began to fill the passageway. Before us was a fork in the road with 3 possible entrances, and no way to tell which one Harrison had used. "Any ideas?" I stepped into the middle passageway while Primrose took the left. Seconds later, there was a low rumbling sound that came from deep within the tunnel system.
"You hear that?"
Primrose called.
"What is it?"
By the time I realized what it was exactly, I was too late. "Primrose, get out of there!" I backed out of the middle tunnel just in time to see a tidal wave of water smack into the rookie and take her for a ride. She crashed backward, hit her head hard against the wall. The other 2 tunnels remained dry, making it an easy guess as to which one Harrison had used to squirrel himself away from us. I rushed to Primrose's side, knelt and felt her pulse when her eyes remained closed. My own heart was racing. "Wake up! Primrose, you hear me?" I gave her a light smack to the cheek when I felt a pulse, saw breathing. "Come on, Primrose, you can do it! Do you hear me?" I held my own breath. "Hang in there! We've got a guy to catch!" Finally, Primrose's eyes fluttered open.
"Of course I can hear you, Detective. You're screeching."
"Oh, thank God. I thought..." Feeling my throat tighten, I pushed the worries away. "Can you stand?" She shook her head.
"Go on. There'll be more where that came from. Leave me here. I'll send the other officers after you. There'll be backup in just a minute."
"I can't leave you here."
"It's a command, boss," she said with a weak grin. "Don't let him win."
I nodded. "Hang tight. I'll be back for you."
"Get him, Detective."
I stood, firing a flare down the hallway toward Bleeker and crew so that with any luck, an attentive Renola would see it and know to send for help. I was out of a comm and had no other way to communicate, so it was the best I could do. Then I took off down the still soaked passageway. It was quiet. Too quiet. The tunnel was growing narrower, smaller, tighter. My breathing became shallow and difficult as I had to crouch to continue moving forward. The stream of water grew around my ankles, drenching my feet. I moved onward, pausing every few seconds to listen and wait. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. With one problem. They were behind me. I whirled around, caught a glimpse of Harrison's hair in the tiniest reflection of light from the water on the ground. He must have tucked himself into a tiny offshoot, a crevice, and waited for me to pass. I reached behind me, felt the end of the cave. A very dead end. And I knew it had all been a trap. "Goodbye, Detective," Harrison said, raising his hands and drawing more water from the walls. "Hold your breath." I used my deflector against him, which held the first sprays of water at bay, but it was clear he was going to flood the tunnel with me inside of it. I couldn't hold him off with my deflector. He'd purchased drowners from the void. His energy would last a lot longer than mine. Illegal spells were more powerful by nature than basic magic. I depressed my stunner once my deflector came down, but he had some sort of orb-like shield around his body that protected him from the blast. So I did the only thing I could think of and rushed him with my bare hands. I startled him with the attack, backing him toward the entrance of the cave with my sheer rush. He shouted aloud, invoking another drowner that he tossed behind him. A fresh wave of water crashed over me, dragging me off my feet. The tunnel was flooding with water, the narrow end of the passageway running out of air to breathe. He continued on, tossing one spell after the next behind him, as I floundered from the onslaught of rising water, the rush of the manufactured river backing me into the tiny corner where breath became a mere illusion. I used the last of the air I had in my lungs and felt myself slip under the surface. Struggling upward, I gasped for air, my lips grazing the top of the cave as I struggled to find the last pockets of oxygen in the small space. Harrison had set up a wall, a barrier, to hold me and the water in place. While he escaped, I'd slowly drown. I managed one last breath before the cave filled completely with water. There were no air pockets left. My only hope was to somehow dismantle the barrier Harrison had magically put in place and release the trapped water. Even as I moved toward the rock wall, I felt the breath leaving my body, and unconsciousness tugging at my mind. As my fingernails gripped at the rocks, my words unable to form a spell through the water, I couldn't help but think of the Christmas tree, and the presents underneath it, and the carols I wouldn't sing, and the eggnog I wouldn't drink, and Rob, and my mother, my poor mother, and Matthew. And with that thought, something miraculous happened. My fingers wedged a rock free. It wasn't enough to get through, but it was enough to begin a slow flood into the rest of the tunnel. The pressure built and built as more water poured through, until finally I collapsed on top of a pile of broken stone and inhaled my first breath. Weak with lack of oxygen, I rested on the bony carcass of Harrison's dam. Against my cheek, the vibration of footsteps against earth pounded ahead of me. The thump propelled me to my feet. I struggled down the tunnel after Harrison. I wouldn't be able to catch him in my state, but if I could just keep moving, keep from passing out, keep from letting him nab Primrose as a hostage, we might stand a chance. I could see the entrance to the tunnel ahead. My flare sat at the far end. No other officers had made it to help. Primrose's figure lay limp, and I wondered if she'd sunk back into unconsciousness, or worse. Harrison turned his head as he reached the mouth of the cave. He met my gaze and smiled. My heart sank. He had another way out of here. Through one of the other tunnels, no doubt. And with it, he'd have other defenses prearranged. And this time, I wouldn't be so lucky. "Harrison, it's over!" I gasped. "Let it go!"
"Follow me and you die, detective."
His statement was punctuated by a sharp cry, and then the clatter of a body as it fell unprotected onto stone.
"Gotcha, asshole!"
Primrose rolled to her knees and slammed Harrison against the ground.
"Nobody tries to drown my mentor!"
I leaned forward, hands on my knees as I sucked in a greedy breath.
"Did you just trip him?" "It doesn't have to be pretty," Primrose said. "I learned that from you."
I couldn't help it. I laughed, a raspy, weird sound that echoed through the hallway. "You're a quick learner, Primrose. I'll give you that. Do the honors?" I kicked over the magic-proof handcuffs that Harrison had used on me. Primrose picked them up, looking quite thrilled at the prospect of roping in her first big-time bust.
"Professor Harrison, you're under arrest for the murder of Mason White and the attempted murders of Detective DeMarco and Professor Bleecker. And if I could, I'd arrest you for being a big, huge jerk, but I'm not sure that's legal."
"Keep it simple, Primrose," I said. "By the book." She glanced up, shrugged, then turned back to Harrison.
"You have the right to remain silent."
After Harrison had his rights read to him, we worked together to haul him to his feet. "Tell me you see it," I told him as I nudged him ahead of us down the path. "Now that it's all over, tell me you see it. You were used, Harrison. Do you have information on the Master? We can work out a deal if you help us." Harrison spit on the ground. "You don't know a single thing about the files, do you?" I pressed. "You were set up, used. How's it feel, Harrison?"
"Not all that bad," he snapped, a slow grin spreading over his face. "It might be over for me, but he's coming for you. And when he does, when he ends you, it'll be a new beginning for me."
"What's he talking about?" Primrose asked. "Who's coming for you? I thought we caught the bad guy."
Oh, Primrose, I said with a sigh. We did, but there's always more. Otherwise, we wouldn't have jobs.
I suppose, she said. Speaking of jobs, do you think I could maybe get a letter of recommendation when the time comes for me to apply to the detective position?
You don't waste any time, do you? I grinned. Detective Primrose. I think it has a nice ring to it, don't you?
You'd really give me a rec?
I gave her a friendly elbow nudge. Merry Christmas, rookie. We'd be lucky to have you on the team. Epilogue. Angels were singing over the plains, halls were decked, and Santa was making his list and checking it twice. The DeMarco family was spending Christmas Eve wrapped in blankets, while the first real snow of the year catapulted down in gusty white waves outside the warmth of my parents' house. I sat wedged in an oversized armchair with Matthew's too large figure next to me, one arm slung over my shoulder. My toes were covered in fluffy socks, and a fat blanket sat on our laps as we snuggled underneath. My hands were cupped around a mug of hot chocolate, while my glass of eggnog rested on the end table next to me. Will you do me a favor, Dani? My mother scurried over and handed me a parcel. Give this to that nice girl when you get back to the office, will you? Ever since word had broken across the borough about Professor Harrison's arrest, my mother had been referring to Officer Primrose as that nice girl. Rose DeMarco had heard the story of our harrowing time in the tunnel, and in turn, she credited Primrose for giving her only daughter one more Christmas. I glanced at the package my mother handed me, gave it a squish between my fingers. Is it mittens? Of course, I make everyone mittens for Christmas. I eyed my new pair of mittens sitting on the arm of the chair. I know, and I'm sure she'll love them. I even made little primrose flowers on the backs. They're adorable. Once my mother buzzed off to smother someone else with her Christmas cheer, Matthew squeezed me tighter to his side. Dani, I've been thinking. Uh-oh. Matthew gave a smile. With the new year coming, I thought it might be time for a fresh start. How would you feel about coming to New York for a bit? Me? In the human world? Don't be ridiculous. I'm serious, he said. I can't leave my post just yet, but I'd love for you to join me there. I hate being apart from you. Matthew. I sucked in a breath. I don't know. I mean, I can't just give up my job. And it doesn't make sense for me to come to New York. I don't understand the regular world. I couldn't work for the precinct. I don't think... Matthew, I belong around magic. I expected you to say that. I wound my fingers through his. How long will you be stuck there? He blew out a breath. I really don't know. That's the honest answer. A knock on the door drew the attention of the happily chattering crowd. Jack and Willa sat on the floor, slipper-clad feet intertwined with one another as they lounged before the fire. Nash and Doug stood over by the cookie table, having a heated argument about gingerbread house construction. Rob had disappeared to the kitchen with my father, where I imagined they were adding a little something special to my mother's holiday punch. My mother's face brightened. Oh! She turned toward me. I forgot to tell you. I invited Gray over. I hope that's okay. He was spending the holidays alone and... I shifted awkwardly in my seat. Sure, Ma, that's nice of you. As she shuffled to open the door, I stared at Matthew. Why aren't you looking more surprised about this development? He met my gaze evenly. Gray asked me if it'd be all right if you joined. Ah. Gray stepped through the front door and shook a mound of snow from his head and shoulders, stomping his lean legs and hefty boots against the welcome mat before slipping them off. He smiled around, raised a bottle of Wolfram whiskey. Happy holidays, everyone. There were mild cheers from the men. My mother looked curiously at the special blend of werewolf whiskey. I knew from experience it tasted like gasoline. And for you, Gray said, pulling a box from outside that he must have set on the front stoop. I hope you like it. My mother took the package with blustering protests, despite the gleam of excitement in her eyes. She loved presents more than most. "Oh, sweetie, you didn't have to bring us anything. We're just happy you could join us."
"It belonged to my mother, a long time ago,"
Gray said.
"It's been sitting in an old storage space for longer than I care to say. It belongs in the warmth of a family home."
My mother gasped as she eased to her knees and peeled back the cardboard, blowing a cloud of dust away as it fell open. "Oh, Gray, this is beautiful. Are you sure you don't want to keep it?" Gray raised a hand and waved her off.
"It's yours."
I eased out of the chair, leaving Matthew with a lingering peck on the lips before crossing the room to greet Gray. I gave him a side hug of greeting, which he returned, smelling of fresh outdoors and evergreen, and looking just as handsome as ever in his soft sweater and worn jeans. Then I knelt next to my mother and helped her pull out a tiny porcelain nativity set made entirely of werewolves. Each figure was beautifully made, no doubt handcrafted and painted. A few chips and worn paint told me this set had been well loved. No doubt it was worth a huge sum on the market. But more importantly, the sentimental value made it priceless. I could see the gleam of happiness in Gray's eyes as he watched my mother's exclamations of excitement. I stood, whispered in his ear, "Thank you, Gray."
"Happy holidays, DeMarco,"
he whispered back.
"Dani, a second?"
Rob called from the kitchen, raising a hand in greeting to Gray.
"Sorry, this'll just take a minute."
I followed my oldest brother into the kitchen. My dad glanced up from where he was guiltily funneling some discolored punch into a thermos.
"Don't tell your mother,"
he said, then snapped the cap on and waltzed out of the room. "I haven't thanked you yet." I broke the silence as I leaned against the counter. "For everything." Rob sighed.
"Before you say that, hear me out. I wasn't completely honest with you, Dani."
"About what?" My heart pounded. If Rob admitted he was somehow part of Harrison's attempt to take on the Hex Files and fulfill the prophecy, it could quite possibly combust.
"My reasons for coming here," he said. "I really did want to come here to spend the holidays with the family. Christmas cheer and all that."
"Oh," I echoed. "That. Sure."
"But there is another thing," Rob said. "I was recently in talks with Arthur Lamont."
I held up a hand. "The chief of the NYPD in New York? The human branch?"
"The one and only."
"He's dead. Matthew's filling in for him temporarily."
"Right, hence my coming to you," Rob said. "You've already guessed it, but my work has led me into interesting zones."
"Illegal?"
"Gray areas," he said with a grin. "Anyway, I've been thinking a lot about where I want my life to go. I got in a tight scrape a while back, and it made me reconsider things. Fate has a way of working things out, and right around the time I was ready for a change, I got a job offer."
"What sort of offer?"
"Believe it or not, a real job," he said, "as a consultant to the NYPD."
My mouth fell open. "To Arthur Lamont?"
"Let's just say I have a unique understanding of magic, humans, the void, and the workings of the criminal underworld," Rob said. "And despite that, I don't have a record."
"Rob, that's..." I hesitated. "Awesome! Really, I'm so happy for you."
"There's a but. When Lamont died, talks fell through. We were keeping things low profile. I'm really interested in pursuing this opportunity, Dani, but I'd have to talk to...
Matthew."
"Yep."
Rob nodded.
"I don't want to mix business, personal, whatever's going on, so I thought I'd clear it with you before I go to King."
"Rob, I think that's great," I said softly. "If you want this opportunity, don't let me stand in your way." Rob smiled, opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted when Nash strolled into the kitchen.
"Yo," Nash said. "I really hate to break up the party, but there's someone at the front door for you, Dani."
"But everyone I know is here."
"I think it might be work-related."
Nash shrugged.
"I tried to help her, but she was adamant she would only talk to you."
"Okay," I said. "Well, I'll be back. And Rob, I'm happy for you. Really. I made my way to the front door, ignoring the eyes following my every movement. I wrapped my sweater tighter to my body as I found Evelyn waiting just inside the front door. Evelyn! I gaped. What brings you here? Dang, it's cold where you live. Evelyn was dressed for Christmas on the Isle, not in Wicked. I hope you don't mind me turning up unannounced. My mom knew where to find you somehow. Do you mind if we talk in private for a second? She shivered and looked miserable. Even more miserable looking was the poor pup in her arms, Woofy, who was dressed in a Santa sweater and looking out the window at the snow as if it was personally offensive to him. Sure, come on inside, I said. We can go upstairs. Thanks, she said, shivering as she stepped deeper into the house. I'm surprised anyone survives here all year long. Before I led Evelyn upstairs, I waited while she deposited Woofy into the very loving arms of Willa for temporary safekeeping. When we finally climbed to the second level, I showed Evelyn into my dad's study. I kicked the door closed behind us and perched on the edge of my dad's huge desk. Evelyn remained standing, looking suddenly nervous as she thumbed a package under her arm. A wall of books flanked the shelves behind her, and a series of police awards sat on the windowsill, through which the snowstorm raged outside. It's time, she said quietly. My mother decided to pass the torch. I waited, folded my hands in front of me. As the next in line to take over protective custody of the secret behind the door. Evelyn hesitated, unsure where to go next. I got the full story. I understand this file here is very sensitive, and I understand that it's my duty to protect it. I swallowed, understanding. I see. But every instinct in my body tells me that the best way to protect the file is to give it to you, she said. With that, she pulled the envelope from where it had been clamped beneath her arm. I don't know what's in here, or whose name is on it. That wasn't part of the deal. The deal is that my family was to keep this safe until the right time. And this is the right time? I sure hope so. She gave me the faintest smile. I think Mason would think so too. I appreciate this more than you'll ever know. I could barely speak. And I hope you're not upset at your parents' choices. All these years, they were just doing what they thought was best. I understand that now, and I'm not mad. I get it, she said. But now it's my responsibility, and I'm sure this is the right choice. Whatever file this is, it belongs with you. Good luck with it, Detective. You must be a very special person to hold this much power. I wouldn't go that far. Evelyn shrugged. I don't know. All I know is that my brother was looking for you before he died. And since he passed, you haven't let him down. I trust you won't let the rest of us down either. I felt my eyes prickle with some combination of stress, emotion, and anticipation. Without a doubt, I held the fate of someone else in my hands. There would be a name stamped inside the file, and once I cracked it open, their life would never be the same. For better or for worse, the Hex Files were reuniting. Thank you, Evelyn. Your part in this will not be forgotten, I said. Trust me, it's bigger than all of us. Thank your mom for me, will you? Your family has done the borough a great service. She smiled, exhaled a huge breath. Of course. And what a relief. This is the best Christmas present of all. To have closure for my brother. To release our family from a decades-old bond. To understand what my parents have been through on some small scale. Thanks, Detective. And Merry Christmas. Do you want some hot chocolate before you go? I've got to get home, she said. My parents are waiting for me. Just promise me one thing. Anything. Don't open that until the new year. She nodded toward the envelope, squeezed my shoulder as she backed away. You have a great family, I can already tell. Enjoy them. Enjoy the holidays. There will be time for everything else. I promise, I murmured, feeling a weight lift from my stomach. I crushed the file to my chest and vowed to do as she said, to not think about murderers, the Hex Files, death and despair of any sort, at least until the new year. I walked Evelyn downstairs, watching as she reclaimed Woofy and waved a hand in greeting at everyone. Then I walked her outside, and in a whirl of glittering snowflakes and a yip of the Santa Claus pup, Evelyn disappeared in a gleaming flash of white. I turned toward the house, glanced down at the file burning in my hands. I made my way over to the chair and slipped in next to Matthew.
"What do you have there?"
he asked as I tucked the file beneath my mother's gift to Primrose. "I'll tell you later," I said with a real smile and a nod at the mistletoe that had appeared above us on a charm from Willa. Tonight, let's celebrate. The end.